Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Well, hello, everyone. Good morning from San Rafael, California. We are so happy to have all of our live streamers here and so happy to have all of our amazing soul searcher community here with us live in San Rafael. Thank you all for being here. My name is Barbara. I am so honored to help our amazing founder, Tangela, bring these Enlightenment Expos to you all from all over, the United States right now, but who knows, maybe Scott, the world at some point soon.
Absolutely.
Are you open for that?
Totally.
Okay, we're down. We're,
Have dog will travel.
That's right. That's right. Dog passport bag. We are good. Well, I, without further ado, would love to introduce to you one of my favorite people on the planet. Scott Katamas is the creator of the Love Coach Academy and the Global Peace Tribe, gifts to the world that bless all of us. I know being a part of the Global Peace Tribe and the Awakening World Show has just changed my life, and I know the life of so many, and we are so grateful. Prior to his current work, Scott had an extremely successful career as a writer, director, and producer of educational programming, where he won multiple Emmy Awards and accolades and reached millions of people. He worked with all of the great leaders in the New Thought field and was so impressed by the transformational power that he experienced that he decided to utilize these tools and bring his gifts to the world as a full-time life coach and teacher. He has facilitated over 1,000 classes, events, and workshops, and personally coached just hundreds and thousands, I would imagine at this point, families, couples, small businesses, individuals throughout the world. He experienced a huge life shift in the passing of his beloved wife that was 2011.
Yeah.
And he took that pain and transformed it into power. In 2012, he created the Love Coach Academy, which trains other relationship coaches through online classes. When the pandemic hit, he just got right to work, and he partnered with longtime friend Deborah Giusti to create Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, which a widely popular online inspirational variety show that currently reaches 50
We go to about 150
Oh my
broadcast
gosh.
partners and reach a few thousand each night.
That's amazing. And in 2022, he started a new online series entitled The Awakening World that provides 3 streaming shows over the course of the weekend that explore important social and cultural topics with, again, guests, the greatest leaders in the New Thought world. And I know Soul Search is feel so blessed. We feel so blessed and proud to co-host some of your shows and bring our own practitioners through your show to the world. Now, today, Scott is going to take us on a journey into harvesting what we learned in the winter, and he will guide us to prepare for a most fulfilling spring rebirth. And in the meantime, Scott, you are going to introduce the amazing Omashar.
Absolutely, Barbara, thank you.
Beautiful.
I'm mildly embarrassed. I'm going to have to cut that bio.
Just receive it, Scott. Just receive the love.
Oh, thank you, Barbara. Thank you. And we will find you in Winston after the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, welcome to our live audience. It's great to see each of you. And we're also simulcasting, so we have a lot of people watching online. And for our online audience, they're here to see Omashar, who is an amazing musical artist. So Omashar is going to do an opening song, which you'll be able to hear. And if you're on a computer, you'd be able to see him. But we'll turn over to Omashar for an opening song. Then I'll lead a meditation and we'll have our presentation. And I'm glad you're all here. And big hello to our online audience and, of course, our beloved brother, Omashar.
So welcome and happy Sunday to everybody. And this song is just called Just a Breath Away, and it's a solace for our times. And I'm deeply honored to be opening for Scott and Tangela and the Enlightenment Expo there. It's an amazing time that we all get to share our gifts and talents. So here we go. When you feel like giving up, when you feel like letting go, living in this ever-changing world, when it seems that all is lost and you don't know where to turn, the future seems so very far away. So just know there really is a plan. The sun will always shine, and with your hand in mine, all heaviness fades away. The love in our hearts will melt the darkest day. Ba-da-da-dum-dum-dum, ba-da-da-dum-dum-dum. The love in our hearts will melt the darkest day. So when it seems that you're alone and the fears knock at your door, remember I am just a breath away. You are my brightest star. You've just forgotten who you are. Remember there is nothing in the way. And just know there really is a plan. The sun will always shine, and with your hand in mine, all heaviness fades away. The love in our hearts will melt the darkest day. The love in our hearts will melt the darkest day. Ba-da-da-dum-dum-dum, da-da-da-dum-dum-dum. The love in our hearts will melt the darkest day.
Thank you, Omashar.
My pleasure.
We'll conclude. I'll be presenting for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and then we'll have an overshare song to conclude this first hour. And if possible, maybe if there is a link to StreamYard so that people watching online can come into that link and chat, that would be great. So maybe they can, Manuel or somebody can put that up for the online audience. Welcome to our live audience. Thank you for coming on in. My name is Scott Thomas. And it's been a pretty interesting start to the year, hasn't it? A lot of changes. Yeah. Who out there has found 2025 to be a challenging year so far? Yeah. Anybody find it scary even? Anybody? Yeah. So it's winter, at least for us here in North America. And winter is traditionally a time that we go inside, we go within. It's cold outside, we're not out much, we're in. And it's a time of reflection, preparation. What's happening in terms of nature is there's a lot going on underground. There's a lot, seeds are actually beginning to grow, but they haven't popped out yet. They haven't reached for the sun. And we are children of the earth. And so the approach I'm taking a little bit is for us to all go on a journey today where we take a look at what's going on inside of us, almost like finding the seeds taking place inside of us, so that as spring arrives, and spring's going to be here very soon, it's getting warmer here in the Bay Area. Last few days have been warmer. What's it like when we're reaching for the light, when we're reaching for the sun? So we're going to kind of really prepare our seeds so that we can have a beautiful, beautiful spring and fully manifest our heart's desires. How does that sound? So we're going to start with a prayer, and it's non-denominational. I certainly respect and appreciate all denominations, including atheists and agnostics. So I invite you, if you feel so inspired, to close your eyes. Can everybody hear me okay, by the way? Volume's good? All right. So, and for our online audience, again, welcome. And I invite you to close your eyes unless you're operating a motor vehicle. In that case, don't close your eyes. As we close our eyes, let's start with the breath and invite you to pay attention to your breath and allow my voice to just gently guide you. And on every inhale, imagine that you're diving deeper into the universe of you, your deeper self. And on every exhale, just releasing any thoughts, any other stuff that we don't want to bring into this journey that we're about to go on together. So exhaling, releasing, inhale, coming deeper into ourself. And I invite you to just move at your own pace, staying connected to your breath, exhaling thoughts that no longer serve you, that aren't necessary, inhaling, going deeper and deeper into you, the beautiful universe of you. Going deeper and deeper inside of you. I invite you to put your hand on your heart. And inside that beautiful, precious heart of yours, I want to acknowledge the beauty of your heart that chooses love, even when you're not receiving the love that you wish. Your heart that still has compassion in a world that's not always compassionate, in a world where there's so much cruelty, so much that we see in the news, or maybe we even see in our own direct experience that's harsh and painful. Thank you for keeping your heart open. Thank you for being compassionate. And inside that beautiful heart of yours, I'm going to invite you to find some of the seeds, some of the jewels that you wish to sprout in the spring. What are you longing for? What does your heart long for? Some of your longings might be global. Peace in Gaza, peace in the Ukraine, harmony in the United States. And those are beautiful longings. And some of your longings might be more personal. Financial support, physical support, more radiant health, better relationships with people that are important to you. We're going to be silent for a couple of minutes, and during that time I invite you to get in touch with at least 3, we could call them seeds, we could even call them jewels, that are precious longings of your heart, your true heart's desire to sprout in the spring. So during this 2 or 3 minutes of silence, please get in touch with at least 3 precious longings. About 1 more minute, really. If you've already got 3, maybe add a 4th or a 5th. And know that any longing is precious. No censoring. Allow yourself to really connect to what your heart desires. Remember that even a mighty oak tree starts as a little acorn. And thanking yourself for being honest and connecting to your beautiful, precious heart. And slowly, when you're ready, opening your eyes, coming back. I'm going to ask our live audience, some of the members, to share what came up for them. And for those of you watching online, and we're on many different streams, we're on StreamYard, we're on the Love Coach Academy channel, the YouTube channels. Put into into whatever comments, whatever online format you're in, maybe put into your chat your precious longings, and know that even by writing it, you're claiming it and you're sending it out to the world. And when we do visualization, we get in touch with what we long for, and we claim it like, God, life, this is what I wish, this is what I long for. And then we send it out to the world, we send it out to the universe, we give it back to God or give it back to life, however you want to view that. And then we relax and we see what message comes back. I love that line. And when we send out a wish to life or to God or to the universe, we might get in a number of responses. We might get, that's a great idea. Here's the first step. Or we might get, wonderful idea, but I have an even better idea. That being our higher self, our God self. So it's important for us to really own what's precious in our beautiful heart and then release it, let it go. And then pay attention to what comes back into the world. So I'll model some of the things that came into my precious heart, and then I'm really hoping some of our live audience members will be willing to share what you're longing for. So don't be shy, and know that when you express yourself, you're giving, kind of opening the door for others to feel safe to also express themselves. Plus, you're putting it out to the world, which helps to show that you're really serious about manifesting this. So for me, of course, I went global and then local and then personal. And my global wish, I mean, I'm the co-founder of the Global Peace Tribe, and so it's, of course, it's peace in the world. Whatever steps can take place to create peace in Gaza, peace in Ukraine, peace in Syria, and even peace in our own country. It breaks my heart to see how much polarization, how much separation is taking place right here in our own country, because you're blue or red or purple. I also had a heart's desire for my Global Peace Tribe, which is for it to grow, for our Global Peace Tribe, which is our online family, to continue to grow. It was nice last night. We have a show every Saturday night, and we have people from Ukraine, people from Eastern Europe, and of course people from all over North and South America. So that's why it's kind of wonderful. It is truly a Global Peace Tribe. And then personally, be a little vulnerable, my rent is going up by $1,500. Yeah.
It's time to move.
Yeah. Well, it's tough because I really love where I'm living. But I am also considering, like, wow, okay, is this a nudge that it's time to move?
What city?
Huh?
Which city?
I live in Tiburon. And we have a beautiful place. We own 3 acres, with an ocean view and a hot tub and a water pool. So there's a lot of amenities, but it's the woman who owns the property has hit a financial challenge, so she's needing to just really raise the rent for us. So it's a big change. So for me, my personal thing was, all right, increased financial abundance so that I can pay this increase in my personal rent. So that's what came up for me. And I am hoping that some of our audience members will be willing to share what came up for you. What were your heart's desires? And I see this beautiful woman back there with a big smile. Now I'm looking around you. And I just would love to hear what your heart's desires were, because you've got such a beautiful energy.
Thank you. My biggest heart's desire is for, like you're saying, peace, for recognition of those who feel that they're in the darkness to see the light.
I'm going to repeat what you're saying for our online audience. She's saying for people who are in the darkness to see the light.
Yes, to see the light of the universe, the light of the oneness. Because at this moment in time, there's such darkness with us right now. So that is my wish globally. For myself personally, financial abundance to travel to the sacred places, Mount Shasta, Sedona, Machu Picchu, Egypt. I have it on my vision board to travel to many of these places starting this year.
Beautiful. And what's your name?
Deb.
Deb?
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you for being the first person to speak. And thanks for letting me call on you. I know. And blessings. I'm picturing you at the top of Machu Picchu going, wow. I've had the good fortune to be there, and you're way up high and you look way down, and there's this little blue river, and it's the Amazon. You know, it's pretty amazing. It's
I'm
pretty
already
amazing.
there.
Mhm.
I'm already there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Welcome to our new
Thank you.
friends.
Sorry, we're late.
We're sharing our heart's desires for what we want to have bloom in the spring. Okay, so that's what we're doing. And I have a friend in the audience, so I'm going to ask Melissa, what came up for you?
Well, the first thing was harmony with our nation. I have my own community. I'm a teacher, and I'm hearing so many disparate, difficult, emotional processes regarding what's happening. And personally, I'm from the South, and so I'm an empath, and I can feel so much about what's going on. So harmony, like bringing in all these different levels of harmony on a multidimensional level. So that's the first thing that really came up for me. And the second thing that really came up for me is I'm personally in a process of launching my work more in the world. Like I'm actually in a process right now of it, and all these different things are coming up, invitations and whatnot, which is really beautiful. So I feel and sense and know that this work that I've been asked to nurture and bring forward is blossoming more and more as it moves out into the world. And there's more, but that's the big plan.
Beautiful. Maximum grace. Maximum grace for that. Who else would like to share what came up for them? Anybody want?
I could share.
Great.
I went through a little while back ago a major surgery and a major breakup, and so I've been working on finding my joy and happiness again. And so I'm just trying to, right now I'm working on my path to getting back there again, because I used to be so joyful and happy, and I feel like a lot of heaviness around me. So that's what I'm trying to work towards right now.
And what's your name?
I'm Beth.
Hi, Beth.
Hi.
You know, Beth is asking for more joy and happiness in her life. And that's a really good one to talk about for a moment. Because sometimes when we're seeing the world as so dark, right, as you mentioned, as Deb mentioned, the people that see the world as so dark, it's like, how dare do I dance or feel joy when there's so much pain in the world, when there's so much suffering? But many of the spiritual teachers that I admire say that in times of darkness is when we especially need to laugh and to dance and to play music and to bring the joy and the lightness into the world. That's a big part of the spiritual journey, actually. And for those of us that are teachers or wanting to raise consciousness or wanting to make the world a better place, I imagine almost everybody here, you're at a Soul Search Enlightenment Expo. So you're all people who want to make the world a better place. And you're all people who are making the world a better place. So I declare joy is allowed. Joy is welcome. Joy is needed. Joy is needed. And maybe let's even take a moment to look at what does each of us need to shift to allow ourselves to experience joy. What do we all need to lift? Is it feeling guilty? How can I experience joy when there's so much suffering? Is it, I've been wearing this scratchy sweater of pain for so long, it's kind of become familiar. I don't know, it's kind of scratchy, but I've been wearing it for so long, I don't know if I want to take it off. And if I take off the scratchy sweater, I'll be naked, right? So sometimes it's taking that scratchy sweater of pain and suffering off. When Barbara introduced me, she mentioned that my wife passed away, my wife died. And when we have a big loss, and I'm sure at this point all of us have lost a mother, a father, or even a spouse, finding that balance of, and I still miss her terribly, I think about her a lot, but I also celebrate the time that we had together. And I found that my favorite way of grieving is actually dropping into the joy of the time we spent together, right? Remembering that, so, on the flip side of grief is our pain is in direct proportion to the love that we're missing. So we can pivot into the beauty of the memory of the love itself. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So whatever we're longing for, like we see suffering and it hurts our heart because we long for harmony. We long for compassion. We long for love. And so if we pivot into the beauty of what we long for, the beauty of the love, the beauty of harmony, the beauty of compassion, that takes us out of the deficiency thinking and brings us back into what we're really longing for, which is the remembrance of harmony, the remembrance of love. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Who else would like to share the beautiful, precious jewels of their heart, the seeds? Yes, back here.
Hello.
Hi. And speak loud so our online audience can hear too.
Okay, I can feel it. I'm probably going to get emotional.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
I'm sudden.
Sudden?
Oh, it's like an intense cry.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you.
Go for it.
Thank you.
And recently emerging from a dark night of the soul. I've just gone through. Oh, thank you. Some public crying.
Oh, thank you. So your tears are completely welcome.
I feel very healthy too. And that's why I felt to speak because, I went through a time that my life just didn't make sense anymore. And so I took a completely different path. I quit my job. I gave up my place. I sold all of my belongings that I was accruing for 3 months. And it was, the 3 months there was one of the darkest times in my life. And I sat with it, and it was very lonely. And I learned more about myself than I ever have. And as you said, scratchy jacket, I just started recognizing the cumulative trauma and hurt in my life. And so that became my goal to heal. And so my wish was community. And there was an event on the 2nd of this month, similar to this, and I missed it. And on Friday, this event fell into my lap, and I just felt called to be here. And so and this is community. That's my deepest wish, to be surrounded by others that are just full of love and light and intention. And so, manifesting that it's becoming my reality, but I just wanted to put that energy back into the universe.
Oh, thank you. Let's all twinkle. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you for having the courage to express yourself so beautifully.
Thank you.
Really, and it really, who can relate to what she was sharing? Yeah. So you were voicing. You had the courage to voice what some of the more shy members of our audience are also feeling in some way. So thank you for that.
Thank you for giving me a safe space to share, everybody. Thank you.
Great, wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It is a time that we need to support each other. We've got to come together, and there's many ways to come together. I want to acknowledge all the people online that are coming together online because they can't physically come to the Enlightenment Expo. They live too far away or for whatever reason. And so it's a blessing when we can come together in person and even hug each other, And for those of you that are here at the Enlightenment Expo, there's so many wonderful psychics, healers, teachers. I know this community very well because Tanshila is one of my closest friends, and I've been collaborating with her really since she started Soul Search. And so most of the people that will be presenting today, I've met, or they've been on my show. They're wonderful. So there's a lot of wonderful teachers, healers that you're going to receive for those of you that are live. And for those of you online, we're going to be carrying, where we're sitting in this chair, starting with myself and going all the way to John Gray. John Gray is one of the great authors. In fact, for about 10 years, he was the best-selling author in the world. He was selling more books than any other author. He, of course, wrote Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and a lot of other books after that. I've known John for years. He's a great, great guy. And he's going to be here at 5 o'clock. So it's a full day of amazing presenters, speakers, and so on and so forth. I'm going to share about John something that he has shared publicly. John's father was murdered. Quite a while ago, John Gray, who's going to be speaking here, his father was murdered in a terrible way. His father, somebody robbed him, and then they put him in the trunk of his own car, and he suffocated. And I'd known John through his books, and then I attended a worldwide forgiveness day, and John was the keynote speaker, telling his story about having to come into forgiveness around the person who was responsible for a terrible way for his father to pass away. And so there's something about that theme of the heart breaking. You've had a heartbreak. I mentioned my wife passing. You've had a heartbreak. Who in this room's had a heartbreak? We all have. Everybody's raising their hand. I love what the great poet Rumi teaches us about the heart breaking open. And when heartbreak happens, it's an opportunity for our heart to break open. And we go into deeper compassion. We go into a deeper understanding of love. Who here is a fan of the poet Rumi? Oh, yeah, most everybody's raising their hand. Now, what many people don't know is what I'm about to share about Rumi's life, because there's an extraordinary thing that happened in his life where most of his poetry came from. Rumi was a very beloved teacher in Persia, which is now Iran. And when he was middle-aged, he was already very beloved. He had an ashram and a following. And he met a man named Shams. And Shams was a wild man. He was a drunk. He was outrageous. He was probably like, the Jim Morrison of his time, for those of you who know Jim Morrison of the Doors. I mean, he was just outrageous. And Shams just challenged everybody and everything and had literally gotten kicked out of other villages. He'd get, he'd piss everybody off and get kicked out of the village and go to the next town, the next village. So he shows up in Rumi's village, and he and Rumi fall in love. Now, we don't know if that love was physical. We know that they shared a deep desire to understand what they both called the eternal beloved. They both were seeking to find God through the mystical path. But there was something about Shams that so offended Rumi's son and closest followers that they hired thugs to kidnap Shams, where they took him out to the desert, and he was never seen again. This is all true story. This is all historical fact. When Rumi discovered the double horror that his beloved friend had been murdered, and that his own son and followers were the people who had done it, well, talk about a heartbreak. His heart broke wide open. He stood up and he physically started to just spin around because his world was spinning. He physically got up and he physically started to spin around the room. The whirling dervish tradition began that moment with Rumi spinning. He was the very first person to start the idea of spinning in dance, and in that state going into a higher state of consciousness. And in that higher state of consciousness, he made a profound choice. And that was to find his beloved, to find the eternal beloved through the pathway of the broken heart. So that's why when you read some of his later poetry, he'll say things like, "Stomp on the grapes of my heart and drink from the wine of the broken heart." And he's speaking from his own experience. And what's interesting about Rumi's poetry, he is the best-selling poet in America. A 12th century Islamic gay militant mystic is the best-selling poet in America. Now, there's got to be something to that vibe, right, that's working still 8 centuries later. But if you think about it, most of our greatest long-term teachers experienced great pain in their life. I mean, think about Jesus on the cross. Crucified, a horrible, painful way to die. And his last words practically are, "Father, forgive them. They know not what they do." Profound acceptance. Rumi, profound acceptance. Prince Siddhartha became the Buddha of compassion when he accepted there is suffering. And that's when he woke up. That's when he became enlightened. So when we can accept the pain, when we can accept and embrace the suffering, and again, my wife died in my arms, so I know what it's like to experience tremendous loss. And I want to say that when my wife took her last breath, I had a transcendental experience because I was so bonded with her. I simultaneously burst into tears for my own pain and her own bliss.
Yes.
Because as she left the body, I could feel her liberation. I could feel how liberated she was to be out of the cage that her body had become. And so when we can be in that state of radical acceptance, including our suffering, including our pain, as Barbara mentioned when she introduced me, I make my living as a coach. And what I've learned, because all day long I'm working with couples and families that are broken. I worked yesterday with a couple that divorced 20 years ago. And they finally, because they're much older now, he's dying, and he realized he wanted to have some resolution with the wife who divorced him. She divorced him 20 years ago, and she agreed. And so I was working with them. It was just yesterday. And always the highest form of love, I believe, is compassion. And the highest form of compassion is radical acceptance of what is. You don't have to like it. You don't have to condone it. But if we can accept it, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. And so whatever it is in our life, those people, your son, your daughter, your husband, your wife, your ex-husband, your ex-wife, you don't have to like what they did. But if you can accept this is what's happened, this is where we are. With compassion. Compassion for them and compassion for yourself. My mentor was the great Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, the founder of Nonviolent Communication. And his whole thing was he created nonviolent communication, also known as compassionate communication. And Marshall always said the greatest form of empathy, the most important form of empathy, is self-empathy. Self-empathy. Having radical acceptance for ourselves. Tears are so welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to conclude with two thoughts. One is most of us have regret. And often our regret leads to shame. We think there's something wrong with me because I did that thing, or I'm not doing enough. Or we have guilt. We feel bad about something that we did. Well, for those of you who have guilt, who here experiences guilt? Okay. For those of you who raised your hand, congratulations, you're not a sociopath. For those of you who don't raise your hand, no. We all experience guilt. And we experience guilt because we care. We're not sociopathic. We feel guilty because we care. Don't stay stuck in the guilt, because that's just going to overwhelm you. Drop into the beauty of your care. And if you feel bad about something you did or didn't do, recognize radical acceptance. In that moment, whatever choice you made was the best you could do in that moment. It was the best you could do in that moment. You were desperate for something, perhaps. You were scared. You were, off center. So radical acceptance for self is very, very important. And final thought, bringing back to what we started with, those precious seeds, those jewels inside of our heart. Hopefully you all have gotten in touch with some things that you're longing for. They're precious, they're jewels. And again, think of them as seeds inside of your heart. Remember that from a little seed grows a flower, grows a tree, grows something beautiful. Who here has seen grass or a plant that has somehow made its way through cement? Right?
Yes.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, whenever I see that, it's like, God bless you. You are the LeBron James of grass. Right? Just amazing.
Yeah.
But we all have that. We all have those precious longings that may start little tiny, but just with enough desire to reach, like Deb said, to reach the light. All plants, all trees, all life is reaching for the sunlight, reaching for the light. And we're all reaching for the light of love. For some of us, it might be reaching for the light, and we experience it through Christ or Mary Magdalene or our own higher self or our Buddha, whoever it is that you reach towards. And it's wonderful to have spiritual teachers or leaders. Martin Luther King, might be a person like that. Or it might be your own higher self or your own God self. I want us to just all have radical acceptance for our human self and reach for the light through whatever spiritual practice you have. Who here has a spiritual practice? Double it. Really, during these times of transformation, during these challenging times, because we are in a huge time of change, whether you want to see it from an astrological point of view, from a psychic point of view, from a climate change point of view, from a current president that's the great disruptor point of view. It's a big time of change. And what I've learned is people who have a spiritual practice make their way through change much more easily than people who don't have a spiritual practice. So if you have a spiritual practice, double it. If you don't have a spiritual practice, find one. And it does not need to be religious. It can be playing a musical instrument. It can be doing martial arts. It can be doing yoga. It can be meditation. For me, it's time in nature with my dog, who's coming out and greeting everybody right now. This is Jasmine Bear. She's very proud. She just got her spring cut. So she's showing off her spring cut. So I want to thank those of you in the live audience. I hope that you've gotten some wonderful tools. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your tears. And thank you to our beautiful online audience. And I'm going to turn it now over to our beloved Omashar for a closing song for our online audience and for everybody to listen to as we transition to another teacher coming in and taking my place here. Take it away, Omashar.
I am one with all feeling, and one with all love, one with all healing, and one with all. I am one with all feeling, and one with all love, one with all healing, and one with all. I felt alone for oh so many years, held my head high to hide the pain. Nowhere to turn, so to myself again I tuned my heart to the mother. I am one with all healing, and one with all love, one with all feeling, and one with all. I am one with all feeling, and one with all love, one with all one with all healing and one with all. The time has come to wake my sleepy head and peel back the sheets of illusion. The time has come to lift my voice once more and sing the songs of the new world. 'Cause we are one with all feeling and one with all love, one with all healing and one with all. We are one with all feeling and one with all love, one with all feeling and one with all and healing. La da 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 da. Time has come. Time has come.
Here comes Barbara.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray. the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the San Rafael Soul Search Enlightenment Expo. We're so happy and blessed and grateful to have you all here live, and to all of those who are live streaming, welcome. Can everybody in this room say hello to all the live streamers? Hello. Yay! You can feel the energy here. Just to let you know that we are all connected. We're all in the same space. We know there's no such thing as time or space. And so we're so blessed to have you here. I am Barbara. I'm, again, so grateful to welcome you all here today. And I'm so excited to introduce the next amazing speaker to you, Catherine Goldsby. Catherine is an amazing 5th generation Romani fortune teller with regular playing cards. She has been established in San Francisco for over 35 years, which is to the blessing of this beautiful city. Catherine teaches currently aura energy development to individuals, teams, and corporations. And today she is offering us the opportunity to come out of the psychic closet. Anybody here would like to come out of the psychic closet? I think, she's going to offer us today a fun, supportive opportunity to share our adventures in being sensitive people who are shedding the challenges of judgment and becoming more of our true selves to better serve our communities and the world. Nothing better than that. So without further ado, let's welcome Catherine.
Good morning. Thank you for coming on this beautiful day. All of us are magno-electric beings. So we are fully aware that we carry energy not just around the outside of our body, but every organ and every cell of our being has this natural spark. So while you think maybe that you're in an egg, you're in a bubble, you're already connecting with all of the people that are here in this room and next to you. If you're interested in standing, I would like to energize and ground the space. If you want to do it seated, you're more than welcome to do that. And this is stand-up comedy, so this is fun, you guys. You know, we got to roll with this. There you go. Can you whistle?
Pardon?
Can we get a little Sweet Georgia Brown going? Do-do-do. All right, so we're going to raise our hands up. We're going to get a nice big basketball of energy from between our hands. We're going to bring it down, 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 down. We're going to put that ball right here on our shoulder. Releasing negativity and judgment. Bring it across. Releasing all that static cling. We're going to bring it up again. And behind the head. We always seem to forget our backside. How to protect the backside too. Bring it up. Energy coming down, 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 down to the heart center. Love, I love you. I love you all so very much.
Love you too.
Down to the belly. Yummy, yummy, yummy. But now let's bring that ball over here. And over here. And do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. All the way around to the back. Good, you got to protect that backside at all times. Here we go. Up, 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 throw it away. Good job, have a seat. Or not, do whatever you want. Okay, there you go, beautiful. Hi. I cannot read your mind. I don't know all your dirty thoughts. Sorry. That's often what happens when you say, hey, I'm a psychic.
Yeah.
You know, and so as a Romani gypsy entertainer in wine country, I always just kept it very low key, you know, oh, it's not me, it's the cards. I actually have people draw their own cards when they do the spread, and I show them how to do it. So I've always played it down that it's not me.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens is they start to say, hey, wait a minute, you're starting to tell me something here. You're getting outside information that's coming in, and how could that have possibly been in these cards? I'm looking at how they sit. I'm looking at how they dress. I look at how they speak. Are they coming to me? Am I the authority? No, 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 never. So I was taught through my grandmother and my great-grandmother that I'm not the authority on anything. I'm providing you the gift that you already possess, right? It's all you the whole time. But then someone will say, are you a psychic? And I say, nope.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. The next words that come out are, but everybody's a psychic.
Mm-hmm.
So am I a psychic then?
Yes.
Yes, because everybody is. And so who is already working in the psychic arts here? One. Who knows?
Other than breathing, yes.
There you go. So that's what we're going to talk about today, is the difference between energy work and psychic work, or just a psychic life or an energetic life. And so we talked about your aura and grounding and bringing energy in and being magno-electric beings on a planet with a pole that's gradually shifting, and we got solar flares and coronas. You know, it's all going off and we're having to adjust. But even if you're not on board and you're not into this stuff, everybody is having to adjust. And so we're all adjusting to each other. I was here on Mount Tamalpais in the early 90s with the harmonic convergence. We had our drums and our crystals and the sun rose and all of that. And I feel like I've been waiting a long time.
Yeah.
That was the early 90s. Hi, come on in, have a seat. And here we are now. It's like, well, thank you for keeping our cosmic agreement. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here right where we are supposed to be right now. We are here now. This is it. Next frame, into the future again. So what's happening in science is a lot of talk about time, the loops of time, quantum physics, and all these words. And I could go into all of that kind of stuff. But that's what's happening right now, is that we're all getting this validation. The ancients actually knew what they were talking about. The astrologers, the herbalists, all these people already were living in harmony with nature. They were already channeling their ancestors, channeling their spirit guides. They were channeling the energies of the animals, the plants, and the earth. We have been disconnected. Here we are in this electric building on concrete. I like the natural fibers you have going on. A lot of us are, letting go of polyester. But what's happening is that everybody's disconnected from the earth all the time. We're in our car, we're in our apartment, we go to our job. And so if you feel that people around you are suffering from anxiety, this is this disconnection. And one of the most loving things that you can do is say, hey, let's go for a walk. The more that we can get ourselves outside and on contact with the earth, even if you've got the most plastic shoes on, just get outside, get around those trees, get near some water, especially. And so these are the kind of ways that you're going to be able to just be a regular person, still kind of in disguise, if that feels better, a little safer, to then help someone near you. The other thing that you can do, instead of saying, hey, don't chew your nails, is to say, hey, how's it going? Should we take a walk? Just be present. That's what we mean by being present. Non-judgmental, loving, energetic beings that can just hold space for someone. Just get out in that sunshine. I sell supplements all day long. That's my day job. We have a straight job is what we call it. And so I work in the healing arts by day as well. And people want that magic in a bottle off the shelf. And I say, how much broccoli have you had lately? You know, I can sell you these different herbs and tools, which is fine. Those are support. That's why it's supplemental, but it's not the whole package. And so here we are talking about the difference between energetic work, Reiki healing, massage therapy, acupuncture. Everybody find this spot right here. Get your fingers, 2 fingers. Give us a tap. Got any tappers in the room? We love a good tap. Okay, so this right here, this spot, this divot is our main chi connection to all of the other pressure points or points that they use in acupuncture, acupressure in the body. The more that you can do this right here, you're stimulating your kidneys. Sorry if you have to go to the bathroom after this. Kidneys, liver. All right, shake it out. We can be weird. It's fun. And so what's also going to happen is that you feel out of balance. You want to tap, and it's like, who's going to see me doing this weird thing? Who cares, right? Good point. Well, you might actually, by revealing your true self, open the opportunity for someone else to feel comfortable in being who they are. You know, you're sitting there at your desk making some kind of prana sign or whatever it is, you know, you're touching your third eye. They're like, what the heck? That gives you the opportunity to explain that kind of thing. Now, we have our different routines where we come into spaces like this and we feel really comfortable because we're gathering with like-minded folk. All my peoples are here. You know, we see all the crystals and beautiful things, but now we have to take this out into the world where everybody's waking up. We're all doing the work. It's happening even more than ever. And I have people coming up to me and actually saying, I see you, sister. They can like see that I'm on board. So what I was taught was stay in your egg, be protected, but you still have to be open and loving. You have to be ready to receive. You can't be completely shut off. And you can feel when people are completely shut off. And we feel for them, but that's their protection mechanism. And we all have that. How do you be both? Protected, but open and receptive. And then the other day I had someone named Ruti, hi Ruti, if she's watching, come up to me, meet me for the first time, and I felt like I was in an airport scanner. Wow. She was just pelting me. I was like, okay, girlfriend, you know, shields up, Scotty. So that's called psychic voyeurism. I did not give her permission to look at me that much. But that was a second thought. In other words, maybe I had. Maybe because I wasn't as guarded and protected, or maybe because I was so open and receiving, I allowed that opportunity to learn again. Once again, I got to learn something because everything's a learning experience. Every experiment has a result. It might not be the result you wanted, but you got a result, and so you can learn and grow from there. I did feel the need to shield, but at the same time, I wanted to give her the opportunity also to feel loved and accepted for who she was. And so some people talk about, you know, I tell someone I'm psychic and I lose a friend. That happens too, because it's just too weird for them. It's just too much. The coincidences keep happening. The synchronicities are on fire. Energetic work, again, I mentioned, you know, the Reiki, the acupuncture, anything that has to do with our force field is energy work. But now let's talk about being psychic. You're getting information from the outside. This is here you are, you're open and receptive or not. Someone's knocking on you. Hello, this is me. I'm going to talk to you now. Well, lo and behold, you really are all psychic. If you don't think that you are yet, it's just tuning in that frequency. You've been fuzzing out that radio for a while. You didn't want to hear it. You didn't want to know. So now we're tuning in just a little more, just catching that buzz. And it might be, oh, it's too much. And you back off again. And that's okay. You know, that's how a flower blooms. It goes big and then it comes down, big, comes down. Big, big, big. So your personality is being channeled. You are the angel being driving around in your body, and you are channeling yourself. That is psychic. Okay, so now, how do you know when you're channeling someone else? Who is that? Who's trying to get in here? What's going on? Metatron, hello. That sounds egoic. You know, that sounds like, well, who the heck am I to be channeling Metatron? Well, I can, and I do. So this is when we get into time-space continuum. What is God? And then that gets a little iffy there too, because some people don't want to talk about that stuff either, but they will. So we're getting there now where when they catch on that you're more open to it and that you're ready to discuss it, they really want to talk about it too. They really do. And there were years and years that I avoided using the word God. Tried to call it nature, which is true. I'm a pagan. I'm like a Stonehenge pagan. I'm not the Wiccan kind of pagan. I'm like full on. So that's one of the ways that we can use language, our language around those types of subjects. But I'm pretty sure that all of us are aware at this point that we are all one, and that we are division and a fragment, expressing these growth patterns and experiments through each other. And wow, sometimes it's a bummer. People die. Oh my gosh, who set that up? Here we have all these beautiful births and wonderful babies and children, and then there goes great grandma. We all go through it, and we have to love and support each other through it. We can't analyze someone else's process based on our perceptions, right? Our grief is our own grief. Our love is our own love. They may not grieve or love the same way. They've been grieving for such a long time. This is getting annoying. Well, that's them. And so that's part of this process of being psychic as well, is when we use the term sensitive. There's empathy, compassion, and being a sensitive. And so I'm from a full-on family of sensitives, where it didn't skip a generation. Sometimes we have, generational things where it seems like grandma had it and then someone didn't have it and then you did. Everybody has it on both sides of my family, but they had different ways of expressing it, of being honest about it or not. The bad news, the sad news, this is when I put my hands together. This is how I maintain my energy and my stress level, is that my grandmother on my father's side was channeling angelic forces and non-earth beings in the late 50s.
Wow.
And was put in an institution and given electroshock therapy.
Yep.
And so this is when we start getting into generational trauma. So there's DNA memory, then there's the stories that come down through families. So just know that today we're going to stay on the subject of coming out of the psychic closet. But when you see me in Rohnert Park in April at our next Soul Search event, I'm going to be talking about generational abuse and what it's like to grow up in a family where all this trippy stuff is normal or not. Maybe you were in a really conservative family and you were the trippy one. It can go both ways. Everybody can express it differently. My father was very psychic. He played it down. It was his mother that had the electroshock therapy. So because of that, he was like, nope, and she survived. It did give her epilepsy, but she was okay, and she stuck by it. She was Summer of Love, deep in Golden Gate Park. Here I am. So, and we were all in Marin County for a long time too. So we definitely had a lot of that influence. But Dad was an executive there at SFO. And so what he was doing is he was using his empathy, compassion, sensitivities, but also a certain boldness because of he was getting extra information to work his way up and become a high-end business executive because he managed his people so well. So there's ways that we can facilitate and use these arts in many, many ways. Now, when I became a deadhead, he wasn't too happy about that. Then my brother started going to shows, and my stepsister started going to shows, and I was just like, what am I gonna do? So there's other ways that we've had other influences. I worked for Ram Dass for 7 years. I worked for the Seva Foundation, creating those benefit concerts and lectures and things like that. A lot of people call me Shanti still to this day. When Ram Dass used to introduce me, he would just go, Shanti, just like peace, right? So there's that transition that we go through too. I didn't like myself very much, who I was before. I'm going through this awakening phase. I want to be new and different. Look at this beautiful new flower that just bloomed. I'm going to change my name. That's cool. You be you. We'll call you whatever you want if that makes you happy. And that's what it's about. The joy, the bliss, the costume of the usness that we wear. But now I'm back to being Catherine again, which is fine with me. It works for me in business as well. But as a gypsy, stereotypical fortune teller, I was wearing the clothes, being called Catarina Maria, which is what my family called me too. It's nice to hear that old Sicilian dialect, Catarina Maria. That everybody's a Maria in my family. I don't know if you have families like that, but Maria Angela, Maria this, Maria that. So when I learned more about my own genetics, my own history, and the history of those people in Sicily, and when they came to San Francisco, about how my family had to hide in the Catholic Church. They're very devoted to it, but it was to hide the paganism. They kept their skin lighter. They didn't go out in the sun too much. They spoke proper Italian and proper English. They didn't speak the Sicilian slang and the Romani dialect. Now, it would come out at Easter dinner with a little too much wine. I was like, okay, we see what's going on here. So then it was down to, me working private parties and things like that, and people saying, well, we want you to dress up. Well, I just wear like my regular old clothes. They're like, wait a minute, we thought you were going to dress like a gypsy. This is what gypsies look like. Now, of course, there's a lot of other DNA in me, and this is a particular area that I've utilized because of my look for an acting profession. It really is about acting. But what happens at these events is I'm doing readings for people, and you're welcome to join me here at my table today, is that the word gets out. Oh my gosh, this was so spot on. I loved it. They go tell a friend, and then I've got a line, and I've been sitting there for 2 hours in my blue Russian ice princess costume or whatever it is, whatever the theme is. And I just have to be like, stop. I got to take a little break for a second. But do know that this speaking engagement today and my future interviews are all going to be on my new YouTube channel. So I am One Gold Energy, and what has been going on is that we have these famous influencers, famous podcasters, and they're all interviewing pretty famous people. Yeah. We are not Bashar. Well, we are, but we're not. Not yet. So what I'm doing is I'm interviewing us regular folk to talk about this exact process that we're talking about today. And so we can do it by Zoom. We can do it in person. I've already done a couple, and I was pretty impressed what just on the fly came out, and I do have some notes here that I was gonna sort of follow, but heck, this is just channeling too. So sometimes it's better to just be in the moment, let it unfold as it is. Now, only one person raised their hand. Is she the one that stepped out that said she was actually working as a psychic? Is anybody working as a psychic? Okay. Does anybody want to come out publicly as a psychic? No. Okay. Do we have any questions? Not at all. How much time do we have? I have no idea. Yeah, question?
Talking about that balance between being protective and then expressing that openness. Do you have tools or measuring, how is it just a matter of
Sure.
words?
So what our friend is asking about here is how to regulate our own personal energy so that we can just move about freely in the grocery store or wherever we are and be kind of protected, because it feels like it's kind of icky out there and like we just don't want that stuff to stick to us too much. But yet we want to meet new people and make a friend over picking out potatoes or whatever it is and be like sister woman or brother man, you know. We've got a drumming circle coming up. You know, you want to meet those people. They want to find you too. So anything that you can learn about aura energy work, aura energy development, anything you can learn about how to clear your own negativity, how to empower your own energy, and mostly just feel confident through the 5th chakra. So that's what we're working on now. This is the age of, we're coming out of Pisces, full on Aquarius, the water bearer, the vessel. This is our vibrating vessel. You know, Pisces was like, oh, sides, different sides. Not really conflict, but, you know, very yin-yangy. Now we're like full on nurture, nurture, nurture. It's what it's about. Taking good care of yourself, taking good care of your friends and your family. And so, how will you feel when you feel that pelting feeling of someone penetrating your aura? What are you going to do about that? Do you know?
What am I going to do about it?
Yeah.
In the moment,
Sure.
I just withdraw from that situation.
Withdraw. Number one response. That's okay. Do it. If you feel the need to withdraw because something is just too much, it's overwhelming, I'm not ready to handle it right now. Some people say, I don't have the bandwidth. Okay. That's that I'm not in a position to receive. Where is the seed nurtured? Where does the lotus come from? We have to go into our own darkness. We have to go into the depths of our own soil and relax into accepting that that's okay too, to not be ready. But what if we are? And what if that friend is cool? Question?
No, I was going to say, doing this myself all the time because I'm wide open, but I'm learning to be better protected. I've had so many people teach me and then I forget, but whatever tools I use, I've gotten to the point now where through breath, I can ground quickly and I can throw out a white light or whatever far enough away and it's white. That's restoring innocence. It keeps the open part, but it also buffers me. But it after we listen to all this advice, we can find our own, but it does take even one deep breath and whatever tool you use, and that can be done quickly after you practice.
Very good.
And you find what works for you.
Could everybody hear that okay? Yeah. That was incredibly profound. That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you for reminding me about the forgetting that I forgot to mention about forgetting. We forget.
We do.
We get born and we're just this beautiful, glowing, fresh out of the womb, wonderful psychic being. And then, right? Sometimes we tune out, sometimes we don't. But a lot of times we do. We start to feel our grade school friends making fun of us for just looking for crystals in the dirt or whatever it is. Mine was drawing with chalk. They were all doing hopscotch. I was drawing mandalas and I did not know what they were, but that's what I was compelled, was to draw sacred geometry with my grade school chalk. And so it's fun to be the weirdo as much as you can. And so the more that you can nurture that, and remember just to take that breath. Yeah. Because a day is going to come when instead of retreating, you're really going to be there for someone. Because the reason that they're opening up to you, right, is because they need you.
Well, one more thing. What's happened recently, it just came, like things come, is this is who I am, and now I've claimed it with words, is that I've always walked around with tell me on my forehead, but all of a sudden I'm saying, well, no, I don't gossip, I don't do these things, but what do I do with it? Is that I'm walking around saying, tell me, trust me, is actually where I'm at. And I think that's telling me that I can walk around with tell me and maybe even save a life. And trust me is really important for them and me. I have to know I'm trustworthy, but also I'm now protected enough that I can really let tell me, trust me shine. But I needed this literally physically to know I was actually there. That just came, those two parts.
So let's talk about white, because there was the mention of white light. That is the speed of light. So in the aura energy work that I do, the first thing that we see, I've been able to see auras since I was a little kid, by the way. So I do have slightly different eyes. Some people say that I'm from the future. I say, no, I'm just an old animal. I'm just a cat in the dark. And I really can walk in the dark without a flashlight just fine. It kind of trips people out, but I actually prefer it. So what it is that instead of going, I want to see something, I'm trying to be psychic, like a cosmic dump. That's not how it works. Surprise. I know you knew that. It's the relaxation. White holds every color. All the colors of the spectrum beyond the rainbow that we can see, even more spectral light, including gold and silver, are in there. And the more that you can breathe deeply, the more that you can relax fully while you're picking out the potatoes at the grocery store and this person is starting to yap at you about that their mother's dying, whatever it is, you'll start to see colors when you slow down. Now I'm starting to get into energy work instead of psychic work, because the psychic work is when it's coming in from the outside and you're having to receive ancestors or guides or aliens or whatever you want to bring in. It's knowing how to do that. That is being psychic. We are all energetic beings in energetic moments, but you have to be able to see that person and see in their aura, because they're asking you to. They gave you permission, by the way. You're not being a psychic voyeur in that moment. Of like, oh, wow, their back is not protected or their knees are bothering them. Like other information will start to come in. And so that's when we're actually combining the energy work and the psychic knowingness of then, I'm thinking about it down here. My brain is receiving, sure. It's just a receiver. It's just a computer. Crown chakra's up here. We got this brain in our body through the pineal and down, but really in the belly of the fire of the thought of the creativity. How do I lovingly hold myself in this space? And how do I lovingly hold this person in this moment to bring it out and speak? I could run away and say, not today, go into the checker, get into my car. Or you can go ahead and engage. And so, reveal a little more about myself. I help settle in rescue horses. Horses that have been rescued, that have been relocated from a probably less than good situation or a very, very good situation. And they're retired and now they have to live here. Well, they had friends there and that was their home. Now they have new people that are very proud of themselves for rescuing a horse. So we know that a lot of it is the person, the people. People are like, how can you talk to a horse? How do you know? Well, that's the fun of it. They can't speak English words. I can speak English words to the horse, but who am I really talking to? Is the person. The horse and I don't need the English words. And I will even say things about the person that the horse is supposedly telling me just to get that person to laugh. I'm like, did my horse really say that? It's like, no, I'm just telling you that, you have your bridle on too tight or the lead is too short or they're scared of the sound of the thing that you're walking around in the circle or whatever it is. And so sometimes it takes repetition. But usually I can just have one session and it gets that person on board of figuring it out how to relate to their animal just a little better. Giant magnetic heart in a horse. They are healers for sure. But just like me, they get agitated, they get spiky. Do we have any Reiki people here? Yeah, plucking. Pluck, 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 right? And then we have little spikes and then we smooth our feathers. That's a great way to handle animals too. Dogs, I train dogs. I train dogs with no treats. Thank you very much. That's not what Mama's about. It's all about the love, where everything is good. And you can use this with grandma. You can use this with children. And it's that there's no bad children, no bad dogs, no bad grandmas. Because if they're doing the right thing that you actually desire them to do, then they are good, good, good. It's all good. Now, I help find missing people. So I've just very recently retired from working for the Department of Social Services in finding missing homeless people. It's dramatic. It does take its toll. And so what's happened with the electromagnetic shift that's been going on is that my accuracy has gone down as a remote viewer. So we go through that phase of like, we tuned out, we tuned back in. Now I'm seeing really good. Now I'm actually helping people. But there's the governmental side of this work. There's the police side of this work. But mostly there's the families. Okay. Some homeless people, that was my niche. That was my specialty. And this is all underground. This is without advertising or anything. It's just through a little psychic network of families that would like to find their homeless person so that they can help them. There's been some great stories in this work. There's been a few where as soon as I found someone, connected with him energetically, because I'm the one physically approaching this person to give them the news that there's loved ones and services available for them. He was on board, took a little walk, went to the family. They had their reunion moment and he was arrested.
Wow.
For not paying child support.
Wow.
Did I know that? Am I that psychic? No. I'm not that kind of psychic.
Is that why they wanted to find him?
Yes and no. They did want to, finger quotes, help him get off the streets and off of drugs and all that jazz. That was his process. That was his right. This is Earth. You can walk around Earth and do whatever you want within the guise of the laws that protect us. So I had to, really meditate on that, that it's helping these children that weren't getting the child support and that kind of thing. But really, I felt bad. I felt really bad. Another one, not so great. Again, wonderful stories, very good stories. One was a gal that did have some mental problems. She tried to stop a bus with her body to get on the bus with no money. That was kind of the time that we finally found out where she was and what was going on. Got her back home, got her integrated with her family. She was full on star language channeling. The people that do all the things with their hands and all the
Is that light language?
Light language. I call it
Yeah,
star language,
exactly.
but yeah,
Yeah.
she's one of those. And so what I had to help them with her family is let her do it. It's the land of we're not crazy. Well, it seems pretty crazy. And she was out of balance. So balance is key in everything. And so it was me working with her and the family, getting used to her coming out, but also how to getting her balanced back in. She ran away again. I found her again. This time it was a little easier. She didn't go as far. That, what we would call it maybe like our psychic agreement, that this was the game that we were playing in these roles of going through this. Brought her back the second time, medication. That was it. Psychiatric, full on medical.
Yeah.
She ran away again. I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah.
And so that was when I was just supporting the family, mostly the mother. of the guilt and the shame and the frustration and all the things that we go through where we think that we're helping someone, but yet we're all in this learning cycle, you know. So what made me finally retire was my first deceased, which I'd never had a deceased before. It's a pretty high profile case, so I can't really go into it too much, but it was in the news, especially in Sonoma County. They were certain that this missing man was in a particular area. And I let them know, no, he's in the East Bay. He's over by Mount Diablo under some leaves and wood and stuff. And that's kind of hard to see or feel. And how do I know? Yeah. Who am I to say that this is what I know? Well, they did not have the resources. They chose not to take dogs to that area. They did not really believe me because they were still so on that he must have drowned in the river or whatever it was. So again, what I've learned through this process is supporting these families. And that's actually what the heavens above brought to me, is that that's my actual role, is helping the people that are missing someone for some reason. Somebody passed away, perhaps. Someone is not being in touch. And I have this within my own family of people that aren't communicating well and that kind of thing. So it's interesting that as psychic as we think that we are, or evolved as we seem to be, we're a lot of times still going through a lot of the same stuff that we actually end up working on for someone else. Well, that's the lesson too, because it's going to help us full circle. So on our deceased friend, there was 2 children that were not getting their inheritance. They needed the money. The single mom needed the money. Again, here comes the money. Because if he would be declared dead, they would get their inheritance, but they weren't. They were keeping the case open way too long. Well, just in the last couple of weeks, they finally found him, and it had nothing to do with me.
Right where you said.
Yeah, right where I said. Now, do I get rich off of doing this? Nope. I do not charge a fee. When you come to my table to get a card reading, I do not have a placard that says how much it is. And this is how I was ethically taught over the course of, again, generational development, is to even say you're psychic and hang that shingle and put out that sign, to charge money, all of that really is not okay. But I'm here to help break that. I'm here to say you have worth, you have value, you had to drive here, you had to pay for your spot. It's okay to charge money if you want to set a rate and say $40 for 20 minutes or whatever it is. I'm still choosing not to, and I earn very well. And so that's my prosperity consciousness. That's my give and take. You know, if you can only give me $5 and we make some progress, great. I do very, very well. And so these families with the missing people or the horses or the dogs or whatever, we might just do a trade. I'm fine. They can just donate whatever they can afford. And that is great. When we start to get involved with laws, governments, paying taxes, oh, now I'm making money off of being a psychic.
Yeah.
How do you declare that? Okay. Did anybody come to my gathering today expecting a reading or hoping for a message from a loved one or anything like that?
No, but I would like one.
Always true, right?
Okay. So what it is that, you know, you're talking, I'm moving around, I'm looking at you, but I'm starting to see, as I relax and I slow down, I'm starting to see some things pop up here. And so just know that we are, again, in an electric building. I have this lighting. And you're so cute.
Can't help it.
You're just right here, yummy, yummy, yummy. Okay. I'll just say it generally that you're not crazy.
Thank you.
This is you're not crazy town. Okay. Not only are you loved and accepted and absolutely going through the process in the phase and the time of what is perfect for you, but it's going to escalate. It's going to start happening more. More people are going to come to you because you are here now, today, and at this event, and you're studying on your own. And what's happening is you're cracking your own shell. You're peeling away that exterior. It's crunchy. When a snake is emerging out of that old skin, it's uncomfortable, right? We kind of go through these phases of like, okay, this is so uncomfortable that I'm just gonna take a break for a minute. And that's okay. Could be a couple weeks, couple months. And then it's gonna get crunchy again of like, I am not being my true self. There's more damage that you can do by suppressing and pushing down who you really are. Literal disease can be formed from us not being our own true selves. Energetically, we want to flow better. We want to integrate. We really don't want to be alone. You know, that's the biggest crisis in humanity right now, besides sitting our butts behind those computers, is loneliness, where people feel separate and alone. Young people, what a crazy world to be in. I have no purpose. This all sucks. Why should I even be here? Elderly people, seniors, I've done it all. I've seen it all. I've seen too much. All of my friends have died. My younger family people, they don't even send me a Christmas card. Everybody's scattered across the country. Now we're scattered across the world. We're not living in those strong communal bonded situations like we used to be. Those people are also splitting the planet by their own hand. So there's the natural causes that we create. You know, we create our diseases, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
You got to get out of here somehow. But we still want to be lovingly nurturing and supporting everybody. So we're winding down today. I have time for one more question, if there is one. Yes?
I would like to ask, if it's not too personal, when you are dealing with these traumas of others, how do you protect yourself?
The way that I protect myself from the traumas of others is by gratitude. Thanking them for giving me the opportunity to learn and grow in love together with them. That is the most intimate, raw time for someone. And I have seen people die. I have seen, you know, a lot of things. We all have dealt with stuff. And wouldn't it be better to be more loving and grounded and accepting of their situation and your own, including apologizing? I'm sorry, I'm a little off right now. This is a bit much for me. Let's take a breath together. You're off, I'm off. Let's do this together. Again, I am Catherine Goldsby of One Gold Energy. You can find me at onegoldenergy.com. You can email me at Catherine@onegoldenergy if you would like to be interviewed to talk about your generational experiences and your growth in these times right now. And I'm going to head out to my table. I'm going to be doing some readings for people today, so you're welcome to join me there.
Is it one number or one O-N-E?
O-N-E.
O-N-E. Okay.
I love you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Take care.
you.
I love you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. You have my reading.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo in San Rafael. Welcome to everyone joining us live, and welcome to everyone joining us via live stream. Can everyone here in the room with us today say hello to all of our live streamers? Hello. It's just a reminder, especially with Yuri here, who you will have the blessing and pleasure to experience in a few moments. We are remembering that there's no such thing as time or space, and that we are all together on this journey, whether we are in this room or across the globe. And I feel very blessed to be here with you all, helping our amazing founder, Tangela, to bring you these Enlightenment Expos. We do at least one per month in the Bay Area. So stay tuned for our upcoming events, and just welcome. We hope we can provide a safe and sacred space for you all wherever you might be on your consciousness journey. And without further ado, because I want you to get the full impact, I am going to introduce Yuri Lee to you. Yuri has been featured in a variety of networks such as Fox 5, CBS News 8, KUSI Good Morning San Diego, et cetera, where she discusses and shares holistic health, nutrition, herbs and superfoods, mental health, emotional well-being, and spirituality. With the blessings of an Apache elder, she developed Vortex Breathwork. This practice incorporates holotropic breathwork with her own personally developed system of highly effective light code meditations, which she channels through her own traveling journey through multidimensional time and space. Today, Yuri is going to take us on a past life regression and time traveling journey as we discover the significance in those practices in healing past wounds and patterns. It is a profound experience you are all so blessed to be a part of today. And without further ado, let's welcome Yuri.
Thank you. Just the one thing that I did want to clarify is that this one is a lecture. This is a workshop, and I'm introducing all about past life regression and time traveling, and the methods how to do that. We are not going to time travel right now. just so you know, okay? So my name is Yuri, Moon Priestess. As she mentioned, that I practice different types of shamanic ceremonies and practice, very concentrated from my life in Sedona, and that's where I got to open up and start understanding the law of the universe and time and space and the energy. However, I am actually clinically certified hypnotherapist by trade, and I hold 7 different types of modality as a certified practitioner. Anywhere from holistic lifestyle coach, emotion coaching, breathwork facilitators, and then hypnotherapy, inner child healing. All of those I practiced in Sedona for private retreats. I started my journey when I was 35 years old, as my soul was crying for something other than the life that was given to me. I was working as a fashionista in downtown LA, and I was doing fairly well as a young woman and created substantial incomes, apartment on the beach, and a great lifestyle. But my soul was aching. My soul was sort of crying, which a lot of people experience these days as well. And that got me to re-engage with my challenges at the time and revisit what's going on with my life that I'm not fulfilled, also not fulfilled in my relationship. Because in my mid-30s, everybody at the time, that was almost 20 years ago, everybody started asking about what is wrong with you that you're not getting married? Why don't you have a boyfriend? Why are you single? And those type of very known questions hit me to I actually understand, like, actually, what is wrong with me? I mean, I'm not like a bad looking person or extremely overweight or have no job. I'm not a loser. So what is going on with me that I cannot attract someone into my life? And that got me to revisit, because I questioned God. Like, what's going on, God? What's going on with my life that everyone at the time was getting married, having a kids, and in my mid-30s, I don't even have a boyfriend. And because of some of the practice that I started the meditation, deep meditation and prayer, I got to actually surrender to the ideas and kind of step out of what was given to the young woman in our late 20s and 30s as you have to get married. And I accepted the possibility of I could get married, I could be single for the rest of my life. God, whatever you have on me, I surrender, I accept. And at the time, surrender wasn't even a popular word. I basically sort of let go of the social expectation, the family expectations, who I needed to be. And that sentence that I put out to the God, the universe, or divine, or whatever you call it, respond to me in a way that was life-changing. So I was in this room, air conditioning room, traveling in Florida with that consciousness going through, just a working trip. In the middle of the night, I'm dreaming or waking. I don't know what's going on, but I am engaging different energy than what I'm used to. Whether you call that phenomena or ghost or spiritual awakening, I engage the God presence along with angels and demons and several other entities that showed up in my somewhat a dream state, waking me up. And I did wake up, and it wasn't going away. I wasn't dreaming. It was happening in real life. My bed wasn't moving. I felt like I was experiencing exorcism. And I was, because when you're unawakened, the dark forces, they don't care really about what you do. And when you are coming out of matrix, that's when the battle starts within our energetic field. The pull gets much more intensified. And it's the battle of the ego and higher self, basically, now that I understand. But at that time, it was the energy of angel and demons. And fighting over my soul, fighting over, don't go that way from each other. And that's when I experienced in my body was soaking wet. I was detoxing and sweating all through the night. And it could have been 2 hours or 3 hours, something like that. And when I again surrender, okay, whatever it is, I will stay with the light. And that sentence that I have given finished the battle. And there was this sense of peace that I experienced. There is also a sense of this multidimensional experience, because it's something that I only saw from the movie that I'm experiencing in my real life. And from the time I started to hear God's voice, at the time I called it God voice. God never really answered me when I asked him at the church praying, am I gonna meet my next husband? But suddenly when I surrender, that I let go, whatever on my path I accept, God starts speaking to me. And the voice was, stop what you're doing and go out and help heal others. At the time, I wasn't sure. I did not even know the words of a healer. And I didn't really know how to do that, because I thought the healer was basically the doctors and nurse, and maybe some acupuncturists, since I came from Korea, and that's some practice that we actually have very much as an first choice to treat symptoms. So I actually considered, do I want to go back to the school for acupuncturists? And I felt like I'm already in my mid-30s. How do I go back to school? Homeopathic, I consider all of that. A week later, as I'm navigating, I met my ex-husband, and we got married and got 2 children. just a week later, that phenomenon. And my healing journey started. My journey of healing started, understanding what is healing, because I had this husband who was suffering from extreme PTSD from his childhood. His anger issues were very unpredictable and unmanageable, and to heal him and also to not break our marriage, we went around and walked into these type of events. Conscious Life Expo, we actually traveled the world to find the cure, because it wasn't on my path to get divorced. I came from Korea, from my country. If you get divorced, you're red marked, not acceptable. My mom still don't talk about I am divorced. So it's something that was very shameful, even for 10 or 15 years ago. It was not very common in my cultural base. So I wanted to save it as much as I could, and I actually ended up becoming a healer. And that is the reason why I studied so many different things, because I wanted to save our marriage. Rather than saving our marriage, what I experienced throughout the journey was my body got sick because I was not treated as first. And it was all about treating him and taking care of the kids. And after 10 years of the marriage, my right side of the body almost became paralyzed. And the last healer at the time warned me that if you really care about your children, you might want to consider looking at what's going on in your personal life, your relationship, because I've been treating you for almost 9 months and you're not getting better, you're getting worse. He was a gua sha healer, and physically the gua sha removes the blockages in your physical body that opens up. So if you have but inflammation or circulatory illnesses, it heals. It helps. It helps heal. But it was beyond the physical, because I wasn't a very sick person with bad lifestyle habits. I'm not overweight. I don't have a very, very stressful job, and I should be healthy in my early 40s. So why do I have to go see acupuncturist, massage therapist, chiropractor every weekend to be normalized, which doesn't even work? It will last for 2 days and I would go back to same by Friday. And I was going to see a massage therapist every weekend. And that's not just my story. I know it's a story of many. And this is when I navigated to understand what is going on. I eat very healthy, organic food. And like, why am I getting this? Like he said, there was deeper root that is causing for me to being sick, for someone who used to be called Mrs. Hersna. So with that advice, I called it off and again surrender. It was a very hard decision to surrender, because that was in my mid-40s. And I'm like, okay, I am getting divorced in my mid-40s. Who's going to love me? Am I going to be single for the rest of my life? That question came back, what I was struggling with in my 30s. And again, I decided to surrender. If that is what I meant to walk, being a single, I accept. What am I going to do? Am I going to control the situation? I will accept. And I moved away from the marriage and wanted to find a way for me to be well. immediately freed me up, and I got healthier, and I started to exercise again, and I walked the path as a Mrs. Health Nut. And I have actually YouTube channel at the time I created by offering healthier food, sugar-free, gluten-free type of food versions back 10 years back. And was getting a little success, as she mentioned. I was getting on a TV and cooking all the healthy food and sharing that. And that's when I also noticed, as I started dating again, I was attracting similar type of energies again. I was attracting very similar, emotionally unavailable, immature energies, selfish energies, basically emotionally unavailable men. I was still attracting that. I got very frustrated, and that's when I met God again through plant medicine journey. So it started 8 years ago, although I was first engaged ayahuasca about 18 years ago with my husband. Remember, I was saying we were going around and we experienced all the plant medicine from 18 years ago. Ayahuasca, San Pedro, peyote, mushroom. There was nothing that my husband did not try. I didn't try, but my husband tried everything. So I was able to look at all these amazing things that is being offered. We're trying, but it still got me sicker, and the relationship still didn't work out. But when I actually re-engaged and tried it for myself for the first time 8 years ago, that's when the God who showed me in my bedroom in Florida came back again and said the same thing. Stop what you're doing and go out and help your people. And that's when you will be healed. So I took that pretty seriously, and I've been on this plant medicine journey for the last 8 years. Every month I would participate on plant medicine journey of some sorts. And I've been also facilitating people as I was sort of becoming a 100% healing practitioner throughout. And I saw all the goods and bads of a plant medicine ceremonies, all the good and bads of all that is offering as I was becoming a hypnotherapist. And as a hypnotherapist, I started working for a retreat centers in Sedona. That's where I practiced all of the regression therapy, inner child healing, past life regression, breathwork ceremonies to help heal people from all over the world. The center that I used to work for is called Sedona Soul Adventure, and it's one of the most world-renowned private retreat center in Sedona, where these people who's coming to the center, they have no problem with the money because they would throw $5,000 to $10,000 to come for 3 to 7 days of a retreat. But they have a problem as well. The problems with the health, a lot of the challenges physically, and a lot of relationship problems. And some of the purpose issues. But mostly it was their health and the relationship. Health, obviously, is they're not healthy. They're wealthy, but they have not taken care of their body. Relationship, under certain conditions that we live through, they're still, if the couples are coming, they're still married, unhappy, they're living like a roommate. Some of these couples who are not happy in their relationship would not have sexual relationship for 15 or 20 years of their life. Women, very successful women would come to this retreat alone as a single. And the questions that I get is, I'm successful, I'm good looking, like I feel like I was hearing that before in my life. Same thing, like why can't I meet somebody? All of these were presented, and how as a retreat center would treat them was to regress back to their past lives. 90% of our practice that we are privately designed, custom designed for all these people coming to the retreat center were healing their inner child, healing their past lives. Just we call it differently, and the modality looks slightly different, but it was all about healing your past, because every conditions that you're dealing with at the current moment, whether it's your physical challenges or relationship challenges or anything you're struggling with, it had to come from the root. The root comes from your past, right? So if we don't go and understand why the root was created, then you can do 100 sessions of Reiki, you will still deal with it. Well, there are a few people who heals with it, but no healer can heal you by performing the sessions. Even plant medicine they will show you, but they will not heal. Like, you actually have to understand the root so that you can navigate, discover the cause, your belief system, which is the most important thing. The belief system is how we land with the situation. My belief system on my body stems from certain belief system that I've been carrying from this lifetime and your past about how I am not worthy enough. Conscious mind does not believe that. In conscious mind, I'm like all this very confident woman, and I did not think of me as I may not look like a supermodel, but I think I'm pretty okay person. Subconsciously, if you start navigating and understand your subconscious belief about who you are, the most amazing, beautiful model from Hollywood will say that I am not good enough and beautiful enough. That's why I'm single. It will come out from the sessions. Amazing. The supermodel with the 6 feet and then just perfect body, an amazing face would come and struggle with the relationship and have a challenging finding somebody, or always in the toxic relationship. When we start regressing them back to their past, 100%, she doesn't feel worthy of love. 100%. So stem within her from an incident from your past, right? And then immediately we get to find out from your childhood, because basically the current relationship dynamic you're dealing with is actually a copy, duplication of what you were dealing with when you're a child with your parents. Either you're copying what your parents did, or you're copying what you were with your parents. You're marrying your parents is very common in these days, that whether you understand it or believe it or not, that's what's going on. And because we don't necessarily have a holistic way to navigate other than really past life regression, then people just want to heal it through talk therapy. And conscious mind, which only plays 5% of our life as an operating system, you're just right there on the surface and you're not going to the root of it. The conscious mind is unable to access the root. You have to find the root from subconscious state, theta state, to understand where it comes from. Otherwise, you're just doing the same thing over again. That's what I was doing with my physical therapy. I'm just touching the surface, bandage over and over again, until I got to understand what was my core wounds that is residing within me. So I grew up with this most beautiful woman in my country. She could have been a Miss Korea. She's very beautiful, a lot beautiful than any of her daughters. She had 3 daughters, including myself. And I was born as a first daughter in my country. Back then, even though it was a lot modern, we were still disappointed when I was born. Oh, She's a daughter, but with a very disappointing energy behind, because there is this consciousness of we must carry on our bloodline was so distinguished. I could hear it when I was regressed back, when I was born, a 1 minute year old baby. Oh, I better act as a son, otherwise I won't be loved. That belief system would be created. And then how I ran my life was like a masculine. I did not want to be controlled by a man. I needed to be the man. I wore the pants in my marriage. I was so independent as a modern day working woman, and I did not want to be treated as a woman. I would open the door myself on a date because the wound was so deeply embedded in me that I need to play the boy that my parents were disappointed. It's just a one wound. The other biggest ones that I suffered from was my mother, how she was being, she wasn't very narcissistic or bad person at all, but because she was so beautiful, and what a little children saw of her mom was, oh, if you are not beautiful, she's not going to be treated that way. Because what I'm observing is how people treat her based on her outlook, her beauty, how she dressed her, and she gets energy from how she's being treated. And that becomes my wound, which I never understood that. I thought it was a great thing in conscious mind, but that became my biggest wound. So I can attract people into my life because I never thought I was good enough or beautiful as my mom. And it would create certain blockages for me to be able to engage with people. And I ended up marrying my mom. My ex-husband was this most gorgeous man that you can meet. When I met him, I was like, oh my God, I cannot even be with this person. So too gorgeous, too handsome. Everyone is just drooling over his look. He was a model, supermodel at the time as a male. And obviously, what happens? I am married because my wounds are being reactivated in that relationship so that I can learn through. But I did not know all of these things until I started practicing past life regression through past life regression therapy or breathwork ceremonies. Those were the two that I engaged first that was showing me all about how it's relating my problems or challenges with my childhood. And then it doesn't even start from there. It starts from my different lives from my past. Not only from my countries, but in different country, different background, different star system. So hundreds of years ago, or thousands, I have one client who did a regression that I don't know where it's coming from. I feel helpless. That was his biggest wound. I just feel helpless. Whenever I want to do something, I can't because I feel like I don't have help. His past life regression was this. He was like some sort of an alien from a star, and he landed alone in one of the deserted star, and there was nobody there. So he ended his life there because no one came. It's an accident, and then he created this big. That's when he stemmed his belief system. I have no help, and then he would carry that on earthly life and going on. So with that, I understood as I navigated my past lives over and over again, just different country, different beings. But the storyline, the pattern is the same. I am not worthy. I must not be worthy. I am alone. That's my other thing that's combined. I am not worthy and I am alone. Combination of those two create for me to be alone and being alone is what I'm much more used to than being in a relationship with others, because I never had that on my soul's journey. So to hear that out, plant medicine again was the most helpful. It is the most powerful as a practitioner who practice all these different modalities and engage in Sedona is the center of the spirituality. And I met all the world-renowned healers of the world in Sedona. And they're great. All the modalities are helpful. And some people are at where they need to be with those modalities. In my opinion, the plant medicine was the most powerful modalities for me to actually go back to those time and being able to engage, because I'm in this different brainwave, different frequency, different dimension, and the understanding comes out of it is much more powerful than obviously any kind of session performed from just the conscious mind. So that's what I thought that I was going to become. It was an underground therapy, and I engaged and I did the training to become the plant medicine facilitator. And then I got this calling from Sedona that, okay, Yuri, it's time to go back to LA. The God spoken again as I had achieved a certain level of practitioner in Sedona, doing full moon ceremonies, breathwork ceremonies, and private retreats. And I am shocked. Okay, now you want me to go back to LA? I just moved back from LA to be at more of a beautiful place and don't deal with all the mess in LA. And you want me to go back to LA? But door opened up for me to be able to go back to LA, to make the long story short. And I moved back, letting everything that I practiced and built in Sedona as a practitioner. And I moved back to LA. And when I moved back to LA is when I got to engage another mushroom that I actually never got to meet. But we actually had these in our children's storybook and our phone as an emoji, called Amanita muscaria. So they appear to me as I'm trying to navigate, okay, what do I do in LA? Because there's no retreat center in Los Angeles, but there are a bunch of people. So what do I do next? I started to go to like yoga studio, try to see if I can do some breathwork ceremony, try to build private practice. And introduced by this magical mushroom and start having a relationship with the spirit of the mushroom. You know, the mushroom, they all have spirits. And I start kind of engaging, like I have an engagement with the divine. I start having a relationship and building a relationship with this Smurf-like spirit. And they start they're very demanding actually, for me to take certain path. And creating a product line wasn't something that I had in mind. I already created some mist and oil blends from Sedona practice. So I have some of that in my table if you like to come by and check it out, like a sacred oil and mist for clearing and all that stuff. But I wasn't interested in creating a factory, like production of a mushroom product line. It was never something that I desired for, but that's what I'm doing now. And then how they are navigating. I just received a bag of this tea at the time when I first received from this Siberian Russian man. And after that, he took off and then he's gone. And then I'm just start having this relationship with them. What are you? Who are you? And they will come back with me an answer because there's no documentation that is reliable on this mushroom existing in our society for some reason. For some reason. So I start navigating, I start searching, reading books and I searched everything that I could from online. And as an energy reader, I'm getting more of, I don't think it is what the Google says, what it is. I'm getting more like, this is actually something that we've forgotten, but very powerful source for us to be recognized at this time where we are in need the most. What do we need the most? You know, where we are with our emotional state of the world in America, that depression and anxiety and ADHD rate is skyrocketing. Every fairs that I go, everyone is either suffering from depression, anxiety, and sleep issues. Not to mention about their physical challenges, degenerative heart attack, heart issues, organ issues, all that on top of that, which I knew about that as a holistic lifestyle coach, that we are in trouble with our physical state. But now emotional state is just going skyrocketing, and they actually have the way to help us to regulate our nervous system. It's almost a miracle when someone suffering with anxiety and start taking it, and they are becoming very calming. People with sleep issues, they tried everything and it works. Anyone who is suffering from sleep, please give it a try because it works. And that may be the reason why they were taken away. Or what else could have been? So my search was deepening, and it kind of made sense as understanding more, talking to them more, and it clicked me why they disappeared. So the mushroom is actually the Santa Claus and reindeer mushroom. The story of Santa Claus isn't actually a man bringing the gift and you're sleeping, and the energy of the theme of this Santa Claus and reindeer is that red and white comes to your life. You're having some kind of relationship with them. They're gonna watch if you did good for a year, and over the solstice, you are dreaming as you're sleeping, and you wake up, and then you are gifted with happiness, right? Isn't that the story of Santa Claus, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they deliver. Red and white, and we do ceremony every solstice. And if you are in needed, shamans from Siberia or even any other countries from our ancient country would perform ceremonies. Shamans and the priestess and priestess will receive the guidelines and will guide people through to remove the darknesses and the fear out of you as receiving the dosage of the mushroom. And as you're taking it, the fear starts diminishing as the spirit of the mushroom will take that away, as that is the mushroom of the Smurf mushroom's purpose. All they want to do is take the fear out of you so that you will be in peace and happiness. And you wake up in the morning and just feeling refreshed and just like, oh, I'm very chill. I'm not really worried about anything anymore. Is the energy the mushroom has been bringing in. I suffered with anxiety because I was in a battle with my ex, with my marriage and divorcing twice, actually, to be honest with you. To talking about the pattern, after that battle of my marriage and divorced him once, and I thought I was healed, I remarried him a year, 2 years later. That's how the cord is so strong that you thought that you're healed, but do you know how many times people go back to their toxic relationship? Because our karmic cords are just so strong. And there are, even after the second divorce, do you know how many times I actually considered maybe I should go back because life is hard and right? And I feel like no one is helping. So after 7 years of my plant medicine journey, although I'm awakened and I'm walking on my path as a healer and doing all sorts of good things, and I still struggle with attracting same type of energy as a partner, narcissistic man, unavailable man, and there are a few things that I struggle myself with. That as I start microdosing the mushroom, since they wanted to work with me as my assistant and understanding what they were doing, by doing anywhere from microdosing to microdosing for last year, 2 years, that a lot of my subconscious shifted. Not quickly. It's not quick. It's not something that you can expect to be done in a week. But as I start having them in my life, there are things that I was never able to really think or allow myself to stop. There are addictions. We play a lot of this addiction with us knowing or not knowing, that I had myself as with, like dieting. Yeah, everybody diets. Everybody diets because they have this belief system that I'm not good enough, right? I had that too. And I lived my entire adult life dieting. And I have the addiction, the sugar or dessert addiction when I am upset. It's one of our patterns as well, right? All these patterns that I did not want to share with others, and now I share it because I'm still healing with it, but I'm amazed with certain food that I used to just like cheat on, because I shifted it a lot as a health practitioner, but I still would go and cheat with some sugary food and ice creams and candy bars from time to time. And then we were allowed, but it's like just one day, I'm like, wow, like it's a cheat day. I can cheat. Let's just pick whatever I want. It's a cheat day. But I don't have the desire to cheat anymore. It's working for addict, drug addict, people want to quit smoking and drinking, type of this sex addiction. People are getting results. So one of my teacher called, she's a PhD, Dr. Baba Masha, who actually I learned a lot from. She actually tested on almost 20,000 people up in Russian, European region. As they grow up very much so, they would harvest, and then they were doing all the microdosing experiment for last 3 to 5 years. 90% people are getting positive results as they incorporate this mushroom into their life. The number one, sleep, again. Number 2, anxiety and depression. 3, skin healing and pain. And then various of many things. So her book is a little bit, it's written 2-3 years back. So I basically wrote with all the engagement I've been having for the last 2 years. Everyone asked about the mushroom, where is it coming from? Along with my story, I wrote a book called Healing with Amanita muscaria. First, I wanted to write about Amanita muscaria. I wanted to write just the ebook a little bit about, because there is no documentation. Wanted to just give a good feedback and write information on it. So there is a recipes, there is direction how to take it, and all my experiences how to incorporate into your healing journey, or the data that Dr. Baba Masha actually written on analyzation of the mushrooms, are all written here, rewritten, so that it's easier for you to understand. My practice of how to navigate the core wounds, you can some of them you know right away, oh, this is my ones, and how to navigate out. Wanted to create something rather than seeing you in a session that I have to charge $200-$300 for one past life regression. I dedicated a lot of my work in the book that is just $20. Just by reading it, you will have something that will touch your heart, because you may feel something similar from your experience or your partners, and it became a book of me and Amanita that I basically just launched yesterday. I just did a book signing in Santa Monica bookstore called the Mystic Journey Bookstore, where I work as a reader, and very successful, very receptive of people wanting to understand the mushroom and open to it. Because again, when you Google this mushroom, it's going to come out as a toxic and deadly, but obviously it is not. It's such a misinformation that they write it based on just what do you call it, toxic, because you vomit. All the plant medicine you take, you're gonna have this kind of side effects, whether you call it vomiting or purging. Purging is the main thing the plant medicine does. And because it will do that, you want to call that toxic? I don't think so, because all the plant medicine you purge. You purge because it's been blocked, and plants and mushroom are toxic, so you're purging. Plant medicines are opening your path so that you start flowing it again. So they have this amazing information that we can bring it into our subconscious, where you may not even need to go to ayahuasca ceremony. I used to promote ayahuasca ceremony all the time, which I still do. If you have a great practitioner and center that you can go to, please do so. It's a great experience. We all know about it, and why not? You're a human being living in this lifetime. Once in this lifetime, go ahead and experience it. If you find a great practice, because there are still a lot of practice, just like everything else on the earth, that because it's powerful, they're all good and evil, exist at times. So you want to be careful with that. But it will actually give you, in my opinion, whether if you choose to work with the Amanita as a microdose, which is so, like, there is no effect. You're not going to throw up having a tiny bits of this, and then having it as your emotional support and spiritual vitamins. We don't have the vitamin C. We don't take vitamin C looking to feel like differences overnight, right? We take vitamin C because we understand the need for it for physical well-being. And we take it, and then people who take it for 3 years, they're different than people who don't take it and eat junk food, right? Mm-hmm. It's very similar to that. The sacred sacraments that all our ancestors, which is in the storybook as well, about where it was, wherever we had temples and sanctuary or church, they all used it. It was only put away because those smart spirits will give you loving energy. And they want to accomplish the mission of getting rid of the fear. What happens? We don't have fear. It's very difficult to control the human beings. That is the reason why they were disappearing from our history. At the same time, our storybook, our fairy tale books, story disappeared because it was ordered. Just like we all now, like, is there going to be a World War I world order happening? Yeah, just like that. We did that. We did that with the fall of Atlantis. We did that when the mushroom disappeared and we start having a World War I and II and all that, right? We did that. And we're doing it again right now. I'm in a battle because I'm the carrier of this mushroom. So pharmaceutical does not want this to get out. So I'm in battle with that, but I cannot let it go. If I let it go, I feel like I'm going to give it up. So I'm carrying it, even though I'm in danger. So I would love to have you guys check it out and give it a chance, start having some relationship, and either expand your consciousness to another level or heal yourself. And would love to have you join me as in collaborators to make the world a better place. So that's about my presentation. If you have further questions, I have a booth inside. You can come and try all my mushroom tincture, flower tinctures. There are mushroom coffee that is delicious. And I'm sampling all of that. So I invite you to come. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there.
Tell me how make sure I pronounce your name. Perfect, that's right. Hello, everybody. Hello, live streamers. Hello, everybody here in the room with us today at the San Rafael Soul Search Enlightenment Expo. We feel so happy and grateful and blessed to have you here sharing your journey with us. And for those of you live streaming from around the world, we feel you here. We know there's no such thing as time or space. We are all connected in this space together. Thank you for sharing your journey with us, especially on such a beautiful day here in San Rafael. We have other expos coming up. Make sure to check our schedule. We do at least one a month in the Bay Area, and we're always so happy to see returning family members. So thank you once again. My name is Barbara, and any questions you might have, I'm here to answer them. And again, welcome. And we have a few more people coming in, and I am just feeling so blessed to introduce you to Anastara Ka. Beautiful name, and there is a history behind that name, which I'm sure we will find out about very shortly. Anastara is a multi-dimensional being in service to humanity's awakening. She has a myriad of credentials that kind of are about as long as my arm. They include a BA in psychology and philosophy. She is an advanced healer in many modalities. Oh my goodness, it just goes on and on. You can check out her profile on SoulSearch.io where you can connect with her. She's also the Golden City Ambassador and Intuitive Channel. Today, we are going to experience the phenomena of you're not crazy, you're just awakening. We're going to realize our full potential and rise into our empowered leadership. Anastara is dedicated to supporting individuals in their awakening journey and helping them step into their highest timeline. And speaking of highest timelines, you can feel the vibration here in the room, and I hope you live streamers can feel it as well. I'd like to introduce to you Anastara. Thank you.
Hi, beloved. You want to take a moment and stand up with me? We've all been sitting a bit today. I just want to get in our body. Let's ground in. I'd like to take a power stance. Whatever feels good to you. Hand on heart, one on belly, power stance, and just take 3 deep breaths in a pose that feels good for you. This is how we get into our empowerment and our confidence. Yes. And again, really embodying it. So good. Yes, thank you. So I know some of you are here because you may have been judged by others as crazy. Right? I mean, it's a common theme in our family, our galactic star family, and those who feel like we are on a mission for something more. Something more. Yeah, it's true. And if
I don't mean that in a mean way,
it's
but,
okay.
you know,
Yeah.
That's kind of.
Yeah. Or your old life doesn't make sense anymore. You're in a job that with a boss that doesn't appreciate you.
But I feel for those that feel that.
Exactly. Yep. And your relationship might be suffering, or you're in a home that you don't resonate with anymore. These are all things that we are going through in our awakening process as we raise our vibration and frequency. Old things don't align anymore. And it's just like a radio station, right? It's like your frequency is going up, and yet that old station, that more stagnant 3D round station just isn't connecting anymore. And so how many of you feel like people have said you're crazy? You start seeing and hearing things. They're like, oh, what? You're talking to aliens now? Or whatever it is your story is. Yeah? Can I see a raise of hands? Yeah? Okay. Well, this is a safe place. And today I wanted to start off by sharing with you that basically I want to share my story and my struggle with finding myself, stepping into my confident leadership, and really the journey of my awakening. And so my name is Anastara Maka. I'm the mother of 1111 Unified and Ascension University. And my life is amazing right now. I have wonderful clients in the university. I'm witnessing their growth and transformation daily. And my husband and I have been together 21 years. Our son Cadence is 9, and we travel often together. So I make my own schedule, and I really just live my life on purpose and feeling fulfilled because I'm fulfilling my mission. And so, well, previously I owned 2 businesses. One of them was called Holistic Hooping. Yeah, I said it, hooping, hula hooping. Yeah, that thing, right? And Holistic Hooping, I taught a modality called Kundalini Hoop Dance. And it was all about clearing your chakra energy using that spiral energy of the hula hoop. Well, lockdown happened. How many of you, your whole life changed during lockdown? Yeah? The whole world took a breath. And at that moment, when all the live events ended, all the festivals, all the retreats, all the, live events, suddenly my business had no business. And I began to go through a dark night of the ego. I say the ego because I believe that the soul to already be pure and whole. And so my identity as Candace, founder of Holistic Cooping, that was my birth name, came to an end. And I felt lost. I felt confused. I really don't know what was going to be next for me. And one day, I was in the garden with my husband. We had been arguing more often. There were things to fight about. And one day, he looked at me and he's like, well, what are you going to do now? Who are you going to be? What are you going to do for the family? And I looked at my son and I saw his face, and he had shame and disappointment in his eyes. And it really hit me hard. I felt the weight of his words on my shoulders. I felt my toes curl into the soil. And I just felt this overwhelming feeling of fear of the unknown and what was next. And this overwhelming feeling of being confused or lost. And this self-doubt started coming in. This inner critic started coming in. And that night, I cried myself to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, I said, you know what? This is not going to be my life. I'm not going to spiral down into depression or alcoholism because it's in my family blood, or worse. I needed to take a stand for myself, for my family, for my community, and begin to take responsibility for my life. Now, before lockdown, I was going to go to Egypt. And then lockdown happened and I wasn't able to go for a whole year. And on the day that I was supposed to be at the Pyramid of Giza, my husband came up to me and he put VR goggles on me and he transported me to the Great Pyramid of Giza. And I stood there and looked at the majesty of this pyramid, and I committed to myself in that moment that I would begin to create my life anew. And that's when I really began to adopt the name Anastara, which came to me from a psychic 20 years earlier. It's a whole nother story. And from that point forward, I learned, I grew, I hired a mentor, I took online courses, I watched documentaries, I read books. I really started to integrate my higher self's wisdom and my multidimensional beingness. And I realized through this process that I was beginning to create a new modality. And I call it the Ascension Integration Technique. And it is about integrating your higher self's wisdom in this 3D world so that we can balance who we're spiritually being with what we do in the world, what we offer, what we share. And so 1111 Unified has grown over the years. In 2020, we had our first virtual event. We've had over 8,000 registered attendees from 69 countries and 52 states. And ultimately, our 1111 Ascension University, I have seen my clients get so many transformational results in every area of their life because they were willing to do the inner work to transform their whole life. Because when we do our inner work, it ripples out, right? It's noticeable. People understand, they see, they're like, what are you doing? And that's powerful. So if you are ready to let go of anything, any of those inner critics, any of those judgments of yourself, of what you're going through, know that you're held and that this is an awakening process. It's called a process for a reason. All right, so let's move on. So, dear ones, ascension symptoms. Let's talk about these for a moment. Normally, I would have a beautiful slideshow for you, and so I'm just going to name some of these off. And when I explain one that you resonate with, just pop your hand up and let me see. Intense energy and disorientation. Yeah. All right. Unusual aches and pains in your body. Waking up at night with channeled downloads. Yeah, that's a big one, right? Oh, let me make sure I'm still on the screen here. Seeing and hearing things that other people might not see or hear. Yep. Loss of identity, right? Like my story, Candace came to an end, on a star was born. Feeling out of body, like astral projecting. Yeah. Periods of deep sleeping, like you just need to rest, like those solar flares come in and you just need to nap all the time. Yep.
Get out of the world.
Yep. Heightened sensitivities, like foods, music, films you might have used to like, you just can't do anymore, right?
Oh God, yeah.
Super sensitive to it. Yeah.
Whole country.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. Intolerance of lower vibrational things. Certain people are falling away from your life. God bless them, even my blood family. They just don't get me. And it's okay. I have my community. I have my chosen family now, my star family. Loss of desire for certain foods. Yeah, super sensitive to gluten and sugar now. I just can't do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Sudden disappearance of friends.
Or moved on.
Yeah. You absolutely cannot do certain things anymore. You're like, nope, that's not for me. Yeah. Okay. Here's another one. Days of extreme fatigue. Right? You talked about the sleep or sleeplessness.
Retirement.
You have too much energy and you're like jacked up and you can't fall asleep and have your 8 hours of sleep. Right? It's like
excitement, though.
the feeling of wanting to go home.
Yeah.
Like, God, get me off this planet. It is freaking chaos
What did
right
I sign
now.
up for?
What did I sign up for? And it's so true because our souls signed up to be here at this specific moment, at this specific time.
We didn't think about
to
it.
be a part of the planetary awakening and ascension. So feelings of anxiety, panic, depression. Okay. Yeah, and sometimes that's really just you're an empath and you're feeling the collective, right? And so learning how to navigate what to do when you are feeling the collective, because it's not yours to take on, right? Just like we have collective wounding or traumas from the past in our ancestral lineage, there's things that aren't ours to hold on to. And yet it can manifest in our life with dis-ease, chronic illness. We can have physical manifestations of things that are happening to us that we haven't resolved yet, right? And so when I work with my clients, we go through the divine source process, which is really a disentanglement from collective wounding. The witch wound. How many of you have the witch wound? Let me explain it for a moment, right? Those who don't understand.
Collective trauma.
Yes, yes. Well, the witch wound specifically is that in the past, I'd say, in a simultaneous life, we were persecuted or burned at the stake for magic, and that we couldn't ask for anything in reciprocity. And so a lot of wounded healers have that, right? I can't ask for money when I'm giving healing, and so that's a wound. And when we begin to actually clear that and we stand in our sovereign beingness, that's empowerment. So vivid and wild dreams, sometimes even violent dreams. Plans suddenly change, like all over the place. Ringing in the ears. Yeah, okay. I have a very interesting ringing in my right ear. I started losing hearing when I was very young. And when I have my good ear on the pillow, all I hear is muffled sounds, if they're low, bassy sounds, but I can hear very high frequencies. I can hear the mice in the attic, even though I can't hear my husband speaking to me laying next to me in bed. And when the ringing happens in my ear, I suddenly become very aware of my surroundings. And I find that I save myself from falling down the stairs. I save myself from a car accident because of that ringing. And so I transformed this being a problem or a challenge or a struggle or a symptom of something, tinnitus, that the medical system would tell me. I transformed it into, it's my now awareness alarm system. Because it's true. Every time I hear a ringing, I'm like, oh, there's something I got to pay attention to in my surroundings. Another client, two clients suffer from migraine auras. Migraine aura is when a light starts coming into your vision and you cannot see clearly. Everything's fuzzy. And so she can't walk, she can't drive, she can't do anything but sit and let it pass. And through the formulas and processes that she learned during my group coaching course, she really decided that her gift from that is pure presence. Can't do anything else but be present with it. So we like to start transforming these symptoms, these struggles, these challenges into our new earth superpowers. And it's a really fun process when we start getting into that work together. So let's see. My friend Jody Sunshine, she became a friend after she was my client. She came in struggling from that inner critic and really feeling like people looked at her. She's a heavy-set woman. She's given me permission to share this story. And from, when she was younger, she had a lot of trauma, sexual trauma. And so she just packed on the weight so that she didn't get that attention from people. And here it is, she's in her adult life now, and she really wanted to clear this. And now that she has gone through the group coaching that I share, she really has transformed the way that she sees herself when she looks in the mirror, the way that she feels about herself inside, and has such a deep respect and self-love for herself that she has now gone on to create a new business. She's singing, which is like her passion, and creating a program for children with singing. Like, she really began to blossom and take off. So the power and magic of transformation. All right, so the other thing that I wanted to really mention is, how do we begin to recognize our inner potential? How do we start that transformation? And so, reflecting on those symptoms that you raised your hand about, begin to ask yourself, what lies beneath that? Like, really? Okay. What really lies beneath me waking up in the middle of the night and getting these channel downloads? Well, you're receiving them for a reason. And if you believe that, then you can begin documenting them. And you can journal. I use an app called Otter, where you can just put your phone right next to you, hit record. It records your voice while also transcribing. Really helpful tool. And so you're receiving these channel downloads for a reason. These are messages and codes specifically meant for you. When I ended up going to Egypt, I finally got to go a year later, and I landed in Cairo, I felt at home. And when I went to certain sacred sites that I resonated with energetically, I felt something crack open inside of me. Literally, my codes were activated, my DNA codes. I was able to access my Akashic records. I had the opportunity to sing inside the King's Chamber. I went up, the group got pushed out quickly. Security guard walked over to me, and he's like, you're good energy, come here. And he brought me and he sat me against this sarcophagus. He says, I make quiet for you. And he goes and he turns all the AC units off. And I'm like, something's about to happen. I'm just going to hit record, right? I'm going to hit record when that message is coming through. And I just started singing. And I realized in that moment that I have been there before, and that is a sound healing chamber. That's the original intention of it. And when I walked out of that experience, any physical pain I had in my body as Candace, the hooper for many, many years, dancer, ice skater, gymnast, was gone. I had torn ligaments in my left knee and ankle, have not felt pain from it at all since. And so when we travel to sacred sites, lane lines, power points on the planet, we're feeling that heart calling, that soul calling to go there for a reason. One of the things I did when I was there is I have this big purple amethyst, and I hit pieces of it off, and I brought little pieces with me. And whenever I was at a site that really resonated with me and I wanted to connect with the energy of that site again, I would place it. I would find a little crack or a crevice to put it in so that I can tap into that by being present with the larger stone at home when I got home. And so when you're receiving these messages, pay attention to them. How many of you see 1111? Yeah? like all the time, right? So it's an awakening code. Those master numbers, angel numbers, 555, 333, 1234, 1111. These are master numbers leading us on our awakening path. My husband and I have been hosting an 1111 event for 15 years now. Started in our home, grew to a bigger home, grew to a retreat center, and now we're taking tours. We're bringing people to Egypt this year to be at the Temple of Isis on 1111. Because I believe that 1111, even though the number 1111 means spiritual awakening and enlightenment, it's the builder, right? The 4 pillars of a temple. 1111, it's a 4. 4 is the builder of things that last. We're not talking about just buildings and pyramids. We're talking about ideologies and belief systems and core values and guiding principles. What are those in the new earth? Authenticity, integrity, love, compassion, empathy, acceptance, peace. If we want to experience these things in our outside world, we need to feel them from within first. And so I'm very excited to be bringing people to Egypt. So recognizing our inner potential, we begin to look at what lies beneath that belief, that limiting belief, that thing that keeps you stuck, that keeps you blocked, right? My mom used to say, money doesn't grow on trees. Well, we live in Northern California. I've seen it grow on bushes and trees, right? I mean, it's so abundant. We live in an abundant universe. And yet, if I kept that limiting belief, it would have blocked me from what I have created in my life. And so you really begin to start looking at what lies beneath. And then you reflect, and then you say, okay, pull that up. And then you say, okay, I hear that. I understand that. That is a limiting belief. Where did it come from? Just like the example of my mom. I have one client, she felt she was struggling so much with, I'm not worthy. I'm not enough. Where did it come from? During a theta healing session, she discovered that it came from when she was very young. Her mom used to compare her to her sister. Why can't you be like your sister? She has good grades. She has the boyfriend. She's in style, la, 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 right? And so she never could compare to her sister. And she carried that with her into adulthood. And that's what has been blocking her from her business, from her relationships, all of it. And through coaching with me, she's now happily married and has really determined like what's next for her in her life. So recognizing those limiting beliefs, recognizing the ascension symptoms, recognizing the things, and then saying, okay, where does this really stem from? And this can all be done like through journaling. It's deep self-inquiry, it's deep self-discovery, right? And then we go into a pattern disrupt, right? So let me give you an example. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, am I trying to say something positive here? Why am I using 2 negative words? The human language is or English language is so bizarre like that. Why aren't we just using the positive? And so it takes some time and effort to catch yourself. Catch yourself. Oh, I'm in that pattern again. Okay, this impatience with my son is coming up. Let me check in with myself. What do I need right now? Okay, I'm going to take a deep breath. Okay, I'm going to talk to him more smoothly and quietly and gently and maybe even hug him, right? That pattern disrupt. So being aware and starting to do that. I also find that when we are in the process of awakening, it is so valuable to find community to be with. It is so valuable. Like I said, I found a mentor. I found a group of sisters that believed in me and I believed in them. And we really have that community. And all of you have this community here, the Soul Search community, right? And when you go home, what is your support circle? What is your inner circle? And a lot of us have been finding that it's not our blood family anymore. You know, it's our star family, or whatever you want to call it, my awakening family, right? And so having that support system is so important. Let me ask you real quick. What is one of your biggest takeaways so far? Takeaway. An aha. Somebody just yell something out. Community. Yeah. Anybody else?
New identity.
New identity, right? Joe Dispenza says, in order for the new identity to emerge, the old one must die. I'm going to actually go be in a live retreat with him next week in LA. I'm very excited about it. Anybody else? Aha moment? Yes?
I think that your trip to Egypt is interesting to hear about.
Uh-huh.
But I did have a question about if you're getting any downloads on the codes of 1221.
1221. So
yeah, mirror images.
Yes, exactly. So the solstice, the winter solstice, in fact, in 12/21/12, I created a ceremony up in Mount Shasta with a small group of people. That gateway is going from the light into the dark. And so I find that code to me, and again, this is just my intuition, I'm not a numerologist or anything, is that it is the recognition of our shadow and being able to go into the depth of winter and really have that introspection, that time for deep introspection. Yeah, we can talk more about that. I have a booth inside. And then the Egypt, there's flyers on your seats, or you might have been handed one. If you don't have, yeah, there you go. Sweet. Let me check my time here. Okay, we're doing good. So, actually, I'm going to move on to the next piece. I have my little notes here. So the third key, so to speak, the third thing that I wanted to talk about is visualizing your future, right? So you're working on in the past, how can you deal with it now, that pattern disrupt, and then, okay, how am I going to create the future? So it's interesting because I hear all these people like past life regression and this and that, and yet I find that if time is an illusion and there is no past, present, or future, there really is just the present, then how do we embody that in the idea that it is possible to completely clear your past? You can literally change your future by changing your past, or at least the way you perceived it. I've seen women who have had extreme sexual trauma get to a place of, it's just something that happened to me. I'm not holding the heaviness of it anymore, right? So when we think about the future, yeah, come on in, honey. Yeah. When we think about the future, visualization, such a powerful technique. How many of you visualize? Visualize, yeah, right? So I'm going to give you an example. When I was younger, I was an ice skater and a gymnast. I was a competitor. And I would practice my routine over and over again on the ice or the stage. And then on the way to my competition, I would play my music in the car and I would listen to it and I would play it over in my mind. I would close my eyes. I would see the whole routine, every beat, every this, every that, every right? And at the end, and then walking up on the podium and leaning over and feeling the weight of the medal on my neck, feeling the weight of the trophy in my hand. Guess what? It freaking worked. It so worked. Like every time, first and second place. That power pose that we did earlier, that was something that I did too. We got invited to go and perform. It was opening night for Cirque du Soleil's Humanity. It was on the rooftop of New York Hotel in Vegas. And I got to perform in front of all the producers and the choreographers and the performers. I was like, wow, I'm really nervous. Like these are like stellar, internationally, epically beautiful circus artists. Lily all me, like I'm okay. And before I got on stage, I was so nervous and I just did that power pose. I just embodied it and I went up there and I rocked it. So visualization is so important. Getting into the body, the embodiment of who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Right? When I stepped from Candace into Stara, into On a Star, so many things just stopped happening. Like the arguing with my husband. We are in such a beautiful place. There's so much peace in our relationship now. We are a team. The pain in my body that I explained, gone. Certain ideas, certain limiting beliefs, just gone. Because I decided, I made a choice to step into this new identity as Anastara, multidimensional being of light here in service to humanity's awakening and our planetary ascension. That's my mission. And so I get to live it every day. How are you living it in your life? How are you showing up? How are you showing up in your relationships? How are you showing up in your jobs? How are you showing up in your community? What is the service that you're offering now? And so that's what I love to work with our community on, and just really defining that. Like we go through a process called the Discover Your Dharma formula. And we begin to really look at, like, this is my zone of genius. This is what I'm really good at. This is where I lose time when I'm doing it. This is what I believe the world needs. And this is what I used to do to make money. And yet there's certain skill sets that we utilize now into, that sweet spot in the middle. You know, you get to write your life purpose, your life mission statement. And every chapter of our life has perhaps a different purpose. And yet there's the overarching umbrella of, this is what I'm meant for. This is what I'm meant to do. This is who I am, and this is how I'm showing up. So it's a choice. And what are you choosing? What are you choosing? So as we visualize our empowered future, let me just take a look at the time. Okay. Let's do this together now. All right. Go ahead and just get comfy for a moment and close your eyes or lower your eyes, whatever you choose. Take a couple deep breaths. Now imagine a goal or an achievement that you want to get. Think of that moment in time. Fully embody every sense. What does it look like? What does it smell like? What does it sound like? What do you look like? What are you wearing? Make the picture as real as possible. Now breathe in that moment. Breathe it into your body, your present body here and now. Really feel it in every sensory level possible. And begin to collapse the timeline and bring it closer to you now. Feeling as if it's happened already. It's happening right now. Fully embodying it in your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Is it in your belly? Is it in your heart? Now begin to take that energy and ground it into Mother Earth. Grounding, centering, stabilizing this vision. Knowing that you can return to this anytime you choose. And the more you do it, the more you draw that moment in time closer to you. With the next couple breaths, go ahead and come back into this room. Wiggle your fingers and toes if you'd like. What happened? Were you there? Was it real? Yeah. One of my favorite ones is that I'm on a tropical island and I can feel the wind and hear the ocean. I can smell the salt and I can taste the coconut water. And I'm surrounded by my community, and we have this beautiful eco village and solar panels and all the things, right? And it's like, yeah, we did it. We're there. We're living in harmony with the earth and with each other. And the more that I visualize that, the closer it's coming, right? They say what fires together wires together, right? So if you really do this on a daily practice, you saw it took 2 minutes. Just visualizing it. In the morning, I like to do Tony Robbins, the priming. It's like 14 minutes, and this is part of it. What happens is our brain cannot tell the difference between dream state, imagination, visualization, and this 3D reality, all of us sitting in this room right now. And so we can begin to program ourselves and our subconscious that what we just visualized is safe to achieve. Because our subconscious wants to block us from it. Oh, I'm just going to keep you safe. I'm going to keep you safe here. You're going to stay right here. Right? And yet, when we begin to reprogram our subconscious that it is safe to get to that place, to have several $1 million, you could be a philanthropist and give to charities around the world, whatever your vision is, that it is safe for you to obtain that, to have that. So, take a sip of water. So I've seen awakening souls coming through our door, our 1111 door, just struggling, just like I'm in the middle of a divorce, or I'm not happy at my job, or, I'm completely unhappy with my home and I need to move. This is way too small for me, whatever it is, many, many things. And leave the sacred container feeling confident in themselves, feeling like they have their purpose and their mission to find, their North Star to lead them. One student, actually it was a mother and daughter, they weren't happy in the home that they were in, and then they ended up getting into a bigger home together, like within the group coaching container that we were in together. Another woman was unhappy with her work. She was working in a dental office for about 15 years. She's like, I just need to get out of here. And now she has activated herself in such a way that she is a co-creatrix. In fact, she's my assistant now because she started magnetizing the clients that she wanted. One woman was dealing with sexual trauma. After the course, she magnetized her perfect relationship. And perfect, right? Mm-hmm. The man of her dreams entered her life, and they're very happy together. So I know that some people are like, oh, okay, cool. This is interesting. I'm kind of leaning in. And yet that inner critic or that self-doubt comes up. And I want you to know that I would love to support any of you on this path, Egypt being one of them, right? And so when we begin to dream big, and we dream big inside a community container, then magic happens, because not only are you visualizing that, the whole collective is doing it with you. And so that dream gets really big and it draws to you even closer, even faster, right? So let's get activated together and bring in those 1111 codes. So I realize that some of you are like, okay, what is this really about too? And mentorship, right? Group coaching, being in a community. This is what I have to offer. And it's like, okay, I'm not sure if I have time. Well, how much do you scroll on TikTok or Facebook or any of the books, right? It's like, if we begin to really focus that time instead on frivolous things, to our personal development and growth, then that's when exponential growth occurs. So one of the tools that I share is called the timelessness technique. And through this technique, you learn how to condense time and space to the point where, condense and expand simultaneously, to the point where time becomes your friend, where you suddenly have more time for your self-care, your creative projects, your family, whatever lights you up and fills your cup. And I have found there's a few clients who are literally, they're like, I don't even use words. I don't have time anymore. Because I've learned how to delegate. I've learned how to have boundaries. I've learned how to X, Y, Z. And now I have all this time that's freed up and I can do what I want to do and be who I want to be. It's incredible. So I know that we live in this 3D world too that has to do with money. Okay. How could I do that? I'm leaning in the how. Well, the how is the overthinking brain. The how tells the universe, you know what? I actually don't trust you. I don't trust that when I say I want this and I have to work out how before I actually do it, then we're in fear. We're telling the universe we're in fear. And so instead of the how, I invite you to be in the wow, right? Because wow, I said I wanted to go to Egypt and here I am. I just allowed it to unfold naturally. I allowed those signs and synchronicities like 1111 to lead my path to it. I've been dreaming about Egypt since childhood and I'm finally here. So if you're leaning into your yes, if any of this is resonating with you, then I invite you to book a call with me. It's called the Sacred Activation Session. And during this session, we'll talk about what are those struggles? What are those challenges? What are those ascension symptoms that you're facing? And then what is that goal or achievement, the thing that you visualize? And we will define the gap and begin to be in the essence of, wow, okay, I get it now, right? And create like a little mini action plan. Because it all starts with baby steps, but it starts with your lean into the yes. Yeah, I've been dreaming about pyramids. Who's been dreaming about Egypt? Anybody? Yeah, since you were young.
Codes, right?
Say that again.
Everybody has codes.
Everybody has codes.
No, not everybody has codes with Egypt records.
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Yeah. Yeah. And there are sacred sites all over the planet, right? And so being called to sacred sites in general, it's one of the things that we have planned for 1111. It's literally my bucket list now, is to be at a sacred site in sacred ceremony on 1111 for the rest of my life. We've been doing it 15 years now. This is year 16. We're just getting started. Egypt's just the first place, right? And it is later this year. It's October 28th to November 12th. And we will be at the Temple of Isis on 11/11. So there's flyers on the chairs and there's more in the back. And so the activation session, you can book it here by just scanning the code on your phone, or you can sign the email list in the back. And this is a moment where we can just connect heart to heart and really feel into the possibility of your own transformation and what you want to create in your life, and just offer some support for you. So how many of you would like some support right now? I know I certainly needed it when I went through my whole situation with lockdown and the end of my business and coming into the embodiment. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't have a mentor or coach. And so it would be a deep honor and privilege to speak with all of you and have that opportunity for that heart to heart and that one-to-one, and really just explore what it would be like and what's possible. What's possible for your life when you have a community of awakened souls that you are connected to deeply, and who holds that vision with you. So thank you so much, beloveds. And I wanted to ask you any questions. Thank you. Yeah. So why don't we end by standing and doing that power pose again?
Yeah.
And whatever that pose was for you, getting into your body, come into the vision, the visualization that you had, that moment in time, that moment when, right? Come back to that place and then get in that power pose, that power stance, right? And just breathe into that visualization again. Breathe into what's possible for you. Yes. Feeling it, hearing it, seeing it, smelling it. Yes. And with this next breath, repeat after me. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
I am an empowered and sovereign being.
I am an empowered and sovereign being.
I am the creator of my life.
I am the creator of my life.
My dreams are coming true.
My dreams are coming true.
Yes, they are. My dreams are here. Okay. Yes, and so it is. And so it is. And so it is. Bliss, 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 bliss. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our 2 o'clock hour. The day is just zipping by. As we know, there's no such thing as time or space. We're in this amazing container together, evolving and learning and growing and just being on our consciousness journey, wherever that might be. And we hope with us you found a safe and sacred space to land with that. Welcome to everybody joining us live. Welcome to everybody joining us via the live stream. We're so happy and blessed to have you here. My name is Barbara, and I am just going to get right to it because we have an amazing hour ahead of us. I'm so honored to introduce Monty Leach. Monty is a longtime editor of Share International magazine and has practiced transmission meditation for many years. SHARE International is an international network of volunteers working together to make known the presence among us now of the world teacher and his group, the Masters of Wisdom, and how this momentous event is affecting all aspects of life on our planet today. And I think we can all feel the polarity happening right now. So this talk couldn't be more timely. A key element of the group's work also consists of transmission meditation, a service activity that is done to benefit humanity and the planet as a whole. It is simple, but a powerful group meditation open to everyone, experience notwithstanding. And you are so lucky that you'll be able to experience this with Monty today. So without further ado, I welcome Monty Leach.
Thank you so much, Barbara.
My pleasure, always.
Thank you. I'll climb in here. Thank you. And hello, everyone. Hello to everyone who is here in the room, and hello to everybody who is here online. Thank you for being here. So as Barbara mentioned, my name is Monty Leach, and on behalf of the SHARE International Network, welcome to today. And Barbara explained who we are and what our work consists of. So I can just skip that part of my talk completely and go on to my next section. So I did want to mention up front that we have a booth, if you haven't already been there, which we have volunteers such as myself will be there after the talk to explain more, to answer your questions if you have questions to ask. And for the folks online, at the end of the presentation, I will make known information on how you can find out more about what I'm talking about today. So, as Barbara said, our work consists of making known the presence in the world today of a great spiritual teacher, Maitreya, the world teacher, who is the teacher for the Aquarian age. He's here with a group of similarly wise teachers known as the Masters of Wisdom. And so that's part of our work, to make that information known to the world. And as also Barbara said, the other part of our work is transmission meditation, which we'll get a chance to experience later on together. And it's basically a group meditation that was introduced to the world by one of these great teachers, one of the Masters of Wisdom, as a way that anybody can simply but powerfully help the world. And as I say, you'll get a chance to experience these energies of the Masters and Maitreya a little bit later on. So just to give you an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today, I'll go into who these great beings are, Maitreya and the Masters of Wisdom, their return now to the everyday world, what their priorities and concerns are, and then I'll explain what transmission meditation is, the very simple technique involved, and as I just said, we'll get a chance to experience that. So that's kind of how the program is going to run today. So just as to begin, when I was first introduced to this information that I'm going to be presenting to you today, and when I was first introduced to transmission, many, many years ago now, I've been doing transmission for a while. And I was been very fortunate to be able to take part in a transmission group for all these years. And this work really has changed my life completely. And it's given me a sense of hope for the future of this world, despite all the crises that we see happening in the world. It's given me a sense of hope, and it's also given me a path of service where I can help the world. And it's made all the difference to me in my life. And maybe today, this talk, this presentation will have a positive effect on your life as well. I hope so. And at the very least, I hope it'll give you a sense of hope for the future of this world. We really need that sense of hope today. So one thing I wanted to also mention at the very beginning is we are facing many crises today in the world. It's very clear. But I wanted to emphasize that we're not facing these crises alone. We're not, as humanity, alone trying to figure out what to do in the face of all these crises. We have help. We have always had help of a very profound spiritual kind to help us in the name of Maitreya and the Masters of Wisdom working from behind the scenes. They have helped us, they have guided us, they have protected us for many, many thousands of years from behind the scenes. They have lived in the mountains and the remote areas of the world. So now at this very critical time for the world, where literally the future of our planet is at stake, these great teachers are coming into the everyday world. They're already in the everyday world to help us and guide us through this critical time. So basically we don't destroy this wonderful planet that we have now, which we could do if we don't go in the right direction. So they're here now in the everyday world to help us through this critical time. So another important point to make is, although they are here to help us, and they are helping us now behind the scenes, people don't know that, but they are, moment to moment, 24/7, 365 days a year, they are helping us, humanity, but we are not aware of it, of all the things they do to help and protect us. But they cannot save this world. They can't save us. That's up to us. We have to save ourselves. We have to make the right decisions. We have to take the needed actions in response to their inspiration and guidance. They cannot do the saving for us. They can only inspire us and guide us. But we have to do the work. And I just wanted to make that clear, because sometimes people think, well, these great teachers can come and just save the world for us. It doesn't work that way. They can't do that because it would be an infringement of our free will as humanity. It's like if it's a teacher, if you have a teacher in a classroom, the teacher can't do your homework for you. You don't learn anything, right? So we have to do our homework, we have to learn our lessons, and we have to make the right decisions to save ourselves. So what is their advice? What are they here to teach us? So Maitreya has said that he is here to teach us how to live together in peace. How to live together in peace. That's why he's here. So how do we do that? He says the key is sharing. SHARING, sharing. Sharing the earth's food, other resources among all the world's people, so that everybody has enough food, shelter, healthcare, and education to live the basic necessities of life that we all need to live. And Maitreya is here to inspire us to do that. Because he says when we share, we create justice in the world, economic and social justice. When there's justice in the world, we can create peace in the world. And if we don't have peace, as we can see now, we have nuclear weapons that can destroy the whole planet. So if we don't have peace, we don't really have much of a future. But Maitreya knows that we will come back from the precipice of where we're at and make the right decisions and choose to take that path of sharing to save ourselves. He knows the hearts of humanity, and he can see that we're going to make the right decision to do that. Another way of looking at this is when we take the first steps towards sharing among the nations of the world, we build trust among the nations. So when we have trust building among the nations, we can work together, we can cooperate to solve all of our problems. I mean, all of the major problems that we're facing in the world are global problems that take cooperation to solve. So if we have that level of trust, which we can get through sharing, then we can work together to solve all of the world's problems, including the climate crisis as well. And when we trust each other, we don't have to spend trillions of dollars on weapons, on the military that we're doing now. We could put that to meet human need, and we could solve all of our problems that way. So it's sharing leads to trust, leads to peace. That's basically Maitreya's message, the world teacher's message for this age. So it might seem a bit far-fetched that we will share the world's resources. If we look at the world now, it doesn't seem likely that people are going to want to share the resources of the world. It will take a change of consciousness, a change of heart, really, among humanity to do that. That's what it's going to take. And that's really why Maitreya and the masters are here, to help us have that change of consciousness, that change of heart, to help us change our view of the world, to allow us to see that we're all one human family, brothers and sisters of one family. And in a family, in a human family, in our own family, if somebody has more than they need, we share it with the other people in our family who may not have enough. It's just a natural, intuitive action that we take. But we don't tend to see people on the other side of the world who are going hungry as our brothers and sisters. They're over there. We're over here. We're not connected. So Maitreya and the masters are here really to help us see one another as we truly are, which is one human family. And so Maitreya and the masters will inspire that change of heart, that change of consciousness that we need to begin to implement sharing and change the world. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about who these masters and Maitreya are, because probably people are not familiar with, who they are. It's not really commonly known. So the existence of the masters of wisdom was first written about in the West by a woman named Helena Blavatsky in the late 1800s. She lived with the masters in the Himalayas for about 3 years. She wrote books about their teachings, which are called the Ageless Wisdom teachings, because they go back eons of time and they underlie all of the world's religions and philosophies. So she introduced the existence of the masters. Then fast forward about 50 years, then another great disciple named Alice Bailey, who also worked with the masters, brought forth more of their teachings to the world. And then in 1948, she published a book called The Reappearance of the Christ, which foretold the events that are happening now, that these teachers are going to be coming into the everyday world. At their head, their leader, the world teacher, also known as the Christ, will come with them out into the world. And she said that would happen around 1975. So as it happened in 1974, a British artist, esotericist named Benjamin Creme, who was trained over many years by one of these masters of wisdom, he brought into the world the information that these great beings were going to be entering the modern world, and that they are entering the modern world, the everyday world now. So he began his work in 1977, and a little before that, 1975, saying the masters and Maitreya are coming forth into the everyday world to help us and teach us. Maitreya at the head. And Benjamin Creme, to get this information known to the public, he founded a nonprofit group called Share International, which we all are part of here. It's a worldwide network. People are volunteers all over the world to make this information known to the world. He was also the editor of Share International magazine, which I'm US editor of, but he was chief editor of it for many, many years. He passed away in 2016 at the age of 93, I think. But the magazine is still going, getting our information out to the world. And just to point out, he wrote 12 books. He did lectures all over the world. He was editor of the magazine, and he received no compensation at all. He was a volunteer, like we all are volunteers. So there are groups all over the world now working to make this information known. But it was really begun by Benjamin Creme. So the Masters of Wisdom they're human beings like we are. The only difference between the Masters of Wisdom and ourselves is they have gone ahead of us in evolution. So how do we evolve? How do we progress in spiritual development? It happens over lifetime after lifetime of experience. In other words, reincarnation. We all have lived thousands of lives, and it's like a school. Each life, hopefully, we get a little closer to graduation, and eventually we graduate. The difference between us and the Masters is they started school a long time before we did. So they have progressed way ahead of us and have perfected themselves. But all of us will get there eventually someday. We will all become Masters of Wisdom someday. So after the Masters graduate, so to speak, after they've learned all of their lessons that they can in the world, some of them stay behind in school to teach the rest of us to raise our own consciousness, to raise basically our level of consciousness. And that's how humanity evolves, through the stimulus of the Masters. The Masters work through their disciples in the world. So if you think of anybody throughout history who has made any impact at all, whatever field, they've been a disciple of one of the Masters. Aristotle, Plato, Einstein, Mozart, Beethoven, Da Vinci, more recently, Martin Luther King, Eleanor Roosevelt, and I think very much so recently passed Jimmy Carter, President Carter, who I think was a great man, great humanitarian. So whatever field, the Masters work through their disciples to uplift the consciousness of humanity. They've done so for many, many thousands of years. And our consciousness has been raised. It may not seem like it these days sometimes, but if you compare it to how we were thousands of years ago, we've made a lot of progress. And at this point in history now is a very, very special point in history, because we're at the turning point between one great cosmic age and another. We're at the turning point between the Piscean age and the Aquarian age. So it's not just a kind of a song from the 1960s about the dawning of the age of Aquarius. We really are in the age of Aquarius. So new energies are pouring into the earth from the constellation Aquarius. The problem is, one of the problems at this critical turning point is people are still trying to hold on to the old ways of the previous age, the Piscean age, which are very, very divisive and I would say very much leading to conflict. But people are attached to how things have been done. They want to hold on to these old ways, even if they're not working. And so that's some of the people. But we also have a lot of people, especially young people now, who are responding to the new energies of the constellation Aquarius, which are pouring in to the world, which result in unity and people looking for peace, searching for peace and justice and unity in the world. So we have these two opposing forces happening in the world, people who want to hold on to the old and people who are embracing the new. That's why we see some of this conflict at this time. So at this critical point in time, and throughout history actually, at the beginning of new ages and other critical points in time, the Masters send one of their own, one of their great teachers into the world to show humanity the next step forward for us. We know some of these teachers as Zoroaster, Krishna, the Buddha, the Christ, Muhammad. At this time, right now, where we can destroy this planet, this critical time, the masters have sent the master of all the masters, Maitreya, the world teacher, into the world, and Maitreya, the world teacher, is here now among us, living among us in a physical body. I point that out, not just as the Christ spirit, but actually in physical form. He's here among us, still working from behind the scenes, but I'll explain that a little bit later. So Maitreya is probably a name you haven't heard about. So who is Maitreya? Well, from a religious standpoint, all of the major religions expect the return of their teacher. So if you're a Christian, you expect the return of the Christ. If you're a Muslim, you expect the Imam Mahdi. The Hindus expect Krishna. Buddhists expect Maitreya Buddha. They have his name right, Maitreya Buddha, the fifth Buddha. And the Jews await the Messiah. So those of us who are part of the ageless wisdom tradition, they know that all these different names refer to one person, the world teacher, and they expect his return now. So Maitreya is here not as a religious leader, not even as a religious teacher, but as an educator in the broadest sense of the word, to educate humanity, really. Religious people, non-religious people, it doesn't matter. He is literally a world teacher for all, how many ever billion people we are, 8 billion people, for everyone. So, as I said, that Maitreya and the masters work through their disciples in the world to help change the world. But one of the other ways they change the world is they send great spiritual energies into the world that they have access to, out to humanity, to uplift humanity, to move us forward. And these great energies form the basis of transmission meditation, which we're going to experience in just a few minutes. So that's 2 ways that they work to uplift humanity. And the third way that they work to uplift humanity is actually literally physically in the world, working behind the scenes to work to help to inspire us to work toward peace and reconciliation in the nations. It may not seem like we have a lot of peace and reconciliation in the nations, but as I said before, it's up to us to respond to them, their energies and their efforts. They can only do so much. We have to take the actions to make the decisions to work for peace and make peace in the world. It's up to us. So you might ask, why haven't we seen Maitreya yet? Well, his coming into the world is a cosmic event. It affects not only our planet, but all the planets of the solar system. So there are many factors involved in the timing of his emergence. One of the factors, as I understand it, is that he needs to find the most opportune moment where he can see humanity is ready to accept him, accept his teachings of sharing and justice and peace. So when we demonstrate that we're ready to accept positive changes in the world, he can come forward publicly. So how do we demonstrate that we're ready for positive change? Well, in my opinion, one way is, who do we vote for in the elections? That's one way. Another way we demonstrate we're ready for positive change or not ready is demonstrations, protests, the voice of the people. As so many people are out there now today, especially young people, calling for change, justice, peace, saving our planet. That to me is one of the most hopeful things going on in the world today, is young people out there calling for peace and justice. And those are Maitreya's priorities. Those are along the lines of what Maitreya is calling for. And he said, anybody who works for peace, justice, sharing. His energy of love pours through them all the time. So anything we do along those lines, he sends his energy of love to help us. So when Maitreya determines that it's the most opportune time to come forward publicly, he will make himself known gradually and become more and more known. But he will not come forward and call himself Maitreya Buddha or the Christ or any of these other names. He wants us to recognize him for what he is saying rather than who we think he might be. So he's going to come forward as one of us. So when enough people have seen him and recognized him in some way, they will invite him to speak to the whole world. We will invite him to speak to the whole world simultaneously at once. And this day, which has never happened in the history of the world, the great teacher for the age will speak to all of humanity simultaneously at the same time, which is what simultaneously means. And he will do this through the linked satellite networks of the world. So we will, on that day, which we call the Day of Declaration, we will see Maitreya on the television screen or your computer screen, whatever you will see him. But he will not actually speak, but his thoughts will enter into our minds in our own language. So in English for us, but whatever language is your native language, we'll hear his thoughts in our own language, calling for justice and sharing and peace in the world, and calling on us to change the world. At the same time, he has said, you will feel his Christ energy, his energy of love pouring through the hearts of everybody. He said it will be as if I embrace all of humanity. And then the third thing is we will experience thousands of healings. People will have healings occur on that day, the Day of Declaration. So in those three ways, we'll know this is Maitreya, the world teacher, here for all of humanity. So how our choice at that point, what we decide to do will determine the whole future of the world. To share, go forward in peace and justice, or to continue on in the old greedy ways. Maitreya knows we will choose the path of sharing and peace and justice, and our future is very bright indeed. So this is a message of hope. I just want to emphasize that. That's why I'm here, is to hopefully give you a sense of hope for the world. But as Maitreya says, it's up to us. Things don't just happen by themselves. We have to take action to create this positive world. So one of the things we can do to help the world is transmission meditation. And any form of meditation is a way for us to link ourselves with our higher self, our soul, who is really who we really are. So the difference between transmission and most normal meditations is transmission is a group meditation, as we'll experience. So we're a group here. And it's also done not just to benefit ourselves, although it does, it's done to benefit all the world's people, all of humanity. So it's done as a service to the world. So how do we do transmission meditation? It's very simple, as the title of the talk says. What we do is, the first thing we do is we say together the great invocation. And I think we have the cards here somewhere. Did everybody have a card in the room? No. We had blue cards here somewhere. So if we can hand those out, so everybody can say the great invocation together. That's kind of important because saying the great invocation, that brings forth the energies of Maitreya and the masters. So now, does everybody have a great invocation on them? And no. Okay, I think our lady in the back still needs a blue card or something. You don't have any blue cards. Great. And for those of us online, I will show the great invocation in this very high-tech format, which is called a piece of paper. And so the people who are watching online can say the great invocation along with us. So hopefully everybody here has one. I think we have one lady over here who still needs a great invocation.
I got this from last time, it's at my house.
Okay, so hopefully everybody's got one now. And, okay, we're good. So the first thing we do is we will say together the great invocation, which brings in the energies of Maitreya and the masters. Then we bring the attention to the ajna center, which is the point between the eyebrows. It's one of the major energy centers we have in our body. So we put the attention here, and then if we notice our attention wandering off during the meditation, we say the sound Om to ourselves. We think it. We don't say it out loud, we just think the sound Om. And what that does is it connects our brain with our soul. And once we have that connection made, the transmission of energies takes place. So Maitreya and the masters will then send out these energies wherever they're most needed in the world to help the world. We're asked not to send them to any particular person or place. We let Maitreya and the masters determine who and where these energies should go. And these are the energies which can and are transforming the world. So that's basically it. We say the great invocation, which everybody has or will have. We put the attention between the eyebrows, the ajna center, and when we notice our attention wandering off, we say the sound, we think the sound to ourselves, Om, and that brings the attention back. That's all there is to it. So that's about it for transmission and the talk. So does anybody have any questions before we begin the transmission? Seeing no questions, and I can't see any questions online, so we can start. So what I'm going to do is to help our attendees online, I'm going to stand in front of the Zoom camera and hold the great invocation up so people can read it. And how we say it usually is we pause a little bit in between the stanzas. So that's how we normally do it. So I think everybody can see that. Okay, so we'll go for about 15 minutes or so, and then at the very end, I'll come back and let you know how you can find out more information about all of these things we've been talking about today. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. From the center, where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wills of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. From the center, which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. Let light and love and power restore the plan on earth. It's about 15 minutes. So thank you everyone for being here. Whether online or in person. If you're here in person, want to find out about how to take part in transmission meditation going forward, we have a sign-up sheet in back. Somebody will send you information. We also have a list of transmission groups, mainly on Zoom, but one in Berkeley as well live, so you can take part in that. And we'll also be at our information table to answer any questions you have. If you're online and you want to find out more information, the best way is to go to our website, which is www.share, that's S-H-A-R-E hyphen international.us. That's share, S-H-A-R-E hyphen international.us. And one final thing I'll mention to everybody, which is there's a great new online TV series that's available on SoulSearchTV, where Tangela Islam, who's founded SoulSearch, which this is the SoulSearch Expo, talks to one of our co-workers, Michiko Ishikawa, in conversation, 5 episodes. It's a great series, and I recommend you check it out. So for that, you go to soulsearch.tv/on-demand. And the name of the series is called The Promise, Humanity's Coming of Age. It's a great series. I think you'll enjoy it. And again, thank you so much for being here. Stop.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to everyone here with us live in the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo San Rafael. And welcome to everyone live streaming. We're so happy to have you all here, all together in this space that knows no space or time, all here on this sacred divine frequency with our amazing speakers. And we're so grateful that you are spending time with us. I am so honored to introduce to you an amazing member of our Soul Search family. We feel so blessed to have her beautiful energy, her knowledge, her connection to the divine with us and with all of you. Without further ado, I will tell you about her. And in a very small snippet, there's so much to tell. Nivedita Ganapati is a personal coach. She is a spiritual seeker, and she is an amazing teacher. She is heavily qualified to talk about what she talks about, with a master's degree in law from Harvard University and a master's in high-tech law from Santa Clara University, after which she was licensed to practice law in New York, California, and India. She gave up a lucrative law practice to follow her calling. And that is really a reminder for us all that when you get that nudge, you just leap and say yes. And she became an amazing motivational speaker and personal coach. Nivedita draws upon her experience in a wide range of healing modalities, sacred mysteries, spiritual truths, to empower people by expanding their awareness. She is passionate about learning the symbolism behind ancient Hindu mythology and Vedic rituals and teaching its relevance in the modern context. Today with Nivedita, we will unlock the power of a perfected mind to discover the secrets to transform our destiny with the timeless wisdom of the Hanumanji. And without further ado, I welcome you to our family.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much for this generous introduction. And we are privileged and honored to be part of the Soul Search tribe and family. And my partner, Ragini Mishra, and I have co-created this My Positivity Matters platform so that we can understand spiritual wisdom from the East and also try to understand where the science and spirituality meets, as well as where Western and Eastern philosophy meets. So today we will be talking about Hanumanji, who is a revered deity from the Hindu tradition. But I don't want to, talk about him as a deity, as a god. I'm going to use him as an archetype to deconstruct what he stands for, because he has a lot to teach us. And he's a central figure in the epic Ramayana, if you've heard about him. And he's known for his devotion to Lord Ram. If you are not familiar with these words, I will explain them in a little bit. Just want to give you a small introduction. And once we understand how powerful this archetype is, because contained in this archetype are cryptic codes on how to understand our mind, which can be our best friend or our worst enemy. And once you understand this archetype, that how he has harnessed the power, the energy, the service, and strength, we can inculcate these qualities within us. So you will look at personal power in a very different way. Now, who is Lord Hanuman? Like I just said, he's a central character in Ramayana. And he is, if you Google him, he has a face of a monkey and the body of a human being. Every time the Vedic philosophers use this, it's called Kim Purusha. Are they human? Because they have an animal face or head and a human body. You have to understand they're trying to give us a bigger information, which is the human mind is like a monkey mind. It's constantly, agitated, moving. Two things. Human mind is untrained mind. One is it copies other people, cannot stick with whatever is true to them, and it's constantly moving. So how to harness these two qualities? How to control these two qualities? Now, this perfected. Once we understand this archetype, we actually can go from being human to Hanuman. Now, what does Hanuman mean? Names in Sanskrit are not just what they seem like. It's two words. One is Han, the other is Man. Han is dissolved and Man is the ego. So the one's ego being that part of us that feels separated from the universal unity consciousness. Once we feel separate, we are limited and we experience lack. So how to overcome that? Now, why is Lord Hanuman, or this Hanuman archetype, the perfect archetype to understand how to master our mind? I cannot explain the whole theory and science behind it because of the paucity of time, but just a simple starting point would be Hanumanji. We have to look at his lineage, we have to look at his looks, and we have to look at his accomplishments to give us an idea what we can learn from him. From his lineage, he has one mother and three fathers. Now, if you delve deeper, the one mother is this body that we are born of, physical, material body made out of five elements. And the three fathers extrapolates or relates to the three kinds of brains we have. We have a reptilian brain, which is meant for survival. We have a limbic brain, which is meant for pleasures. And we have a neocortex, which helps us to tap into divine qualities. So these are some of the clues that that the rishis or the philosophers of the ancient time were not just talking in the air and not having a plan in mind. So the way Hanumanji, this archetype, has harnessed and perfected his mind is by his devotion and service to three characters: Lord Ram, his wife Sita, and his brother Lakshman. Now, these are also not just names of human beings. Ram is that consciousness, pure consciousness. Lakshman is our intellect. Lakshya in Sanskrit means goal. So that intellect keeps us locked onto our goal. And Sita refers to our mind-body complex. And Hanuman is the breath that connects all three: the consciousness, the intellect, and the mind-body complex. So once we understand the relationship between breath and mind, and I will make you go through an exercise where you will see it, there is a direct correlation. When we are agitated, when we are nervous, anxious, if we practice some breathing, instantaneously our mind becomes calm. So we can use our breath to actually get control over our mind. Now, there are a few things, there are especially four things that an untrained mind or imperfect mind is known by. First one, it's called chanchalam in Sanskrit, which means extremely fickle. We have so many plans, but we are never able to follow through with it. If you don't train the mind, that's going to be one of the limitations. Two is pramati, constantly agitated and churning. And what agitates us? Not good and positive thoughts, but negative thoughts. So if we don't know how to tap into our higher positive thoughts, the negativity bias kicks in. So we are constantly looking for what is wrong in our life and trying to fix it, which nothing wrong with that, which is fine, except that you get caught up in that loop. What's wrong in my life? Fix it. What's wrong in my life? Fix it. What's wrong in my life? Fix it. Never having great, grandiose visions to go beyond survival living. So that is chanchalam, fickle mind. Two is pramati, constantly churning and agitated. Third one is it is very strong. Have you ever tried to have a diet plan or exercise plan and never followed through with it? Because a mind has a mind of its own. So it's very difficult to control the mind. But there are practices that can help us, especially chanting and breathing practices. And finally, it is dridham, very obstinate. So these being the four qualities that limit our mind: the fickleness, agitation, very strong and very stubborn. We can use chanting and breathing to actually bring control over our mind. Now, the Hanumanji, if you do again any search on Google, there are many mantras and practices associated with Hanumanji. But the most popular, most common, even if you understand nothing and chant Hanuman Chalisa. Chalisa means 40 verses in praise of this power, this personality and energy. Miracles have happened in people's life, whether you understand a single word of it or not, if you just chant it. But imagine when you understand this and start chanting, how much more power you can get. So I'll give you a simple example and then we'll do some practices. There is a couplet there in that 40 verses which describes what he's wearing. And it says, Kanana Kundala Kunchita Kesa. So he's wearing earrings and his hair is curly. Now you can just look at it literally and say, what does that mean? How can that help me control my mind? But if you understand the practice of the importance and connection of the ear to the brain, you can again Google search super brain yoga. Stanford University has put its stand on this, which tells you the power of, if you have an agitated mind, if you have a distracted mind, if you have a mind which is not, it's seeking clarity, doing some exercises with the ear is going to bring you tremendous peace and clarity and cognitive awareness. So I'm going to take off my ears rings just to be able to show you. I want you to practice this. So if you also, I'm sorry I don't have access to show you some of the pictures which would have really clarified what I'm trying to say. The fetal baby, if you do a search of the fetal baby in the ear, the baby's head lies on the bottom part of the ear. The rest of it's in a fetal position. It fits into the ear. And in acupressure, acupuncture, the ear has tremendously powerful acupressure points. So when you brain fog, or you're hitting a wall, you're having a creativity block, just by doing this, which most people in Hindu temples do, is going to bring a huge, you have to opposite, because we are trying to harmonize the left brain with the right brain. So you take this hand and touch your left ear, and the left hand to touch your right ear, and do that. If you do 10 times this, instantaneously, your brain fog will reduce, your clarity will increase. So this is a practice that you can do anytime. Another thing, when you feel you're anxious, anxiety is rising, just pull on your top of your ears 9 times, because we're working with the energy of number 9 in 2025. You can do any number of times, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, pull on it, and then on the side, pull the sides of the ears, okay, 9 times. Don't do it to hurt yourself, but enough to feel. And then the bottom, earlobes, pull on it 9 times. Then you can put your finger, right there in the bottom space, and rub it. Just go in circles, or better still, take your palms, put it, just first hear me out and then do it. Put it over your ears and gently rub it. You will hear what the fetus hears. It's an extremely calming, extremely stable noise. So do this way. Go the other way. If you've ever accompanied a pregnant woman to ultrasound of the baby, that's the noise you will hear. So that's the power of some of these simple practices that will give you access to calming down that agitation. Now, another practice that I want to do with you is connect the breath to our mind, because there is a direct connection between the breath and the mind, and an indirect connection between the breath and the body. So you can use your body to calm your mind down, or you can use the breath to calm your mind down. You don't have access or opportunity to use your body all the time. So going for a run or exercise definitely brings down anxiety, because whenever the body is exerted and active, the mind is calm. That's the inverse relationship. But with breath, when the breathing goes down, the mind also calms down. There's a direct relationship. So according to the Vedic philosophy, we are all born with a limited, finite amount of breath, whatever that may be. That may take 40 years, 80 years, 100 years. We cannot increase the number of breaths we are born with, but we can increase each breath so that you take longer. So if you look at a dog, how it breathes, and look at the lifespan. They breathe hyperventilation. They live 14, 15, 17 years? Look at an animal. Does it look like it's ever in a rush? So extending the breath can extend your life cycle. And I'm going to teach you another, not teach you, I'm going to demonstrate. I want you to count your breath per minute. So just don't try to manipulate your breath. Just go along with it, because if you manipulate the breath and breathe deeply right now, you will not see the connection. So I'm going to time it, and I would like you to close your eyes and count each time you go inhale and exhale counts 1. Okay, I'll tell you when to start, so that 3, 20 we will start. I'll give you 1 minute to count how many breaths you get in a minute. So please start. Stop. Now take a deep breath in and release. Rahmi, can I have your phone? It'll be easier to have the timer.
Okay.
Just the timer.
Timer so you
Yeah. Okay. Now I would like you to take deep breath in. Take a, count to at least 5, 4 or 6 or 8, as long as you can go and as long as you can exhale, and count. Each inhale and exhalation counts for 1. So please start. Take deep breaths in and deep breaths out. Please finish the round and stop. Take a deep breath in, exhale. I'd like to hear from you, when you just did normal breathing, in 1 minute, how many times did you breathe?
13.
13?
15.
15?
11.
11 times?
6.
In a normal breath. So you practice very long, deep breathing. So you must be a very seasoned pranayama practitioner. And when you did the deep breathing, how many breaths did you get in? 4. 3. Of course, we are in Soul Search Tribe. What did I expect? So normally, when we are not practicing pranayama, prana is the life force, ayana is moving towards that. Normally, people would take anywhere between 15 to 17 breaths. If you're agitated, it's going to be a lot more. You will be hyperventilating. But when you deep breathe, the goal is 3 to 5 breaths. So what have you done? The number of breaths is fixed, finite, but you've extended that breath. So that's what Hanumanji teaches us, how to control your breath, how to control your mind through this devotion to the consciousness, Ram, intellect, Lakshman, body-mind complex, Sita. So these are not characters or people sitting anywhere going to bless you anything, because all the work has to be done by us within. So that's the power of Hanumanji. That's all I can talk about in such a short time, because I would really like to do some chanting and create a group energy vortex. So if you are up to it, I would like everybody to create a circle holding hands. And then I can keep your eyes, I can just put it here, turn it around, or do it, okay. So everybody can make a circle holding hands. And we'll close the circle. You can go from the inside, yeah. Once you make a circle, close your eyes. I'm going to chant some Sanskrit mantras with their English translation. So close your eyes and put yourself, this is an energy vortex we are creating through our positive energy. First of all, visualize yourself in this circle. Now put your immediate family members and loved one in this circle. Put your extended family members and friends in this circle. Put your community members in this circle energy vortex. Put your fellow citizens in this vortex. Put all the people in the world in this vortex. And think of some people who need some extra healing or help and have asked you for prayers. Put them also in this circle. Now I'm going to chant the mantras and we are going to energize this energy vortex. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. We are inviting, invoking, and receiving the threshold energy of Ganesha to dissolve our ego that separates us from other human beings and creatures. Om Aim Saraswatye Namaha. We are inviting, invoking, and receiving the energy of the divine goddess Saraswati to bestow upon us the highest intuition and the highest intellect. Om Shri Guru Pyo Namaha. We are inviting, invoking, and receiving the guiding principle of this universe. Om Namah Shivaya. We are inviting, invoking, and receiving the energy that can dissolve negativity into this energy vortex. Om Namah Narayanaya. We're inviting, invoking, and receiving the energy of sustenance into this energy vortex. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vedvisha vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Supreme Consciousness protect us all, nourish us all, vitalize us all, and enlighten us all. May there be no misunderstandings between us. May we bring forth our best and positive energy into this session today. May there be peace within us, peace on earth, and peace in the cosmic realm. Please invite, invoke, and receive the energy of your personal God as you know him. There is only one God and one energy, but as you are conditioned in the name and form you are familiar with, your guru, your teacher, bring their blessings into this energy vortex. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhave. May all be healthy. May all be happy. May all experience goodwill and the will to be good. May there be no suffering. Om Asato Ma Satgamaya. Lead me from illusions to the truth. Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya. Lead me from the ignorance to the light of wisdom, the darkness of ignorance to the light of wisdom. Mrityormam amritangamaya. Lead me from my identification with my limited mind and body to my infinite and immortal self. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Hari Om. May there be peace, peace and peace. So it is by the grace of God and Guru, so it is. Take a deep breath in and disconnect from this circle, and please go back to your seats.
Are we going to do some chanting also?
Yes, I'm going to lead you through three chantings. One is Mula mantra. It is a very basic but a very powerful mantra from praising Lord Ram, which is the pure consciousness, pure energy. So I can say it first. I will explain it, and then you can follow through with me. So let me just explain it. Shri Mula Rama Vijayate. Shri is the energy of abundance, Lakshmi. Mula is primordial. Rama is that pure consciousness. Vijayate, it always will win. Victory to that power. Dig Vijaya, the power to defeat all negativity and always be is invincible. Dig Vijaya is invincible. Rama, that pure consciousness. Vijayate, we are activating that power in us. Again, Shri is abundance principle. Jaya, Jaya is victory. Rama, to that supreme consciousness. Vijayate, may it always succeed and may it always get victory and bring us victory, because we are going to invoke it and activate it inside us. Shiva, Shiva is that principle that dissolves negativity. Rama is the principle pure bliss. Pure consciousness equals pure bliss. Sat Chit Ananda. Existence, consciousness, bliss. Shiva Rama, Vijayate. So I'm going to chant it once, and then we can go. You can follow me. Let me just introduce the mantra first. Shri Mula Rama Vijayate. Digvijaya Rama Vijayate. Shri Jaya Rama Vijayate. Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama Vijayate. Follow with me. Shri Mula Rama Vijayate. Again. Shri Mula Rama Vijayate. Again. Shri Mula Rama Vijayate. Digvijaya Rama Vijayate. Digvijaya Rama Vijayate. Again. Digvijaya Rama Vijayate. One more time. Digvijaya Rama Vijayate. Shri Jaya Rama Vijayate. Again, Shri Jaya Rama Vijayate. Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Vijayate. Please follow. Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Vijayate. One more time. Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Shiva Rama, Vijayate. Remain in this sacred silence for a moment. Take deep inhalation and expand, and exhale and relax. And let the vibration of this powerful mantra sink into every cell in your body. We are activating that primordial energy that is consciousness, existence, and bliss. May that energy always be victorious in the world and within us. May this ability to be joyful and yet also have the ability to dissolve negativity be within us. We activate it, invoke it, receive it inside us. One last time. Shri Mula Rama Vijayate Digvijaya Rama Vijayate Shri Jaya Rama Vijayate Shiva Rama Shiva Rama Shiva Rama Vijayate. Take a deep breath in and release. Open your eyes. There's another mantra that I would like you to learn and chant if you feel so called to, or just let the vibrations wash over you if the words are complicated or you don't want to chant and just want to experience it. Let me explain it first and then we'll together chant it. This is called the Gayatri mantra of Hanumanji. So the first line is about describing what you know about this power. The second line is about what you want to know about this power. The first one is what you already know, second one is what you want to know, and third to bring it into your reality. So Om is the primordial sound of creation, sustenance, and dissolution. Anjaneyaya, that is, he's known by his mother's name. His mother's name was Anjani, so his name is Anjaneyaya. So Vidmahe, I know that I am this body. Most of us are in this body consciousness. Second one is Vayu Putraya Dhimahi. Vayu is air, wind. Putraya is the son of the wind god. So our mind is as powerful as the wind. Dhimahi, I want to learn how to control the mind. And then Tanno Hanumata Prachodayat. Hanumata is the goal. Han, as I explained, is dissolve. Man or Mata is the egotistical mind. Give me the power to dissolve my egotistical mind. That's what we are saying. So I will say it and you can follow with me or just let the vibrations wash over you. Om Anjaneyaya Vidmahe Vayu Putraya Dhimahi Tanno Hanumata Prachodayat. Om Anjaneyaya Vidmahe Vayu Putraya Dhimahi Tanno Hanumata Prachodayat. Om Anjaneyaya Vidmahe Vayu Putraya Dhimahi Tanno Hanumata Prachodayat. One more time. Om Anjaneyaya Vidmahe Vayu Putraya Dhimahi Tanno Hanumata Prachodayat. I contemplate on Anjaneyaya, this body. I meditate on the son of Vayu, the mind. May he give me enlightenment and power over my body and mind. We'll finish with a closing invocation. Please bring your left palm and right palm together, your intuitive mind and your logical mind, and touch your heart to activate your heart center and your Anahata chakra. Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Shri Guru Pyo Namaha Hari Om. The cosmic world is perfect and the material physical world is perfect. The internal world is perfect and the external world is perfect. For there is only wholeness, perfection, and completeness. May there be peace within, peace on earth, and peace in the cosmic realm. So it is, by the grace of God and Guru, so it is. Take a deep breath in and release. Rub your palms to generate some energy, positive energy. Cup your eyes, because the eyes are the windows to the soul. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. When you're ready, only when you're ready, open your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, I know we don't have too much time, but I think we have 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
If we have any questions, I'll be happy. I know I rushed through it because we have such a little, short time, and I wanted you to chant with me, and I wanted you to, experience do some exercises as well, activities. So.
By the way, today is 9th. You're talking about number 9.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
It's a great year to release things that are not, thoughts and feelings and beliefs that are not serving our highest interest. So working with the energy of 9, doing everything 9 times is one way to connect with that energy.
Yeah, amplifying.
Yes, and 9 is a number of Mars. And Mars is that aspect of us which is always seeking power. And it's good to have power, but sometimes we cross the line, and then it turns into violence, into aggression, into egoism. And that's when the Saturn gets activated, which is the planet of lessons and karmic debts. So Hanumanji is the energy, because once you control your mind, Mars will never get out of control. You will tap into your energy, but you will not be in excess. So in that case, you will never trigger. Anybody who's into astrology will understand people dread the Saturn cycles in their life. So you will never activate that hard taskmaster. So yeah, if you're working with the energy of number 9, Hanumanji is a wonderful, powerful energy to work with.
Yeah. Also, I've shared the flyer that has the workshop on March 22nd. There'll be 80 people together. Imagine, what we did here, a glimpse of it. And it's going to be so many people chanting together. So incredibly powerful, happening in the Fremont area. And then we'll have a retreat, a 2-day retreat. Option is there, and also 1 day at Mount Madonna. So these are very transformational, events and workshops that that Nivedita actually offers. And I have seen people getting immediate, transformations in these kind of sessions, because something will awaken within us. So yeah, it's just consider, joining.
Yes, that's our personal invitation, humble invitation to join us, and your presence and participation would mean the world to us.
Yeah. Actually, we are getting into the era where a lot of ancient wisdom is coming in, from all across different parts of the world. And so Vedic philosophy is also one of the very ancient philosophy, and that is where the Vedita, offers up programs. And because it's like from that era, I feel that it has certain power. And, when she uses it for the transformation, people get the results, because it's so, powerful. So yeah, I just wanted to add to what you shared.
Yes, so we can stop maybe.
And I went to one of their workshops at the event, and you can feel the energy of the room shift, especially with the breath
Yeah.
Her breath work
Thank
really
you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's enough time there. Here it was very less time. So whatever
But
we
the
could.
room is nice too because everyone's kind of sitting in a little bit of a circle.
Yeah.
So even just the way the room's laid out,
Right.
it changes the way.
And these little things are written in the rituals, in the Hindu rituals, understanding how to manipulate energy, manipulate not in a negative way, but in how to serve us. Because when you have a rectangle, it's a masculine energy, which is good for power and for pushing through hustle energy. But if you want the feminine energy, because when we're in a spiritual workshop, we're in a receptive mode. It has to be a circle, a cycle, or a chalice. So you can't have square patterns because the energy will bounce off the corners. It will not gather in the center. So that's why it's so important to have a circular or semicircular energy vortex. That's why I had people create, because we don't have the table chair arrangements, but at least we could hold hands and create a circle.
And one thing I really liked about that event was the mantras and the chanting. And I like how you guys explain what they are before teaching them. But then it goes on one ear, not the other. Do you guys have that information on your website? Because now I'm kind of drawn to learn the actual mantras.
We don't have it because it's, just a lot of information. And then people, even when they read it, it's never the same because, when you have an interaction, it's different. So that's why we are starting this Vedic coaching program, which is once a week it's going to be. Then you come back, you come every time. I call it what is it called? The mother tongue learning. When we go to a workshop or when we go to a retreat, it's like, oh, whatever I can take away in this 2 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours. But what is the mother tongue way of learning? When you learn a language, you don't have a deadline, you don't have exams, nobody asks you, what did you learn today? You just keep on hearing it in the background. And at some point, you just know the language. Yeah. So if you immerse yourself in this thing, time and again, at one point, you'll just know it. And there's no pressure that, oh, I got to take notes, I have to understand this, I have to write it, because that's not how we learn our mother tongue. So that program will help us, to people who are interested in this Vedic wisdom. And like I was telling Barbara before, people think it's Hinduism. No, in Hinduism, the Vedas, which is the ultimate source of knowledge, there's no one person. It says the first shloka, one of the important shlokas or mantras is, truth is one. The wise know it by different names. So, that important. So every God, every religion is important. It's an aspect of that one universal energy. We know it in different names and forms, depending on different cultures and eras and, civilizations, what have you. So once, what I told Barbara was that it's like gravity. It was discovered in England. Does the gravity become an English power? No, we all are subject to gravity. So this same thing, Hanumanji is not just for the Hindus or Indians. Everybody has a mind and breath. If you have a mind and breath, is relevant. If you don't want to control a mind and breath, you can choose not to.
It's like a code that has been given to us.
Cryptic codes. Like I said, there's another one in that Hanumanji. Every 40 verses, each of them talk about science, psychology, philosophy. Another one is Bhuta Pisacha Nikata Nahi Ave Mahavira Jab Nama Sunave. Bhuta is ghost. What is ghost? Literally, we're not warding off ghost. We don't see ghost. Ghost is the fear of the past. Pisacha, vampires. The worries, anxieties that's draining our energy. Nikata Nahi, they will not come near you. Fears of the past, anxieties of the future cannot come near you. Hanumata Bhuta Pisacha Nikata Nahi Aave Mahavira Jab Naam Sunave. Mahavira is this another name for Hanuman, and he has many names, and each name has a special significance. What are you doing to ward off the ghosts of the past and the vampires of the future? In the present moment. When you're breathing, what are you doing? You're bang in the present moment. How can the past, scare you? How can the future drain you? It cannot. Nirantara. So like she did 3 breaths even without doing deep breathing. So it's a practice. Once you practice this, you will automatically regulate your breath. If your breath is regulated, you are in the present moment. If you think that breath cannot bring you to the present moment, try closing your nose. Instantly you'll be here. You don't care what's happening at home. You don't care what's happening in Ukraine. You are here right now. I want breath. So that's the way to come to the present moment, is focus on the breath.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you for your time, your presence, your participation. We are so grateful, Ragini and I.
Thank you. You like this?
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit SoulSearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit SoulSearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit SoulSearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit SoulSearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation.
Ready when you are.
All right. Just waiting for the live stream to start. Looks like we're ready. All right. I think we are.
We are ready. You're ready?
Yes, we
Ready
are.
to become money magnets?
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Allison, and on behalf of Soul Search, we're absolutely delighted to have you here, and we are absolutely delighted to share Marnell's really incredible message with you all. So just to tell you a little bit about Marnell, for more than 15 years, she has been a certified money coach and has cultivated a practice of meditation, spiritual alignment, and trauma healing and integration. Not only is she a money coach, she is also a body-centered intuitive counselor who has the innate ability to help us connect to the light of our souls. Marnell received her MBA in global management from St. Mary's College of California and has worn many hats in the nonprofit sector for more than 30 years in the fields of health, education, spirituality, and philanthropic advocacy. She trained as a certified money coach under Deborah Price, founder of the Money Coaching Institute. Previously, Marnell was the director of the Berkeley Psychic Institute and has taught classes in clairvoyant and energy healing while doing thousands of psychic readings. Currently, she is a student of world-renowned spiritual teacher Thomas Siebel and a graduate of the Timeless Wisdom training program of the Academy of Inner Science. So welcome, Marnell. Welcome, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for joining me in this workshop on aligning with abundance. 3 keys to feel confident, responsible, and in control of your money. So, I said earlier, how many are ready to become money magnets? Can I hear it in the room?
Yeah.
Woo! Yes, yes. See, money is attracted to joy. So get your joy up, right? So I'm gonna. She gave such a beautiful introduction about me, and yeah, I actually have such a beautiful life. I live in San Francisco, 3 blocks from the beach, and 3 blocks from Golden Gate Park. So I get to walk on the beach whenever I want. And I have an amazing partner who 1,000% supports me and believes in everything that I do, believes in who I am. I have a son who is 28 and a firefighter and has been fighting wildfires all across the United States every summer. I'm a very proud mama. Yeah. And I work with amazing clients who are so committed in shifting their own relationship around money. So I have so much to be grateful for. Every morning I wake up feeling joyful and happy, doing the love that I do, and doing the work that I love to do, and also setting my own schedule and supporting women and men become money magnets. It just gives me so much joy to see everyone shift and change in their lives. And like them, they also sat in your place here at one event or at other events I've hosted. And so grateful for all of you here for showing up and showing up for yourselves, because I know that you also believe that abundance is your birthright, right? How many of you believe that? Yes, yes, abundance is our birthright. But how does it show up in everyday life, right? And this is what I'm here to teach you. And I tell Allison gave all this accolades about everything I've done. I have a beautiful life now, but it wasn't always like that. There was a time in my life when I was divorced, single mom, living on food stamps. And at one point, I found myself not having work because the work that I was supposed to start kind of fell apart. And I had no money to pay for my rent. And that was the lowest I've ever felt in my life. And feeling like, what's the point of being alive if I cannot take care of myself? It was that low. The thoughts in my head just kept saying, no, it's not worth it. Just leave the planet, you know? And so there I was in my bed, trying, so nervous and scared and crying. How do I get out of myself here? Or maybe I should just check out. And as tears were soaking my pillow, I heard this voice. Your life is worth more than the money you don't have. And in that moment, I was like, okay, is that really true, right? And how many of you are type A personalities that just does everything on her own, right? I was one of that, right? I tried to do everything on my own, and I couldn't ask for help. And so at that lowest point in my life, I decided to listen to that voice, that my life is worth a lot more than the money I did not have, and decided to ask for help. And you know what? When I allowed myself to be vulnerable, help did come. I was able to pick myself up again, find a job, and then eventually go get my master's, and have the life that I have now. But it took work. It took looking at the underlying traumas that I've had in my life that got me into that anxiety and depression and this space that I don't care about life now, right? And so day by day, week by week, month by month, I found a therapist that I can work with. I hired a money coach to help me figure this out, right? I went to group settings and group therapy and really looked at the underlying issues of why I have this scarcity, why life had always been hard. And in that space, I learned a few things. And so I want to share with you some of the few things that I learned, because now I am committed to supporting everyone who's willing to listen, to have a healthier relationship with money, and really align yourself with the universal abundance that's actually here. It's like a radio station, turn the dial to that station, so that's what you hear, right? So I'm going to teach you how to turn that dial. Is that okay? Yeah, all right. So thank you so much for letting me share my story with you. And I say this not because I want to pity, I would want you to just about me. No, this is actually about all of us, because all of us have had issues around money. And I am gonna invite each one of you to think about, what was your earliest memory that you have around money? What's the first thing that you remember around money? And I'm gonna have you pair up. And so find a partner. Yeah, find a partner next to you. Does everybody have a partner? Those two. I can partner with you. Yeah. So just think about, what was the earliest memory I have around money? I'll share you something about my memory around money. Oh, there, now you have a partner. Okay. Is memory I have around money as a child was, my grandma would take me to the ice cream shop. I actually used to live with her, not with my sisters. And she would take me to the ice cream shop. And then she would say, don't tell your sisters where we went, okay? And guess what was my first words when I see my sisters? We had to have ice cream. And then I'd get reprimanded. You were supposed to say that. And then my sisters would get jealous about it. So what was, like, I got this message growing up that if I have something, I cannot talk about it. Or if I have something, others would get jealous. Right? And so I had this thing where I start repelling money off of me, because I don't want others to get upset at me. Right? So we have certain memories around money, and I'm just curious, what's yours? So go ahead and partner up. Can I have a pen? Yes, who needs a pen? And pick who's going to be A and who's going to be B. Is anybody else need a pen? A and B. Okay, so we'll start with amazing folks. We'll share first. Okay? Amazing people will share first. And I'll give you a minute. What was your earliest memory and around money? All right. Now let's wrap it up, and now I want the beautiful people to share. We have now be beautiful people's turn. Money in the past, I had because all right, just find us a closing point. I love how lively everyone got. So I want to hear some shares from the room. Who would like to share? What's an earliest memory around money? Anybody want to share? In the big room?
I can share.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I always had fun with mine. I had trouble with mine, and I was making money to shop.
Wow. I love, there's a money magnet in the house.
All right, so far, enjoy.
Beautiful. Yes, money can be fun.
Yeah, it's a fun.
Yes, yes. Beautiful.
I love to share.
Huh?
I love to share.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. So anyway, my grandparent generation extremely wealthy from China.
Mm-hmm.
They own merchant ship, things like that, but they have a lot of children and a few wives, in those generations.
Yes.
So by the time all the siblings fight over it, in my generation, it's gone. But it's always associated with anger and resentment. So that was my childhood upbringing. I have healed that. So I now help other people heal too. But anyway, money to me is my best friend. I love money. And I know money loves speed, and money loves to have fun.
Yes,
So
yes.
anyway, thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. And thank you for sharing around, the anger around money, right? And because there are underlying emotions around money. And congratulations on healing that for yourself, that now you're able to turn it around and align again to the abundance that was actually available in your lineage. Beautiful. Yes.
I was gonna say, I have the exact opposite experience. My earliest memory is my dad saying to me, money, what do you think? Money grows on trees?
Yeah.
And so I always felt judged and chastised, and that he came from a place of scarcity. And so in my life, I did the opposite. So with money, I'm generous. If you don't have, I have money. If you don't have money, I'm gonna give you money to help you out.
Yeah, beautiful.
So because it's like spreading love.
Yes, yes, yes. And thank you for sharing that the energy of scarcity doesn't grow in trees, right? We heard that all our lives, right? And there's an energetic imprint of those things. We want those to shift. And it's beautiful that you were able to turn it around, right? These two women goddesses here, right? To turn things around. Congratulations. Yes, sweetheart.
Yeah, I really like the idea of abundance, like rather than it's not just money, but it's the frequency of abundance. And as a child growing up, it was one of two emotions. Either we were like resentful of other people that had more abundance, or we were guilty if we were the ones having. So it was either like jealousy or guilt.
Oh, yeah.
And there was no gratitude ever, because it was like we either don't have enough or we have too much and people don't like us.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm here to shift.
Yes,
to
yes.
shift into positive emotions.
Yes, yes. And I'm so glad you're here because I'm going to teach you how to shift it. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing with each other your money stories. Because the money stories, sometimes when we give life to it, right, and we acknowledge them for what they are, that's when we can shift it. So now I want you to spell the word reaction. On this sheet of paper here, you have spaces there. I want you to spell the word reaction. And now what is the middle letter of that word?
Action. C. Yeah, action.
C. That's right. The middle letter is C. It's C and T, but we'll go with C. Right? Because they're both right there. And what does C stand for?
Cash.
Cash, yes. C stands for cash, yes. And it also stands for consciousness. Right? What kind of consciousness do you want around your money? Abundance and joy. Yeah. So what happens if you bring consciousness, if you bring the letter C to the beginning of the word? What do you get? Creation. So when we stay conscious and aware, I get to create and have more choices. So
consciousness and awareness around my money. Super important. That is key number 1. Stay conscious and aware of your money. If you want it to grow, pay attention to it. If there's hurt around it, tend to that hurt. Bring attention. Because wherever there's tension, it needs attention. Okay? So that's key number 1. Key number 2 is you need to identify your limiting beliefs and patterns. And I'm going to ask you to take out your phones right now. And there is a QR code on your workbook. And I invite you to take the money quiz. Because this will help us identify what my limiting patterns and beliefs are. So you will see, you'll get to this link and you'll see a bunch of words, and click on the words that describes your tendencies around money. So the first word there is anxious. If you've ever felt anxious around money, then click on it.
I'm not getting that. No, we get your schedule appointment, but not the.
Oh, no, it's this one. It's on page, right here. So yeah, click on the words that you resonate with around money. Yeah. Hold on to that. It's this one. No, that's fine. That makes sense. So yeah, just notice these words, and unless it's a clear no, if you're like, oh, maybe, then go ahead and click on it.
Can you say that again?
The words, right?
Just click on the words
that you resonate with around money. And unless it's a clear no, and you have a sense maybe, then click yes.
I don't have a phone.
You want to use mine? You want to
No,
use
I
mine?
don't use them.
Oh, okay. There's no right or wrong way to do this. This is just for you. And then at the end, put in your contact info so you can email. You'll get the results emailed to you.
I don't want to put my phone number.
Then just put 11111 or something. Yeah, you don't need to. Just just put 11111 or something. Just put numbers there.
Home phone, I don't know who they got. Wait, I have somebody that's stalking me. I'll give them their number. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and once you have yeah, you can take a screenshot of your results also.
What if you never ever paid attention to money, despite even working a job?
And then go, okay, see results.
Well, I feel like since I'm working harder.
Well, we'll talk about it. I'll share with you with those. These are archetypes, so and it doesn't mean that's who you are as a person. These are just archetypal energy around money. Okay, ready to learn more what these archetypes are? So we have 5 core limiting beliefs and patterns that we function from. And they're based on 2 wounds. The first wound is the wound of the innocent. The innocent is the one that did not receive any guidance around money. So if you scored in the innocent, it just means that when you were growing up, no one sat down and said, okay, this is how the world of money works. This is what you do with it. This is how you make it grow. This is how you manage it, right? And so this part of us get overwhelmed around money. And like, can somebody else do this for me? This is too overwhelming, right? It is like having a kindergartner budget something. What does a kindergarten know about budgeting when it doesn't even know how to add, right? So this part of us, feels it's very dependent on somebody else, and it gets scared around money or worried around money, right? And it wants to feel safe at all times when it comes to money. The next wound is the wound of the victim. So the victim either had lost a tremendous amount of money, had some abuse or betrayed or neglect around money. And so the victim is, in the space of, I have no agency. The victim did not have protection around money, right? So these are the 2 money wounds. Either I did not receive guidance or I was not protected. So if you scored in this, it's not the end of the world. It just means that you needed the support and the love and the guidance and the protection around money. Now, because of these 2 wounds, we started having compensations. The first compensation is the martyr. And if you scored in the martyr, it just means you have such a generous heart.
Not so much, a little bit.
I have a very beautiful, generous heart. The only thing with the martyrs are the ones taking care of others all the time. And if you find yourself being one of these, it's because you had someone in your life as a martyr, so it was modeled to you. These compensations were all modeled to us. Right? And so that's what we grew up with, so that's what we learned how to do. So give yourselves a lot of grace around this. The hard part with the martyr is everything goes out and very little comes back. Right? And the martyr needs healthier boundaries. The next compensation is the tyrant. The tyrant can be controlling and judgmental around money. And it gets very hypercritical. Again, you had someone in your life who, if you scored in the tyrant, it's because you had someone be a tyrant to you around money. It was a learned behavior. And it's really scared of losing control because the victim and the innocent had no control. So it went to the opposite end. I have to be in control. And so there's a part where we get self-critical and self-judgmental towards ourselves, or sometimes with others. The next compensation is the fool. I love the fool. The fool is super fun.
Yes.
This part does not worry about tomorrow. Just live in the moment. Don't worry. This fool is always going for the next shiny object. Ooh, I want this, right? I'm gonna have this. Super adventurous, and it only knows what it wants, and it wants it now. Doesn't know how to self-regulate. And so sometimes what happens here is like, yeah, you get a victim or the innocent, and then you start spending money, right? Or as a martyr, the fool and the martyr kind of go, they like to be friends, right? Because like, oh, I want to buy this for this person, I want to buy this for another person, right? But it doesn't come back to you. And then the credit card bill comes in, and then the tyrant says, you shouldn't have done that, right? The tyrant's favorite words are should or shouldn't, right? So when you find yourself saying that, just means, okay, there's a part of me that just wants to feel in control. How do I take care of this, right? So these are compensations around money, and again, we learned how to do this, so we can unlearn it. Questions so far? Yes.
In my results, it seems like it listed everything, but I don't know what type I am.
Well, it's just wherever you scored. Yeah, it lists everything, and then it wherever you scored.
So, I see. The percentage of type, the higher, the more
active it is.
Or the lower, okay.
Yeah. So you want it to be lower. Yes, we are.
Is there any correlation between that and ADHD? Because I know that some people who have ADHD are always like seeking that dopamine, and so they do a lot of shopping therapy.
Right.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is there some connection?
Maybe, yeah. And it's. I can't really speak to that yet about it, but
maybe a little bit.
But maybe a little bit, yeah, because you're just trying to self-regulate, right? The compensations are self-regulations that we do. So how do we shift this? How do we shift this energy? The way to shift it is you need to connect. So key number 3 is connect to your wealth superpowers. Because if you are staying in the consciousness of the victim, you're always going to stay a victim. You have to shift it to the stronger part of yourself. Key number 3, wealth superpowers. And what's the first superpower? The first superpower is your warrior. This is your divine masculine energy. This is the energy that protects the innocent. Right? This is the part of you that's powerful, disciplined. You make your own decisions. You listen to the right directions, right? So I invite you to stand up right now. And I want you to think of a time when you accomplished something really big in your life. I'm going to give you one example. When I received my MBA at St. Mary's College, I walked through that stage, and before I picked up my diploma, I did this. Yes, right? Because it was like, I worked hard to do that, to get there, right? So I want you to feel, what was the time when you've accomplished something big for yourself? Just feel into it. And what is the power action of that accomplishment? So for me, it's like, yeah, right? So feel, what is the action? Or how does it feel in your body to feel this accomplishment, this sense of accomplishment?
Taking charge.
You're taking charge, yes. What else?
Get out of my way.
Get out, oh, I love it. Get out of my way. Yes.
You gotta get it, man.
Yes. What else?
I like the mountain pose, feeling really solid.
Solid, yes. Yes.
It's certainty.
There's certainty.
It's almost like a you've got to.
Yes, you feel it in your body, right? So this warrior energy is already in you. Now you want to use this energy around your money, because the victim or the fool or the martyr doesn't have the solidity, but you do. Can you feel that power in you right now?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Beautiful. Oh, look at this warrior right in the middle of the room. So if you can't quite feel your power, let her, just like I am going to have some of that, right?
I just felt to explode.
Beautiful. I love all of this warriors. So this is an energy you can always tap into. That's the warrior energy. All right, I'm going to ask you to sit down again and take your seats. And it's always available. I'm sorry. Later, I'm going to call you. Yeah. So, what's the next superpower? The next superpower is the magician. This is the divine feminine energy, right? So we have the masculine that takes action, and then the feminine energy that goes with the flow. There's a flow of abundance that we want to channel, right? And whether you have a female or a male body, we all have a feminine energy. We all have a masculine energy, right? This energy is about being. This is your spiritual side, the wise part of you. And I want you to look at if you feel into your heart right now, your most loving, the kindest, the most compassionate part of yourself. I want you to just feel that in your heart, in your body. How does it feel? Now, I want you to have your magician talk to either your wounds or your victim or your compensation. So look at your test results. Which one did you score the highest?
Warrior. Magician.
And magician. Or of the not the superpowers, but of the wounds or the compensations. So where did you score of the wounds and compensations? Where did you score the highest there? It might be the victim or or the martyr or the. So now I want you to, just pick one. If it was the fool or the martyr or the victim. As you tune into your magician, the most loving and compassionate part of yourself, what would it like to say to this wound or compensation?
Resolution.
Resolution, yes. So just feel the energy of what it wants to create. What is the most loving thing that it can give you, right? So we are in a space of shifting consciousness. Yes, sweetheart.
Compassion heals the anxiety or the guilt.
Yes,
Or
beautiful.
the fear.
Yes, yeah. It's so use the energy of your wealth superpowers. Right? It's already here, and you just need to tap into it. Right? Now, the next superpower is your creator. This is about your divine connection to source energy. What is the word inspiration? If you break it down, you know when you get the light bulb moment and you get inspired, right? It's because spirit came in. Inspiration, right? So there's a part of you of allowing yourself to channel that energy of source and creativity, the channel of God or how the universe, the cosmos, whatever feels right for you, that it's about source energy, that you can channel it and you can be open to it, right? And right now I'm gonna actually ask Lindsay to share with you a little bit about what it's like to be open to the wealth superpowers.
Oh man.
And share with us a little bit of, our work together. Maybe just a minute.
Just like a quick minute. So I'm Lindsay. I'm one of Marnell's current healing clients. We have 2 sessions left. I am a high income earner that has high bills arise and I lose it all. So I have a chronic illness that cost me $180,000, for example. And so when we were working it came back. And then when I went back to work, which was after we did this substantial part of our work together, I actually had a $30,000 raise. So, yeah, so while I was out, I got a big raise and then went back to it. So, and I just did want to point out, I really resonated in this talk with all of the different money traumas. I definitely was heavily a victim, but I didn't realize that working with her involved so much more than this just basic principle. I got way more out of it than I was expecting. So she doesn't play to really what modality she uses to cover, but it was very impressive. And I actually use some of that in my healing work now. So thank you. I love you. And thanks for all the extra money.
Thank you. Lindsay's such a powerful goddess, and I'm like, it's been such a great pleasure to work with her. And if you would like to have similar results like Lindsay, of bringing in more abundance and healing your own hurts around money, I invite you to have a personal session with me. I have a money magnet activation session that I'm making available to all of you here in the room. It's complimentary, half an hour. And we will actually go through your money quiz results. So, and come up with a mini plan on how to get your wealth superpowers more activated. That's why I call it the money magnet activation. It's like really come into the space of this superpowers and also hold space for what were the wounds and the compensations. So on your money magnet activation session. And click on that. Go into this. Yes, go and take out your phone. And I invite you to have a complimentary session with me. And I'd love to look at your quiz results and see how I can support you. And it's no obligation. I'm just here to support as many people have a healthy relationship with money, because that is my purpose now, right? And I love hearing stories of people getting, Lindsay's not the only one who gets raises. I have one other client, they perform in drag, and they used to get paid $150 to $200 a performance. And through our work together, just clearing a lot of this pain and a lot of this trauma around money, they started charging and getting paid $1,200 a performance. Wow. Yeah. These are the transformation that becomes available to people who really say yes to themselves. So I invite you to say yes to yourself now. Schedule a session with me. And if you schedule a session with me right now, before the session ends, I'm going to give you a full hour. Yes. So is your warrior going to take an action and schedule a session? Yeah, so the QR code is here, or if you want to put in the...
Question.
Yes.
It's like doing like locations like Los Angeles and stuff?
No, it's going to be done over Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's over Zoom or phone. So it will, it works.
So if we schedule it now?
Yeah, schedule it now. Yeah, schedule it now. And if you schedule now before we end, you will have the full hour with me instead of just half hour.
How do we know what dates? I mean, there's got certain ones highlighted.
Yeah, the highlight are the dates that are available. Click on it and you'll see times. Zilola, who's Zilola? Ah, there you are. There's our first money warrior. Awesome. Shalom? Yes. Oh my goodness, look at all this money warriors in the house. And I do have a booth, a table, and you are welcome to join me there if you have more questions. So yeah, schedule your session with me. And if there's and also if a time is not showing up for you, doesn't work for you, come with me at my booth, and I can find other times.
Just curious.
Yes, sweetheart.
Where are you in San Francisco? Because we might be named.
Oh, I'm on 46 in Judah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I'm 48 in Lawton.
Oh my goodness, we are neighbors. we shall go take a walk.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I'll book the time with you.
Oh my god, yeah, book a session. So for those who are, ready to shift your relationship with money, schedule a time with me. I'm happy to support you. And like Lindsay, help you get your next raise.
We do similar work. I give you back the pens.
Oh yes, and if I could have back the pens. Also, my contact information is on the booklet. So feel free to email me, text me if you have any questions, and I shall take the pens back. Thank you so much. I believe John Gray is speaking. right after. Yeah, so.
John Gray, the inventor from Mars.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's just before my time, yes. Michael, yes, I know Michael.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live.
Live stream to start. There we go. We are live. So thank you everyone for being here. My name is Allison, and on behalf of Soul Search, we are absolutely delighted to have you with us, and we are over the moon to have John Gray with us today. A man who needs very little introduction, 20 best-selling books. He's appeared on every major television talk show that I think any of us can think of. Author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus in all its expressions. And even though we had one talk scheduled for today, I think he's going to be talking about an exciting new book that'll be coming out.
They'll be the same.
They'll be the same. All right, so I will leave you to it.
Thank you so much.
John.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Let me set this up where it shows me. So we're live streaming, so I'm talking with other folks as well. Welcome, keep coming in. That's good, that's good. So if I come like this, come on in, come on in. Hi, hi. Come on in. Welcome. So I just finished a 3-day class. So my participants are actually here in the back. They're all smiling.
Yay.
Yay. We had an amazing life transformational class. You know, I call it a relationship class, but I'm thinking, so many people said this wasn't just a relationship class. This is a life-changing class. Think of a name for me sometime, if you can. Welcome, come on in. What I do in my workshops is I have so much material online and I have so many books that you can get content from me, and you will get content from me today, but you get content in person. You can always listen to the Rolling Stones, but it's different to go to a concert. So, that's always nice. But the experience of 3 days in my workshops is different from just the content. It starts out with the first day where you have the first 3 hours is me downloading things you haven't read in my books. So I'll give you a little glimpse of that. Although let me just see how many of you actually read Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Let me see. Okay, so from my point of view, I could just give those ideas, it'll change your life. But then I have the book after that, the book after that, the book after that, the book after that. But it really stems from this basic understanding of how men and women are different. So I'm going to do a little Men Are From Mars for the folks that have never read that book, and which would be, that's all I do in the first 3 hours of my classes. Usually most of the people have read Men Are From Mars, but those ideas are transformational. Over 50 million people have read that book. Comprehend that. You know, it's in every language, or almost every language, 45 different languages all around the world. It's stunning. You know, it just took off. somebody just said, I haven't seen you, heard about you in a long time. I said, well, in the year 2000, I was nominated as the biggest selling book in the world by USA Today. And the next day, I was never allowed on TV again. Isn't that amazing? That's when you get right up there, they go. Why? Because I'm considered by HR in every company and every business and in the media, I talk about men and women are different. And that's not the accepted reality today.
Political paradigm.
It's a political paradigm. I'm basically a sexist. I used to give talks at all the corporations around the world. People love my talks. I mean, they're amazing. Fun, entertaining, insightful. But
So you got canceled.
But I got canceled. I'm cancel culture. Long before cancel culture came, I was one of the first. Okay, and I still keep going on. It hasn't affected me. It just means a few less books in America. I still sell 300,000 books a year in America. Now, any of those bestsellers you see on the top list don't sell 300,000 books, but somehow I don't get to the top of the list. It was interesting. They don't even put me in the women's book section. And women are 90% of the people reading my book are women. But there's a bias in this world. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. I'm just celebrating that in spite of all of that, I still survive. And it's an amazing message. And I keep putting it out there. Other countries which don't have our bias, like in China. I'm the only person, my publishers are the only people who've ever sued the Chinese government and won. Because the Chinese government was publishing, I don't know how many, but a lot of copies of Men Are From Mars because they want babies there. So they were, and I may be also helping with people learning English or whatever, but they wanted relationships. They liked me. The Chinese government likes me. They've kicked out all the personal growth teachers. They've actually been kicked out. A lot of what they did in China, for example, was just in the last year or two, all of the private schools, private education, because people go, education stinks. So I have money. I have my children have private education to become really smart, able to work and make money and all that. They canceled all the private schools. Amazing. It's China. Anyway, so they still love me because they need babies. They have a big problem there because people are not making babies. Just relationships aren't happening. And what's nice is because, I mean, when I go on TV in China, 30 million people listen to me. I mean, maybe it was 100 million. I mean, this is the government. But anyway, my publishers foolishly said to the Chinese government, you can't do that. And they won. So they're not publishing my book, but I want them to. I want more people to have this message. Whatever. Come on in. We're just got a few more empty seats. Welcome to come in. This is a talk on Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. So anyway, and somebody said, oh, I think I saw you on the Oprah show. Yeah, before the year 2000. I did 18 shows with Oprah. I was her coach. And then in 2000, she never called me back. That was it. It was just, you get the orders from top. You're just not allowed. Who is it? Katie Couric, I think her name was. Yeah, Katie. We're friends. We did shows together, and she was going to do a 6-part series on my books and everything, come out and do the whole big deal. And if you remember, she left NBC. Part of why she left is they wouldn't let her do her own thing because they canceled. You can't do John Gray. Yeah, it's amazing.
Why?
I'm a sexist. Read my book. I'm not a sexist. People love my book. It's like all I do is uphold women and men at the same time. But I'll tell you something funny. The first time I went on the Oprah show, you're in the green room, and the guy who does your hair, he does this for everybody, comes on if they're a man. And he says, yeah, so you're here, you want to sell a lot of books? I go, yeah, I want to sell a lot of books. He says, well, I'll tell you how to sell books. Don't say anything good about men. That's what's that. That was it. I mean, it's such a bias. Okay, so, and then I'll tell you another funny story. So after about 6 shows on Oprah was, I gotta do more shows. This is so great. She was really turned on to the whole idea because she didn't understand differences between men and women. It's novel. And she said, I've got a group of women on why men dump women. Okay, so she had I felt like I was in this arena of tigers or something. And they're all around. There's not happy women with men. We're going to do a show. And Oprah was like, she was sincere. And she says, let's explain to them what they're doing wrong. And I said, Oprah, you can't explain to a woman who feels dumped and mad at men what she did wrong. All you can do is say what the men did wrong. And then after they feel validated and heard, then you can, one of the things you could do differently with men is this, okay? So you just there's not a place where somebody can hear feedback on what you did wrong if you're really angry and upset. So anyway, this is kind of like leading me into the theme of my new book, which I'm writing right now, which is really exciting for me. I haven't written a book in 8 years. My wife of 34 years, Bonnie, she passed with cancer, and that was super devastating for me. And I was depressed for a couple of years. And for me, being depressed, it just means I'm happy part of the day. I've learned how to go down, back up, but you go down, back up, you go down, back up, and it was. I wanted to die, those things. And then I was happy to be alive after you process the feelings. And that's what I do, for my people who just attended my 3-day workshop, is they all end up crying. It turns out if you don't cry, your brain doesn't change. This is the latest research on brain research. If you want to rewire your brain so you reset your set point of what upsets you. See, some people walk around life and they're just, due to the traumas of their past, and not just the traumas of their past, the traumas of their parents. It doesn't even matter. They were great parents on the surface, but they're walking around with trauma inside of them. In your first 7 years of life, you're in a dream state. It's called theta. It's the same state that allows you to, when you're in dreams. And it's also the same state of deep hypnosis. And some people can actually go into deep hypnosis. I've challenged all the hypnotists and see if you can put me in deep hypnosis. They can't, because I've worked so much on my traumas. I don't live in theta state when I'm awake. But it was fun to have them challenged. We can hypnotize you. But if you see even a professional hypnotist, they'll check out people in the audience who is the most traumatic person, because they'll be suggestible. And then you find somebody who's suggestible, then you can say something and they'll follow. Those people also, just as I do fun things to say, those people are always actors. Why? Because actors don't know who they are. That's why the better you don't know who you are, the better you can be somebody else. And the problem, it's the same problem. When you look at a lot of the actors, you'll see that, I probably should come back to Men Are From Mars, but I like to explore new things for people to understand. And it is, if you're a super celebrity, why is it all the super celebrities, to a great extent, get divorced, have dramatic lives, and have to have been through rehab twice before they're a celebrity? We look at them like, oh my God, how glorious they are. They're very unhappy. I won't even counsel them. I can't help them. Their egos are too big. Mm-hmm. They won't see what they do wrong. They rationalize, justify everything, and they don't exist. So for some reasons, whatever the trauma is, if you don't have a strong identity, then in other terms, you can be controlled, you are possessed. The whole idea of spirits, they used to call alcohol spirits. Who knows why they called them that?
I wonder why.
What is that?
Because they're under the influence, they don't know who they are.
That's right. She said when they're under the influence of alcohol, they don't know who they are and they're possessed by spirits. And that's real. It's very, very real. Because I had a brother who committed suicide who was bipolar. And part of his condition when he was bipolar is at times he would go out of his body and stand out of his body and watch somebody take over his body. These episodes would happen. Very, very sad. The reason he eventually killed himself was because one time he had an episode. The episodes would just come on. And when he had the episode, he was under a lot of stress. And when he had an episode come on, he would completely lose control and do crazy stuff. Take off his clothes, be a crazy person. And they put him in a mental hospital. But one time, 3 or 4 times he'd been in. The 4th time he was in, the mental hospital was full. So they put him in the criminally insane hospital. You wake up in the middle of the night and somebody's got a razor blade to your throat and says, give me your toothbrush. This is crazy land. He was so terrified. He said, I I don't want to live thinking that could happen again. That was it. That was his reason. It was just the thought of having to go back there was just too scary because he couldn't control. He would be temporarily possessed.
Sounds like dissociation. You're dissociating.
Yeah, he would dissociate. So he would just take over. And so what's happening today is that people are missing a fundamental truth. The only real thing in this room right now, everything you think and everything, your imagination. You know, one of the things I do is I give a lot of wellness advice, health advice. How do I know that's true? I've seen some people get benefit from those things. I've heard experts say those things. Do I really know that's true? I mean, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. Of course, as a marriage counselor, almost everything somebody feels in their relationship changes the next day. We imagine everything's worse than it is. And some people imagine things are better than they are. Mm-hmm. They live in a fantasy world. And they never connect with who they truly are. So we live in all this fantasy. I'm looking at an Indian woman in the back, and in India we call that Maya. It's all illusion. We make it all up. What's the only real thing, if there is a real thing, in this room? Your body. Your identity as I am a man. You are a woman. That's indisputable. And they've even got people who don't believe that. When you don't know your identity, when you're not anchored into a healthy identity, then what occurs is you're possessed. You're the easiest person under suggestion. If you look at, some of our weakest element of our society is Down children. You know what the Down children are? Okay. Genetic defect, whatever. So they don't have a real sense of self. They're very malleable, like children. 90% are now trans. Just tell them you're a girl and you're a girl. Why do they do this? I don't know. But I do know it's very easy for a male to go to his female side. It's very easy for a female to go to her male side. So let me define in simple terms, male, female side. Because we all have one. I have a male side, I have a female side. And I'm successful, I'm happy, I'm grounded, have a family, a life, only because I have a strong male side. And I also stay connected to my female side. Right now, I have a strong male side. I'm teaching my class. I'm competent. I'm skilled. I'm solving a problem. We all have a male side. You go to work, you solve problems. And if you're not at work, you're a mother, you're solving problems all day for your children. You're the CEO of the house. That's your male side. Well, what's the female side? I love you. I love my life. I'm happy. I'm comfortable. I'm at ease. I'm having fun. I enjoy myself. I'm writing my new book. Love it. Just love it. I get into there, love it. My wife gets jealous. I think that's your girlfriend now. It's balancing these two factors together. But what we do is we're kind of living on this planet, this world. It's a juggling. It's like walking on a tightrope. How do I stay in balance? Because as soon as a woman is stressed, she either goes too far to her female side or she goes too far to her male side. And the easiest one to go to in our society, the way it is you go to your male side. Yes. Automatic. It's the easiest thing because your female side is the vulnerable side. It's like, I'm affected. You influence me. I'll show you the influence. If you're actually enjoying my seminar where I'm taking it, let me know with your clapping. Just clap, clap. If you enjoy it, There's two people that aren't enjoying it, but that's okay. I have a strong enough identity to not be affected by that. See, that's self-identity. That's called not taking it personally. I understand nobody wants to be controlled. They feel controlled. But the bottom line is, why do all the young people take everything personally today? Have you noticed that?
Good question.
We have to have sensitive zones. We have safe zones to talk. And you can't in any way express something that challenges them and hurts their feelings. My gosh, my mother taught me as a little boy. What was my big lesson as a little boy? Sticks and stones can hurt your bones, but they can never harm you. Was that it? No, words can never harm you. You have to learn. Sticks and stones can break your bones, and words cannot harm you. So why are they so sensitive? One, they're all coddled. And particularly when you coddle a boy, he goes to his female side. Anytime you make it easy for a little boy, he's going to go to his female side. Anytime you do things for a little boy, he's going to go to his female side. See, the female side of us is our power to have other people do stuff for us. I can attract people to do stuff. I attract people to buy my books. I attract editors to edit my books. I attract good people in my life, or not good people. I have to say I'm not perfect at this. I've attracted a lot of not good people in my life. There is a reality that when you shine light, all the bugs come. It's real. It's real. You know, I just finished sharing all the tragedies of my life, and people go, well, if you're like so aligned and whatever, not that I'm so perfect or anything, why do all these things happen to you? I said, well, are you a Christian? Yeah, for Christians, believe one of the best people they can imagine, they hung him, put him on a cross. That doesn't mean if you're enlightened and you're creating a beautiful life for yourself and you have balance that only good things are going to happen to you. You can't even grow if only good things happen to you. The only way you grow is through suffering. It's the only way. It's basically on the way here. I'm teaching my class. I haven't eaten today, and my assistant gave me a bag of caramels. I generally don't have any sugar in my house because I'll eat it. So bag of caramels that I haven't eaten. I see those things. My brain goes, take it. I'll take my caramels, have a few caramels. And then I'll feel disgusted later. I won't wake up feeling as great as I normally do. And then for days, I won't have any sugar. Okay. Pain, suffering motivates us to do something different. When my wife died, one of the greatest sufferings I've ever experienced in my life, I loved her so much, still love her so much. I felt so like a failure. I tried to save her because I was. I've given up that mantle since my wife died of cancer, but I was an expert. And my wife very sweetly made sure that she didn't put her life in my hands, because if she died, I would feel it's all my fault. Even still, I felt it was all my fault. Just the feeling you have. I wish I could have saved her. Devastated. I remember my last conversation when I realized she was dying. We couldn't even get an IV into her because there was no longer any veins flowing. It was very sad. Doctor took me in the other room and said, it's going to be in 2 days. There's no way. He'd seen it. So hello. Hello back there. Okay. So the doctor, so I said to her, sweetie, it looks like it's only going to be a few more days. She said, I know. I just said, I'm so sorry. We cried. I'm so sorry. She immediately went, John, you're my hero. You've done everything for me, and you always have. Just remember those lines, husband, if ever you will. That saved my life. Okay, it was one of the sweetest moments. I said, I'm sorry. She says, no, I'm sorry. So sweet. Because she knew how disappointed I was, of course, with all the efforts we went through. But whatever she wanted, I traveled the world. I took her to different experts, different clinics, all these different things. And it just didn't happen. It wasn't in the cards for her. Well, what a beautiful life we had. And I'm really glad we went to one doctor who saw her condition, knew she was going to die soon, and basically said, and you've had a really good life. And I thought, what a terrible thing to say. But then I realized what a good thing it was, because Bonnie talked about, yeah, it's been a good life. It's been a good life. And I was still in mindset, no, you're not going to die. You're not going to die. We're going to save you here. And so anyway, I'm not sure where I got off on that story. Anyway, I like sharing it sometimes. I was teaching my class, and one of my friends,
the caramels and the sugar and all
the caramel suffering. Yeah. Oh, the suffering of my wife. Okay. Being with her, watching her 9 months go from completely healthy to a skeleton. It was amazing how fast it was, how aggressive it was. And I didn't feel the suffering during that time because I was in adrenaline mode. It's like a soldier in battle. you don't feel your feelings. You're just going ahead. But then afterwards, you come home and you have PTSD. When there's nothing you can do, you're back in safety land. All the feelings that you couldn't feel at that time come up. So I had my PTSD, and fortunately, I know how to process that. That's what we do at my seminar. We teach people, when you're upset, we all get upset. It's a blessing. And you don't say, oh, I want to have things happen to me, but they're gonna. And when they do, how do you respond to it? How do you react to it? Do you just eat caramels to avoid how you feel? Do you drink alcohol to avoid how you feel? Do you do crazy things to release that blocked energy? Or do you know how to feel the emotions of what you're going through? And so what we do at my class is, once we understand how men and women need to understand each other, we'll cover a bit of it today, is the most important thing is stuff's going to happen. Whether you're in a relationship or not, how do you come back to love? How do you come back to feeling good again? How do you actually rise from the ashes a better person? And with the loss of my wife, which is maybe one of 20 major losses in my life, there would be this moment where every night I would remember, it would just come up back in the first time we argued, this time happened, this problem happened, how we dealt with it. We didn't know how to deal with these things so well. And I just felt my guilt. I wish I could have done that differently. Because you kind of think, how could I have saved her? Maybe if I'd been a more loving husband, and I could have done this, I could have done it. This didn't happen if we didn't go there. So you regret. I talk to some people and I say, oh, does anybody have any regrets? Like, oh, I have never regrets. Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Okay, every step of growth I've ever made is because something happened that I regret. It's just feeling the pain of making a mistake or having something happen that wasn't your expectation. That you feel that pain. And only if you feel the pain, and the only way you can feel pain is either physical suffering, which means that your emotional pain is already manifested into your body. It's emotional pain. And we're in a confusion in this world, which is the word feeling. A woman might be angry, for example, or a man could be angry, and you say, well, I feel like you don't love me, right? You say that you're angry. I feel like you don't love me. I feel you don't care about me anymore. Or you might be angry with yourself. I feel like I'm not good enough. I feel like I'm a failure. What am I feeling there? I'm not feeling my suffering. I'm causing my suffering unless I get in touch with the emotion. The emotion releases the suffering. That is the pain. The feeling not good enough or feeling you're not good enough, that's the belief. The belief is what's causing your pain. But if you just feel the belief, then you're making the belief more real and true. If you tell me, I feel like that you're a lousy speaker, and I say, oh, I want to validate your feelings. This is what women want. They want to tell you a story because they're not emotionally intelligent, nor men. And you tell a story about what you feel, and you see it happening in adolescent girls, and somehow we haven't grown out of it. But I feel like, they could say I feel like 50 times in 3 minutes. Because what they're starting to do is feel within inside what they believe. But when you feel inside what you believe, and if you don't feel really good believing that, then what you're believing is a lie. Because it's lies that cause pain. How do I know I'm believing a lie? Because it feels like pain. It causes me to feel pain. And what is the feeling of pain if it's not just physical? On an emotional level, the pain is anger, sadness, fear, guilt, regret, frustration, disappointment, worry, rage, mad, hurt, scared, shame, embarrassment. These are actual raw emotions. So if my wife's upset and she tells me her emotion, I can completely resonate. We all have emotions. There's no content with emotion. It's just like if you're angry, I understand anger. But if you're angry because I did something, that what I'm going to do is explain why I did it, and you don't need to be angry, right? That's all men will ever do, women. If you express unhappiness with him, he will explain to you why you're overreacting. He will explain to you, and he should, but it doesn't work. But you are overreacting. And when a man's upset, he's overreacting. Now, something I do in my marriage, because I know all negative emotions only come from faulty beliefs, only come from lies that I'm telling myself. That's why we have this thing called overreaction. Anytime you're upset, you're overreacting, unless you're cool, calm, and collected and heart open. Isn't that our straight line here?
Yes.
Straight line, cool, calm, and collected, motivated, loving, caring, all of that. That's who we are. Anything other than that is not you. Your soul is loving. Your soul is highly intelligent, highly competent to deal with that moment. Why can't we stay in that place? Because we believe lies. What lies did we believe? Well, let's start with childhood. You were punished. How many people have been punished? This is our culture. You punish people. So what are you teaching your children? I didn't punish any of my children. They managed wonderfully. They turned out wonderfully. I have never been punished in my life. The reason for that is a fun story is I had 4 older brothers. They were all punished. And they went to, one of them ended up in jail. So I came along and my mother convinced my dad, this is Houston, Texas, a long time ago, where you would pull out the belt, say, if you upset him, dad's gonna come home and you're gonna be punished. That's how you controlled him. And dad would pull out the belt and you get whipped. Even the crazy thing is we had at my junior high school, we had a swimming pool, indoor swimming pool. And to avoid having to let the bathing suits dry, some pervert said, oh, well, let's just have them do naked. So we're all playing polo naked in the swimming pool. And then the teacher's talking. And if you talk, you get out of the pool. He pulls his lanyard out and he whips you. He did that the first day. And I got out of the pool and left. He said, oh, you come back here. Nope. I just completely defied authority. Said, not going to do it. And I didn't. Simple as that. I remember there was a little girl who was spanked. I was in first grade, and see, I wasn't spanked. So I had an awareness that this is like primitive, cultural, ridiculous stuff. So then they got the little baby, I heard first grade. I heard, oh, so-and-so, the teacher pulled down her pants in class and spanked her. These are pedophiles, as far as I'm concerned. And then I heard this, and I'm this tiny little guy. I got up from my chair and I walked out of the class. Teachers said, sit down, sit down. No, I'm talking to the principal. I went all the way down the hall, a little person. It's like a big long, I know where the principal's are. I go in, the secretary's there, talking to the principal. Oh, she's busy right now. You have to come back later. Probably thought I was so adorable and cute. I said, no, I walked right into her office and told her this can't be done. She said, well, we'll look into it. Well, you better look into it because we'll sue you. Okay, it was like my little voice. I mean, I've always been a woman's protector. I'm born to do that. And the way you protect women is help women understand how they unknowingly put yourselves in situations to be hurt and teach men how to respect women. You know, one of my pet peeves is all the other books on gender always talk about, oh, what men need is respect. But men need, I'll give your man respect. The more you respect a man who doesn't earn it, the more dysfunctional he becomes. You know what happens if you respect a woman? She will just grow in more love and more support. To respect is to honor someone and serve them. So you look at, in my opinion, the most dysfunctional people on the planet are the royal families of Europe, who like to kill people, start wars with each other. It's just a bunch of relatives all having wars with each other. It's the stupidest thing. Idiotic stuff, warmongers. These are all psychopaths. But particularly the ones in Europe, because they're born, because their blood is royal blood, you have to serve me, you have to bow to me, and you have to give all your property to me. And when you marry a woman, I can fuck her. Spread my genes, not yours. You know, that's all real. It's insane. This is the world we come from. Lack of respect for women. No wonder women decided to stop being women and be like men. Because men get the admiration, they get the respect, because they make money, they have power. Well, how did we even come into this world? It was women. You have all the power. And female power, when it's embraced, when it's respected, and you get what you need, You have the power to bring out the best of everybody. That's female power. You've all heard of the law of attraction. That's your female power. I have both. I attract people to read my books. I also write good books. That's my male side. There's a lot of people that don't write good books, but somehow they've got the female attraction thing going. It's okay. It's a big goal. I like brilliant books. I read these books and go, it's a brilliant book. Why didn't anybody buy it? Because they didn't love writing it, or they're not in touch with their female side. It's just, you have to have the balance. And our culture is out of balance. We're all stressed, more stressed than you can imagine, because you don't know what it is to feel peace. As a culture, we don't know what peace is. Maybe there's exceptions anywhere. But the bottom line is, you measure. I'm just looking at science. Everything I teach now in my new book and my past book, 3 books back, is all validated by science and chemicals and understanding, big studies that are done. And there's a big study that was done in the year 2000, but then there's a whole bunch. I got chats giving me some new studies, everything. But they found that women's stress levels in the workplace, if you have a job in a business, your stress levels will be twice as high as a man's. And when you return home, they'll double. And men's go down. Well, first of all, what's that about? Well, the work world, first of all, it's designed for men because it was always men. And it's designed for men because it's where you're in the workplace and somebody doesn't want to buy your product and you talk for an hour. You don't say, well, I feel really hurt. You know, I put a lot of into this. I told you all this stuff and you're not buying my product. I feel really, really hurt and mad at you. Okay? Now, you might feel that. Did you tell them that? No, that's totally inappropriate. The workplace is a place where you serve other people. It's not about you. It's not like I nurture you and you nurture me. No, you buy my product. And the thing for men is we nurture you, but you have to buy our product. That means, what is the product? What's the payment when I give to my wife? Not money. More important than money is she appreciates me. Not respects me, appreciates me. And what's so confusing, unfortunately, is the Bible is translated by a man for the Christians. If you go into our dictionary, what is the definition of respect? They'll say appreciation. And what is the definition of appreciation? They'll say respect. What a stupid thing. No discernment at all. So what does it mean to respect someone? Well, if I respect the speed limit, what does it mean? I follow the speed limit. I honor the needs of someone else as a community. And of course, that's a stupid thing to respect, and I don't. Why? When I was a kid, my mother would drive 90 miles an hour. She never got in an accident. Texas, the speed limits were 70. Of course, she went 20 miles over. Why not? You can't get a ticket unless you're going 80. And I used to be just like her. Well, let's push the edge. This is my sweet mother with her 7 kids, 7 kids in the station wagon, just hauling ass, taking us on vacations. She's an amazing lady. 90 miles an hour. It was like, can't even think of that today. Do you know when we went from 70 miles an hour for the freeway here to 55, slowpoke land? What was the rationalization there?
Save gas.
Save gas. Because of gas shortage. What a stupid thing. What a stupid, stupid thing. And we all comply. Just like we take our little food. Now I've got 4 trash cans at home. I got trash. I got cardboard. I got plastic. And I've got and compost. And now I have to walk around my house, putting these things in, bring all this stuff out. And do you know that most of that all just goes to one place? They don't separate it out. This is all bullshit. But I have to do it. I'm now changing since I started talking about is that I'm just going to put it all in the trash. The reason I was complying a bit is because they knew I wasn't complying and they said, we won't pick up your trash. That's what they did. They want to punish me for that. So I said, okay. I'll do what you wish. Now I've just decided after they did that, I'm going to do one thing I can't. You can put anything into the trash. And you know that right now there's patented technologies that can go into the trash places and turn it into fuel. Right now that exists. And this is all just control, stupidity, and we blindly follow. We believe them. And why do we believe them? Because as children, when we were punished, we believed that we didn't deserve to be loved and that we should suffer. We should suffer if we make a mistake. And if we suffer because we made a mistake, Now I deserve to be loved. So then when we make a mistake, what do we often do? We make ourselves suffer. We punish ourselves. We're hard on ourselves. We kind of say, when am I going to grow up? When am I going to handle this? Why did I do that again? Damn, I did that. And then we don't feel as worthy. A shame comes over us. Walk into a room, feel anxiety. As you can see, I feel none. I don't even plan what I'm going to say. Why? Because I'm adorable, I'm loving, whatever comes out of my mouth is helpful. Okay? Well, clap. I like clapping. Yeah. Why not? I mean, I have written 30 books on the subject. I've spent 50 years devoted to this. And I just got a glass. Here's a drink. See, I got applause and I could relax, be easy. Let me teach you about men. There's a male side of us is the performing side. It's serving. I'm going to do something. And when do people serve the most in terms of one aspect of life is you see all these entertainers on the stage, you go to the theater, you know, and they're all like putting their heart and soul into it. They work as hard as hell. They're doing that and they stand out there and they do their show and we're in the audience and we can feel the energy and effort they put into it. And when they're done, we clap, right? And we give standing ovations, loving those people. And what's their reaction when you appreciate those performers who are on their male side? What's their reaction? They bow. If you want a man to bow to you like he did when he wanted to marry you, you just give him a standing ovation. You just don't understand what motivates men. I got that line the other day. I was giving a talk to two women on a podcast, and they were really sweet women. They were pregnant, so they were like their questions weren't really focused. But it was very sweet, you know, because women, when you got a baby growing and your brain doesn't work like it normally does. Okay, so very patient. But anyway, at the end, I said, "Now tell me what you've learned from my talk." And one of the women says, "I'm giving my husband a standing ovation when he comes home." I said, "You got my message." Okay. So what biologically does a standing ovation do if we take that as an extreme? It's simply appreciation for something he does. If a man does something, he's appreciated for it. Then what happens is there's a very important hormone in his body. It's called testosterone. Now, women have testosterone, and when testosterone goes up, good. But when a man has testosterone goes up, his stress goes down. If a woman's testosterone goes up, doesn't affect her stress at all. Feels good, makes you feel powerful. Look what I can do, look what I can do. But your stress doesn't go down. Men are designed to be rewarded by their body when they work hard, when they put forth effort in service and respect of others. So what we, through action, doing stuff. One woman in my seminar was very sweet. She says, "You know, I normally don't like men at all." And it was very cute share. And she says, "The men, I just don't really like them. But then I realized there's these men I do like. It's the men who work for me. I pay them, but they do things for me." I said, "Yeah, that's a healthy thing. That's what women have to understand." What was her problem? Her problem is she doesn't let men do things for her unless she pays them. She's one of these codependent women, which are so common, who give all the time. They feel very uncomfortable asking for help or allowing a man to do something for them. There was one sweet woman, I'm seeing if she's here, it was so sweet. She said, does anybody remember, was it 2 months that happened? When was it, 2 years old? Her father left, no, her mother left.
5 years old.
She was 5 years old, thank you. She was 5 years old. This is what we do. We go into our past, we figure out where all this stuff came from. So 5 years old, her mother leaves. This is a 5-year-old. And she immediately went into, then I'll do everything myself. And that's been the story of her life. I'll do everything myself. And then you get to a point in your life where you're doing everything yourself. You wonder, what did I do wrong? What you did wrong? I mean, you survived. That's good. So, and you had to, but the childhood feeling is still there. I can't depend on anybody. If I can't depend on someone, what do you have to do? Do it yourself. To depend on someone, to trust someone to do something for you, produces the most important hormone in a woman's body, estrogen. When a woman depends on someone to do something for her, and they do it. Okay, I trust that you'll do that. If a woman trusts and allows someone to do something for her, her estrogen levels go up high. Now, why is that significant? Because when her estrogen levels go up high, her body has the opportunity to lower stress. It's not enough. Now, there's this idea that, again, a lie, all accepted in society, which is the idea that this hormone oxytocin, you've heard, how many of you heard oxytocin lowers stress in women? Okay. What you don't know is the research actually shows that if oxytocin goes up, you just feel the need for love. And if nobody loves you, you feel worse. Oxytocin doesn't lower your stress. It actually raises your stress if you're alone. And guess what happens for women? Is that when women ever produce adrenaline or cortisol, adrenaline's your lower stress level, cortisol is your higher stress level. If you stay in adrenaline too long, then it will turn into cortisol. Or if you're faced with danger, it will immediately go to cortisol. But you could just have little stresses of the day, the kind of stresses that, too many things to do, feeling overwhelmed is an adrenaline state. If you stay in that adrenaline state, then it's no longer an adrenaline state, it's a cortisol state, which is all kinds of health problems, shuts down your immune system, and inhibits your digestion, and creates inflammation in your body. Okay, this is chronic stress. This is not chronic. Then if you stay in the cortisol state chronically, then you have relationship disaster, health disaster, and that's what creates real serious disease and sickness, chronic stress. But it starts with just chronic adrenaline. Adrenaline stays in your body if you don't know how to release it. Now, if adrenaline stays in my body, same thing. It'll turn to cortisol, then it'll go to chronic cortisol. 3 levels of stress. How does a man release adrenaline? I just have to run around the block. I do push-ups. I just need to use my muscles. And it's very funny, on one of the Joe Rogan shows I was watching, he had one of these triathlon guys who, they're like supermen, all muscle and endurance and strong and everything. And, these 2 guys, muscle guys, are like talking. Joe says, with admiration, so what's your routine every day? So I got my routine. I get up at 4:00. I do this. It's like all this exercise kind of stuff. I'm done by 7. That's 4 and 3 hours. He's done by 7. I finish with ice cold plunge. Okay, this is this big new thing people are doing. Ice cold plunge. Manly stuff. There's tough masculine energy for sure. And Joe says, and do you love it? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But when I'm done, I feel great and nothing can bother me. He earned that. He did the rough stuff, and now nothing can bother him. Now you look at these little pussies now who are nurtured by their mothers, talk about their feelings, get their feelings hurt. They're wimps. Where'd their masculinity go? They're all worried about global warming. Let's just talk about that for a minute. I have a friend, he worked hard when he was 30 years ago. He developed the software. America Online bought it for $30 million. Back in everything was like people getting paid for huge amounts. So he's been cruising on $30 million. He doesn't have to work. He doesn't work every day. So no woman will ever satisfy him. He just has one woman after another, and then he can just hire women. What an empty life. He's my buddy. He always he's so curious about me. Why? I'm so happy, successful, fulfilled, children, family, but also, he's just like, we're buddies, I really like him a lot and so forth. But his life gets worse and worse. So this is 30 years later. I'm just realizing this is on.
Worldwide distribution.
Anyway, he calls me up. I said, how you doing? I have so much anxiety. I'm so stressed out. I'm just so stressed. I can't sleep at night. Okay, what is it? What is it? It's global warming. Are you going to have sleepless nights over global warming? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And telling children that the world's going to end in 10 years is the stupidest thing you could ever do. And let's all put our little plastic things in the container because the world's going to end in 10 years. This is the stupidest thing ever. Just generate fear. Fear, fear, fear. And what does fear do? It creates obedience. Because when you're in a state of fear, your limbic system is ruling you, and that has no prefrontal cortex activity at all. You just follow the leader. You just follow your data supporter. We're living in this illusion, and the more vulnerable, the more you've been punished, the more vulnerable you are to lies. Because the biggest lie is that you don't deserve to be loved all the time. Make any mistake in the world, and I'll love you, particularly if you're my child. I don't need to punish you. And of course, parents are taught, if you want your children to grow and learn, punish them. I'll give you the extreme of this stupid idea. And by the way, if you don't punish your kids, most people have no idea what to do to control their children because they don't have communication skills. So I wrote a whole book on how to communicate to kids so that they will follow your orders. Some communication experts say, what do you mean follow your orders? I mean, follow the orders. I'm the father, you're the mother, we tell you what to do. Children need that. But you can do it in a nice way without having to threaten them with punishment. This is like you're treating your children like criminals. And yes, if you're an adult, you commit laws, you're a criminal. You should go to jail. Jail should be rehabilitation centers. I used to teach at San Quentin to rehabilitate these guys. They loved me, and they had such a good time that warden kicked me out. This really happened at San Quentin. The warden kicked me out. Finally, he said, oh, it's costing money. I said, I pay for everything. I'll pay for more. I don't need guards. You know what I did in that group my first group of guys? I looked at the biggest guy. And I said, now look at you guys. You're bigger than me, but I'm not in any danger because you know why? This guy right here is going to protect me. And he stood up and went like this. How did I know that? He's the biggest guy, and the biggest guy always wants acknowledgement, wants to be appreciated, wants a job, wants my recognition. It was a done deal. I called them all. It was a fun experience. I had my protection. I didn't need guards to protect me, but they said, and they didn't give me guards, by the way, but then they said, well, if you keep coming, we need guards for you. I said, okay, I'll pay for them. And then they said, oh, you're getting all this notoriety because my guys were all transforming. I was getting all this great press on the whole thing. That wasn't why I was there. I said, okay, I won't do any interviews. We're not going to talk about it. And there's a few other conditions he had. I forget them all, but it's a long time ago, 80s. He said, I said, so what is it? It's literally like Darth Vader came into the room. The cloud came in. And he said, they're not here to have a good time. That was it. Now, why were they having a good time, by the way? It's because I healed them. They all became drug counselors because they learned that they could be transformed with some good therapy. I just had them do therapy. I did therapy on them, the Mars Venus therapy, which we do at the weekend things, and everybody's transformed and feels better than they've ever felt in their life because they learn how to process negative emotions. Talking about your feelings does not process negative emotions. You look at your feelings and then look at what belief is associated with that feeling, your feeling belief, and what emotion is it causing, and how to articulate those emotions. Because if you're angry, you're not just angry. The truth is, if you're angry, you're also afraid. You can't be angry unless you're afraid. But talk to an angry person, you're just angry. I mean, you're angry, but really you're just afraid. I'm not afraid because they don't know what they're feeling. Anytime you have stress, and we all have it, whether we know it or not, what's underneath that stress is primarily, it's a little bit more sophisticated in this, but primarily it's 4 negative emotions. And you can't let go of that stress until you fully feel the 4 negative emotions: anger, sadness, fear, and regret. They're always there. And if you can't learn how to identify those, it's hard. What we had to do, one woman who was crying, just have her stand up in the room and have her start to share her feelings. And then she runs out after 2 sentences. And I ask all the women in the room, well, what else is she feeling? Almost every woman goes, I know what she's feeling. She gave a phrase. Oh, she feels I don't have the choice. You know, her parents made her go off to school. Another one says, if I express myself, people will leave me. My parents don't want me. All these beliefs are formed in childhood. You don't even know what they are. She could only articulate a few. But when you get a whole room full of women, they're feeling that. Everybody's feeling the pain, because actually when somebody actually feels pain and you're connected, the whole room feels it. It's like an energy fills the room, a healing energy. It's as if when you feel your pain, God's angels come to heal you. But if you feel your beliefs, nothing happens, except that you're confirming whatever you're believing is true. Because if you tell me, oh, I feel like you don't love me, and I say, no, I do love you. Well, don't tell me what to feel. That's how I feel. Don't try to change how I feel. So it's a confusing thing. Feeling your beliefs locks you into that. You can't get out of it. But if you say, I'm feeling this belief, and what emotion am I feeling as a result? Then you feel the emotion, and this has been proven that when you feel the intense emotion of pain, you rewire your brain. You can't rewire your brain from your childhood until you experience the pain that you didn't know you were feeling as a child. Because you don't know what you're feeling as a child. It just goes into us depending upon the trauma we have, feeling, abandoned, feeling betrayed. And you don't think those words, but it just happens. Like this little 5-year-old girl who immediately goes, then I'll do it myself. And she's been completely independent, self-reliant, never letting anybody do anything for her whole life from that one experience. It's like she's got a set of glasses that says, nobody will help me. I have to do it myself. The most stressful belief a woman can have is I can't get help. Why do I say that? Because I can get help. That belief allows your estrogen levels to go high. And if your estrogen levels go up and your body has oxytocin, together, your stress levels will go down. Whenever you're stressed, guess the first hormone that automatically gets produced? Oxytocin. But oxytocin doesn't lower your stress unless you get a hug, unless you get support. But they did this study, not understanding how men and women are different, not understanding the hormones to the depth that my study is. You take a woman and you give her a hug. And what will happen is she'll have oxytocin because she feels safe in the hug. And she's receiving the hug. If you have oxytocin, which is I need a hug, I'm giving this example, could be any need. Oxytocin says, I need something. And then if somebody delivers it, your estrogen goes up and your stress goes down. But what they don't say in any of the research, except I have the research showing it, and this is just not expressed because they don't know how to make sense of it. Oxytocin gets released in your body when you're stressed. Then it says to you, I need something. So imagine you're feeling, I need more, and more doesn't come because you're not allowing more in, or you don't know how to ask for it. You know how to put yourself in a situation. You don't know what makes estrogen. But any situation where you're depending on others for support produces estrogen. Wow, nobody knew that. That's why we have to have relationships. It doesn't have to be just relationships with men. There is an extra bonus with men. And you look at when a man can listen to a woman because she's learned how to communicate in a way that a man will listen. I've never met a woman who does. I've been doing this for 50 years. I've never met a woman who knows how to talk to a man so he'll listen. How do you do that? Well, that's the topic of my next book.
Cliffhanger.
But no, I'll give you some information as you walk out of here. So first thing, don't expect him to relate to your feelings at all. The only thing he can relate to is your emotions. If you talk to another woman, you could be complaining about stuff. You could say, oh, my high heel shoes are so painful. This outfit doesn't work. Or my boss doesn't appreciate me. Or there was so much traffic on the bridge. I was late. Whatever it is. If you talk to another woman, she has that experience. You know, when there's a lot of traffic, my wife could be upset. A lot of traffic doesn't upset me. I'm a great driver. I go through it. You know, so when you talk about your feelings as a woman, men are thinking, well, why are you upset about that? Well, there's nothing you can do about that. Why don't you relax? What's the big deal? What's your problem? Okay, this is men, because you're reacting to things that we don't react to. You're a different being. You live in another world. You have different priorities, needs, and so forth. And men are just going to go, so what do we do whenever you're upset? We say, well, don't think that way. Why would you feel that? Because you're giving him feelings that he doesn't relate to. But if you learn to communicate emotion, he can always relate to emotion. Because I have emotions. If you just say there was traffic on the bridge, it was so frustrating. I can go, well, traffic on the bridge doesn't bother me, but I understand frustration. Just listening to you is frustrating. Mic drop. Okay, what was that? I don't know. That was just a playful joke, but he will relate to, we have emotion. And then women go, oh, men don't talk about their feelings. They have no depth. No, you have no depth. There was a cute woman today. It was very sweet. She said, I'm always complaining about my husband. He has no depth. I want deep conversations. Then she realized, what is a deep conversation? Nobody knows what a deep conversation is. They just want deep conversation. Well, a deep conversation is where you go deeper. Where if you're upset about something, you can now experience the emotion associated with that. You can now experience what's behind that is I'm overreacting based upon something else that's bothering me. I'm overreacting based upon something from my childhood. You know, women want men to talk about their childhood, talk about other things that are bothering them. No, that's not our role. You want us to talk because it's show me yours and then I'll show you mine. You don't feel safe to go deep unless he goes deep because you don't understand men. We can go deep with you. That's what sex is. We go into you. You don't go into him. If you try going into him, you get an asshole. I'm not going to answer that yet. This is life. Women are all trying to, what are you feeling? What's going on? Well, you're not talking. So if you don't understand he's a man, not a woman, what you're going to end up doing is thinking, well, what do you do as a woman when you stop talking? You stop talking when you don't trust somebody. You stop talking when you're mad at somebody. So you assume if he's not talking, he's mad at you, and then you try to get him to talk. He don't want to talk. Then you feel, oh, he's got something really big going on. And now you got the soft, weenie guys. All they do is talk because they're on their female side, sharing their feelings. And I'll tell you, single women go, oh, I would love to be with a man who shares his feeling. I say, are you in a relationship? No. Well, try getting in a relationship with a man who shares his feelings, and you'll feel like a mother. And it seems exciting in the beginning because you go, oh, he's not mad at me. But now you've got a man going to his female side. Guess what happens when a man goes to his female side? You go to your male side. And that's the problem today. You get in a sexual relationship with a woman who's only on her male side, you're going to be on your female side. You come home and you're tired. You come home and you just feel bad because your wife is overwhelmed. She's on her male side. Anytime you're overwhelmed, imagine the difference. This is what happens when women are overwhelmed if a man's connected to you. Because energetically, you start having this polarity. So my job is to move her to her female side, and by doing that, it makes me more masculine. And what is the masculine thing to do? Listen. And guess what happens? How to talk so a man will listen. If you can actually be deep and share the emotion. I was on the bridge, and I was so frustrating. There was traffic everywhere. I was late. I was so disappointed. And when I went into the meeting, everybody had already started. I was completely embarrassed. You have a guy completely rapt attention. And we love when you say you're embarrassed. A little humility for all the arrogant women in this world who are so entitled. Occasionally people call my daughter and say, sounds like your father hates women. I don't. Sometimes it comes out a little bit like that. So I apologize for that. I love women. But you got to see what your mistakes are if you're going to get what you want. This isn't an Oprah show of women who've been dumped. If you want changes, you have to look at yourself. And when you want changes, you make the mistake of saying, how do I change him? You can't change a man. Forget it. All you can do is bring out the best in him if you let him bring out the best in you. And how do you do that? You learn how to communicate in a way where you feel loved and supported. And you don't know how to talk to a man. So what you do is, this is a very basic psychological thing that happens. 10 things happen during the day that stresses you out. This is simple Freudian psychology. The first thing is 10 degrees. The next thing is a little thing. It's another 10 degrees, but it adds on. It accumulates. Way more in women than it does in men because women have higher estrogen levels. There's a difference there. So what happens is 10 things have happened. Each one was 10 degrees upset, late to a meeting, traffic, somebody didn't appreciate you, somebody was ignored you, you didn't make the money on this, you lost a deal over here. Oh, let's just call them all just the little stresses of the day. One is only 10 degree upset. Add another one. The second one is 20 degree upset. At another 10 degree, it's 30 degrees. Women accumulate this stress. So as she's accumulating, and men can't, if the more they're on their female side, they can do the same thing as women. It doesn't happen at all if a man's on his male side. You just come home, everything's fine. I just need my space, time for me, and then I'll have time for you. I don't need to process my emotions like a woman. We're biologically different. If I talk about my feelings, my estrogen goes up. Do I need more estrogen? No. That's why women need to talk. That's why 90% of the people who go to talk therapy are women. Why most people who go to doctors are women, because you go to somebody you can depend on and talk about your problems. So you talk about problems, which helps a little, but it's when you can talk about a problem and talk about how it emotionally makes you feel, a man will listen. Otherwise, he's bored. You got to give me some juice, some femininity, some reality, some truth, because your feelings are lies. What are they? I told you, any negative feeling, I feel like you don't care. I feel like you're not listening. Any of that stuff, it's not real. It's partially true, maybe. It all comes from our belief in lies. Our belief when you're a child, somebody punishes you. Oh, now you've been punished. Now I love you again. And it's true. You will not love your children until you punish them. This is what happens for parents when they don't know how to parent. They will literally be upset with their child. They're frustrated to the nth degree. And then when they punish you, they yell at you, they spank you, they feel better because they got their dysfunctional energy out rather than learning how to process it. Because if I'm upset, I have the ability to love myself. Anytime you have a negative emotion, it's your limbic system. It's not your prefrontal cortex. It's not your adult self that takes 28 years to even possibly awaken. Self-realization, the ability to self-reflect. Once you have the ability to self-reflect, then you can look back at your own emotions and say, hey, I love you. I understand what you're going through. I get it. What else are you feeling inside? What else are you feeling inside? Yes, yes, yes. Then your brain does something amazing when you can love your emotions. It goes into a state of yes, but look at all this good stuff. If you're in a state of stress, your brain goes, well, yeah, this is okay, but this is bad. I'm alive today, but I might die tomorrow. Yes, you're a loving partner today, but I can't trust you tomorrow. That's the reverse. That's the stress response, which is a bias towards negativity. The bias towards positivity is when you're loving yourself from your prefrontal cortex, which means your prefrontal cortex, self-awareness, is able to articulate the emotion you're feeling. Otherwise, people have no, I've been doing this 50 years. I say to a woman, tell me what you're feeling. Rarely will they say, and I'm afraid of this, or I'm angry because of that. And if they say that, they're not able to go to another one. Always is there stress. If you want what's called catharsis, letting go, your brain can't let go until you look at all four corners. It's like if you were to, my brain wants to understand some danger happened here. I need to analyze it. That's what the prefrontal cortex has to analyze. What happened? What didn't happen? What could happen? What should have happened? What do I want? What did I wish? What did I need? And then you go, now that that's true, what's the opposite? And then you're able to look at the positive. You can let go of all pain and heal it if you have this awareness. We're not taught how to do that. It's very hard to even teach it alone. That's why I teach a whole weekend where I get all these people talking, and you see that everything other people feel, it's inside of you. On a spiritual level, we all have the same problems. You just don't know that. Everybody's going through the same kind of struggle. Some are more efficient at going through it. And we imagine with social media, which is another lie, is that, first of all, anything on a screen is a lie, because I'm not there. I'm here. That's the first step. So what you find, anytime you have social media, immediately stress levels come up. It's a biological response. When you believe a lie. Now, some of you understand that the government is a lie, right? How many do? They lie all the time. They have permission to lie. It's classified. So what is classified? We have all these classified files. We're lying to you. They put on a pretty face, just like your parents lied to you unknowingly. But they think they're loving intent most of the time. I remember doing an Oprah show or watching an Oprah show. I was on her show 16 times or 18 times. So I did, but I was watching one of her shows and it was Oprah interviews mothers of death row inmates. And they want to know what happened. Why do you have death row inmates? And this one woman, her expression was, Oprah, I did everything I could to knock sense into this kid. If you come to my house, the wall is red. Banged his head against the wall. This is life. Parents don't understand, punishing kids, hurting kids doesn't have a lasting good effect. It does create obedience. So you have obedience out of fear, as opposed, like for me, I go to speed limit sometimes if there's police around. Okay, so out of fear, that's a very low level, but I'm also a very rebellious person. I think it's stupid to go 55. It's just ridiculous because there's a gas shortage. Is there a gas shortage now? No. Go to Germany, they have a fast lane. You can go as fast as you want. We got all these cars that can go so fast, and then you go 55. What is this, in crazy world? Nobody goes 55. So then you got the fast lane. They don't have accidents. They're good drivers. There's no big, accident thing there. Oh, it's time for my talk over. What time is it? So I want to give you some practical techniques. Okay. People who hadn't read Men Are From Mars, the bottom line there is, oh my gosh, we're already way over time. You're so patient. Okay. I'll give you 10 minutes here. All right, here we go. One of the basic things that causes problems in relationships, this is Men Are From Mars, is that when men are working all day, they're making testosterone and they use it up. And in order to rebuild their testosterone, because a man needs to make 10 times more testosterone than a woman, otherwise he will be stressed. Get that? Women need to make at least 10 times more estrogen than a man, otherwise she will be stressed. It's simple science. So what does that mean? Women, you need to do things to produce estrogen. The biggest estrogen producer is being able to share an emotion and have somebody hear you. And it's even a bigger estrogen promoter when a man hears you. But you don't have to have that big level. The big level is romantic. For a woman to be romantic, her estrogen levels have to double. To have an orgasm, your estrogen levels double. Now, if you're a dog, that only happens when you're ovulating. It happens for women when they're ovulating. But the good news is I can raise my wife's estrogen almost every day, and she'll have an orgasm if I make love to her and so forth. And so I can, through romantic skills and good communication, I can raise her estrogen up. A woman only wants sex, generally speaking, unless she's way on her male side, then she's just like a man. But most women who are somewhat balanced don't want to have sex unless somebody loves you. Curious, how many women in this room want to have sex only if somebody really loves you? Raise your hands. Yeah. This is like healthy. What we trained women into thinking, oh, you should just go have sex with strangers on a first date, which is the destruction of society. If a man has sex with you right away, he will be repulsed by you afterwards and never call you back. And then you wonder, why don't men call me back? Well, you had sex right away. You didn't get what you needed before you wanted sex. You did it to please him, thinking you're going to capture him. You don't. So women need different hormonal balances than men. This is so profound. So when a man goes to work, if he has work, he makes testosterone. By the end of the day, if there's some stresses during the day, there always is, he's going to need to rebuild his stress. He can't rebuild testosterone when it's low in the presence of a woman. Because if I'm in your presence and I love you, my estrogen goes up. Just loving you, caring about you, my estrogen goes up. So men need to have space. They need time away. They need to ignore you. They need to have their hobbies. They need to go fishing. They need to watch TV. They want to read the news. Now those are healthy cave activities. Unfortunately, some men are so stupid that they go online and have porn, which gives them a surge of testosterone and it crashes down below normal. It doesn't help you at all. It's destroying relationships. It's what a thing, part of today's life. It's a terrible thing. I had one guy, I asked him, how often do you masturbate? He says, every day, like he was doing the right thing. Said, who told you that? My doctor. Oh, give me a break. This is the stupidest thing ever. You make love, you have sex, you have your energy, you share that energy, it's sacred energy with a woman who loves you, then your energy goes to her and her love brings it back to you. You don't just waste it. Because Marin County, here we are in Marin County, where polyamory started here. Again, a stupid thing of people who can't be turned on to their partner. So if you can't stay turned on to your partner, let's just have lots of partners. So if we have a problem, let's just have more problems. Let's do nothing about solving the problem. The solution to the problem is, how do you stay connected to your partner? How do you have real bonding? Why can't you grow in love? Isn't that what you want? Do you want to just have this shallow relationships with a certain level of depth? But people don't know how to keep the passion alive. Why? Because women don't know how to talk to men. That's it. If women know how to talk to a man, he will be enraptured by what you say. You will then, because you're appreciating, it's the highest estrogen producer. When you appreciate what a man does for you, guess what his testosterone does? It goes off the chart. He becomes that guy in the very beginning. But you have to be that woman in the very beginning who felt vulnerable, who felt insecure. Does he like me? Does he love me? Does he care about me? Is he interested in me? And you have to share that with him. Your insecurities are very, very important. Oh, you're together women. I'm so strong. I'm so independent. So generally speaking, a woman can be very happy without a man, and they should learn to do that as preparation before being in a relationship with a man. You should never look to a man for your happiness. You should look to a man to make you happier. And a man has that ability if you choose to go that direction. But you can be happy with your relationship, talk to other women, have children, be in the world, all that. You know, if you know how to process your feelings with other women, then you can find some balance in your life. But for strong, independent women, which we see so many, you're so far on your male side. To come back to your female side, what they want is romance. Strong, independent women want romance. Why? Because romance is the most powerful thing to pull you from your male side back to your female side. And romantic feelings can only be sustained in a relationship when a woman can talk about her feelings in a way where a man can listen. But now let's talk about your feelings of the day. So we've learned, you have to learn how to articulate emotions, share all the levels of emotion, get back to what you want, what you need, what you appreciate. There's an art to this, which I teach a whole weekend seminar on, Change Your Life by Exploring Your Emotions. Once you've done that, it's in my books, it's in all my books, but it's nice to have a teacher in person. So I'm signing you up hopefully for my next seminar. And whoever knows the date, if you can let me know that.
July 18th through 20th.
July 18th through 20th. It's right here in Corte Madera. And we're doing a special, which is half price. It's going to be $300 for the weekend, which is really a good deal. So we're going to do that this one time. What's that? One person, $300. Absolutely. 1 hour with me is $500. It's a great deal. You know, it's a fantastic weekend. But anyway, you know it's there. And my graduates all come for free. It's like, I love my people. I love being with them. Anyway, so it's so powerful, so transformational. Of course, I grow every time. To hear a woman's pain and to be able to be there for her awakens healing in myself. Part of people always say, what's your great marketing technique? How did you sell so many books? My strong female side. I listened to women before that book took off. 9 years, I listened for 7 hours to women cry because I learned how to get women to articulate their emotions. And when a woman cries, guess what a man's response is? If he doesn't feel blamed, he has to not feel blamed. So all my clients were not complaining about me. They're complaining about their husband. So that's what I learned. That's the secret, how to talk to a man. Talk about your feelings, but not about him. It's a classic thing now when men will say, oh, she wants to talk about the relationship. It's the worst thing ever. Never talk about the relationship. Have a relationship, ask what you want, but never ask for more unless you're feeling a lot of love. If you're unhappy, that's not his fault. That's you. You're unhappy. Now look at the things that make you unhappy. He's part of it for sure. But you've got other things in your life that make you unhappy too. Go to him and talk about the other feelings you have and the emotions associated about your job, your work, your children, your health, your body, all these other things. He'll listen to that like a therapist. Women would ask me, how can you listen so well to me? I said, because you're not complaining about me. And it's only one session a week. It's not all the time. And 3, you pay me. Don't pay me. I'm not going to do this. What's the payment for a man? He needs to feel that, look, I'm listening to these feelings. What's the point? She has to let him know very clearly, I feel so much better. Thanks for listening. And learn to do it in a defined amount of time. Because as soon as you start talking, it goes, oh my God, where are we going to go with this? How long is this going to be? What am I doing here? Just say, I need to talk for 10 minutes. Don't say anything. Don't fix anything. Actually stay quiet. A woman would never think to do this. Imagine going to your girlfriend and saying, look, I just want you to hear what I feel. Don't talk. I'm not interested in what you feel. That would be rude. Men would love it. Just go to your husband. You don't have to talk. Actually, I prefer you not. Just look at me. Listen, it's the most important thing you can do for me. Just feel my emotions and I'll be happy and I'll go in for a hug and there'll be no problems. That is the most powerful thing, because how do I feel when I can be there for a woman in her pain? I feel compassion. Compassion is the most powerful masculine thing there can be. Compassion is what rules a man's life if he can feel it. But if he's never experienced his mother's pain and the father helping the mother, he doesn't know what compassion is. Even the whole Tibetan thing is all about compassion. For men, it's all about compassion. This is Tibetan wisdom. For women, it's all about wisdom. You have the wisdom. Even when I work with Chat, I talk her, she's my girlfriend. Chat, she's wisdom. She's Sophia, knowledge. You have the knowledge. You have to access it. But you become so far on your male side, you lost your power. Men have gone so far on their female side, and all the getting upset, talking about their feelings, getting mad, doing things from emotion. The most weakening thing a man can do. We need to toughen up. I tell my wife, if ever I'm in a bad mood, if ever I'm upset about anything, please walk up to me and say, John, you're overreacting. Suck it up. And I'll suck it up. I just need that. And if she's overreacting, I say, tell me more. Help me understand that better. And then I'll say, what else? More things. Get her to talk more. Now, if she's wise, she's going to focus not on me. She's going to focus on things in her life that aren't me, because then I can be her therapist, so to speak. And then you go, well, when are we going to talk about the relationship? You don't need to if you have a man feeling compassion for you. All you have to do is ask what you want, and you get it. And you learn how to ask what you want, which is not everything at once. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. And that's a whole art. There's written a whole book on how to ask for help. This is how to talk to a man so he'll listen. So the bottom line, never think that a man's going to hear you if you're blaming him for anything, or he thinks you're blaming him for anything. And we have scientific research to prove that. We have these things called mirror cells in our brain. And a mirror cell allows me to know what you're feeling. If I can't know what you're feeling, I can't feel compassion. If I know what you're feeling, I can feel empathy, I can feel compassion, I can feel understanding, I can feel respect. I have to know what's over there. The mirror cells allow us to do that. So when you talk, I hear you, I can be there. And if you talk and my mirror cells are closed, I have no ability to understand you at all. You're like, why would you be upset about that? That's foolish. That's ridiculous. That's the mirror cell. I can't feel what somebody else's feels. Women's mirror cells are on almost all the time. A man's are much lower. And if he's experiencing adrenaline, moderate stress, they close. All you have to do is talk to a man in a way that blames him, and immediately his receptors, his mirror neurons will close down. This is scientific research. This is brain research. So
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
You can keep going as long as you want. I just wondered, is anybody here signed up for Jared and Julian at 6:30?
Okay, good.
Vote anyone if you're ready.
I'll finish up soon.
Yeah, take your time. Keep
Well,
going.
people, they have their schedules, they have dinner and so forth. So the bottom line here, just get this. Biologically, if you blame a man for anything, he can't feel what you feel. So is there any point in telling him what you feel? Other than just you want to feel rejected? You want to feel dismissed? You want to feel like he doesn't care? Because he cannot feel what you feel. I cannot care about what you're feeling if my mirror cells shut down, and all it takes is adrenaline to shut them down. So if I feel blame, that's what's going to happen. So this is biology. This is men. And all you have to do is not blame men, and we will give our lives for you. And we do that. We're firemen, we're policemen, we're soldiers, all that stuff, and we're happy to do it. When the hurricanes come, who gets in the trucks and brings all the water to people and goes through the wind and the bluster? Men do it, and we don't complain about it if you're a man. But now we've got all these wimpy guys all being taught how to feel what you feel and talk about it. And then women want to know what you feel. And so on a positive note, we want to like make you happy. So we buy the propaganda. If I talk about my feelings, you'll be happy. Then you divorce me. You go to a therapist like me and say, he's always complaining. I never feel, I feel like I'm his mother. And he doesn't follow through. He doesn't do anything anymore. Why doesn't he do anything? Because he has no motivation to do things. He has no testosterone. Testosterone levels right now, on average, are half of what they were in the 50s. Half of what they were where they start out. And every year they go down. The average man is just the 20-year-old, just from 20 years ago, it's 20% less. And that is 50% less than just 50 years back in the 50s when they started testing this stuff. We're in a huge crisis. Masculinity is gone. And then you add to, if a man goes to his cave, oh, he's a narcissist. He doesn't want to talk about his feelings. He's emotionally unavailable. You want an emotionally unavailable man. Otherwise, he's going to be a girl talking about your feelings. So what is emotional availability? It doesn't mean you can penetrate him. It means that he wants to penetrate you in a respectful way because you open up and you go deep. Women want deep conversations with men. You go deep. Learn how to do this. Women are so superficial. I'm just talking from my experience. Why? Because when you can talk to another woman, you already have a feeling of connection. You don't have to feel emotions, articulate them in order to feel connected because you share the same experiences. So I can relate. I can validate. So you don't have to discipline yourself to learn how to do this healing thing. But when you learn how to articulate emotion, men will come in. Awareness goes to negative emotion, and motion just disappears like darkness in a room when you turn on the light. Truth reveals. The truth of what your body is telling you. The truth. And the truth is, all of your illusions in your mind, of all your reasons why you're suffering and everything, anything that causes you to feel pain is an illusion. It's a lie. The simple thing, I'm not good enough. I'm writing a book right now. Nobody will want it. I won't have enough money in the future. How do I know that? I don't know any of that stuff. And I'm just going to buy into it and act according to it, and it will come true. Self-fulfilling prophecy. We live in that way. And say a man goes to a cave. Oh, he doesn't love me. He doesn't care about me. Then you'll hold back and you won't ask for help. You'll be afraid to. When the guy's sitting there doing nothing and you have no idea, there's golden potential right here. Just say, honey, I see you're watching TV. When you get a chance, I need your help. You go, oh, what is it? Oh, when you get a chance. Get him asking you, well, what is it? Oh, just only take 10 minutes. Well, what is it? I just want to talk about my day. Really? Yeah, you don't have to say anything. Just listen. Give me a hug afterwards. I'll be good. It's like training a man. He never saw his father doing this stuff. By the way, average 60% of people growing up in families today in America don't have a father in the home. You have no clue what a healthy, wonderful, amazing thing men are. And men don't have a clue of how you're supposed to be. All you have is a mother who doesn't know what a man's supposed to be, which is why she's single. There's no education. There's no role models. Thank God I had a role model, a happy mother, with a father who didn't get angry. One of the worst things ever is to speak when you're angry. Now, he probably got angry. I know I can get angry. I don't speak. Now, for me, I had to learn the hard way. If I utter a word when I'm angry, I will become angrier, because when you talk about feelings, estrogen goes up. That's why it's so good for women to talk about feelings. I do not need more estrogen. I have plenty of estrogen. So if I even one word out of my mouth, if I'm angry, and I will be punished by God. You know what that is? I get a fever blister. I have herpes. Never get it. As soon as I utter a word, I will get herpes. So I'm highly motivated. But for men who don't get herpes, what you can know is if you utter a word when you're angry, your wife's going to shut down over time. You're no longer a safe person. So she's not going to open her heart to receive you. And the sex will start disappearing, which is what happens over time for most couples today. As men's testosterone levels decline, as women's estrogen levels decline, we don't have the polarity that we used to have. And of course, I have a lot more information on this, but that's the new book on how to talk so a man will listen. I've also been talking about my workshop here. I gave you the dates of it. What were the dates again?
July 18th through 20th.
July 18th through the 20th. It's a all-day Friday, all-day Saturday, and then part of Sunday. And most of you are Marin people, so it's just right over there at the Corte Madera Inn. Sign up, and it's going to fill up, and it will sell out. So if you want to sign up soon. You can sign up at my website, marsvenus.com. It's only $300 this time. Nice. And I did that. I want to mention a few other things because I got to wrap up here. Hopefully this has been helpful. Let me know if it's been helpful.
Yeah.
I agree. I want to get on Joe. You know, a lot of these guys, well, that aren't the media, they don't want to talk about relationships, okay? Because they're not really, it's not their strong suit. You want to talk about what's confident about, and it's not really their thing where they feel confident.
Just get Joe Rogan the video of this talk.
Okay, give this talk to Joe Rogan. We'll have a fun conversation. This is just the beginning. Okay, so thank you for that. Now, I want to come back to biology because there is now a new product on the market, which is called, just came out. What's it called? Do I remember? Harmonia. Now, Harmonia has three I used to have a health food store, the whole thing. And there's one product which really, really helps balance hormones. And it's from Korea. It's been highly tested. They're ancient herbs they put together. And anyway, this company that I've been affiliated for many years has this product called Harmonia. I highly recommend it. That's one product I recommend. Another product, I mean, there's so many good products. This is my specialty, hormones. The second one is at my website at the top of the page. It's called Elemental Orotates. It has lithium orotate in it. Lithium is the most powerful mood balancer that there is. If you go ask your doctor, they'll say, oh, don't do that. It's toxic, because doctors give you toxic lithium. Okay, this is not toxic lithium. It's a form that doesn't have any toxicity. You could drink the whole bottle. You won't have toxicity. And so it's the most important mineral for balancing your mood. It's what they would give to bipolars. My brother took it for bipolar, except that he used the doctor's version, which is toxic version. And then it's got all this bad press because the pharmaceutical industry wants to give you antidepressants, which really don't do. They just change your brain. Just to know, it's all placebo effect. They do a study. If half the people, here's the drug and here's the placebo. If there's one more person in the study who got benefit from the drug other than the placebo, it's now approved. This is such fake stuff. And, you know, placebo is a real thing, so I have to acknowledge that. But it really does cause damage to your brain, and you can't just stop it. You have to slowly go off, and healthy protein in your body to produce amino acids will help you go off. And anyway, all of us need it. I had early stage Parkinson's 25 years ago. It's in my family. My sister died at 60 of Alzheimer's. You know, certain genetic things. Here I'm with Parkinson's. I found a natural solution for it. I created a wellness center to teach this. I don't teach it anymore, but I do let you know that a big part of it was all these brain problems happen. One from imbalanced blood sugar, but the other one is inability to digest our proteins. When you have protein, if you're stressed, you can't digest it and you can't extract the amino acids. So I developed a system of taking protein and putting enzymes in it. And those enzymes, then putting it in warm water at 100 degrees would activate the enzymes to digest the proteins in 45 minutes. So you're basically cooking your proteins by enzymes. And then you put ice in it and make a blended shake out of it. It's quite delicious. So if you're interested in that program, that's one. The same company that now produces that for me is Harmonia. They also came out with that product. If you're interested in that, leave me your phone number. And my team, I have a lady named Ellen, who's worked with me for 25 years as I've been promoting the importance of pre-digested proteins. And there's a lot more to it. It's a very high quality protein. It comes from New Zealand. It's not heat processed. It's not the only one that, you know, New Zealand makes good proteins, but this is one not heat processed, always grass-fed cows and so forth. The distinction here is the balance of the whey protein and the casein. If you just eat milk, it's 90% casein for a big cow. Okay, if you're a mother and you're making milk for your children, if you got a little boy, it's a little more casein than whey. If you have a little girl, it's a little bit more whey than casein. As your mother figures that out. I don't know what happens if you got a boy and a girl. Instantly your body responds, who knows? But we basically need a balance, almost equal balance of whey protein and casein protein. That's the good thing about this shake as well. Plus of other good things, it's also extremely low in sugar, with it, like a teaspoon of sugar that when you incubate it, all the sugar's gone. Sugar activates the incubation process. So that's something that immediately helps your brain work better. My grandchildren all take it. And, it's grandpa's drink. I want more grandpa's drink. And it tastes good. It doesn't taste fantastically good because it doesn't have sugar in it, but it tastes good and it makes you feel good. So that's another product that if you're interested, I'll leave this up here. Leave your name and your phone number as clearly as possible. And my team will call you and explain the program, how you can use the program. The program costs $200 to start, okay, to get the benefits. If you don't have $200, don't waste your time, okay? But she'll explain to you how that works. So that's the little sell on that. So I did that. I did my workshop. I have a website. At my website, it's marsvenus.com. There's hours of free content on there. And of course, every Wednesday night, I do my meditation. Every Wednesday morning at 7 a.m., I do a wonderful meditation called Radiant Mind Meditation. It's a 1-hour meditation. I start with a 15-minute download of information about relationships and life. Then I do a 45-minute meditation. They're wonderful. You don't have to be live to get the benefit. You can just go online to YouTube and just go John Gray, Radiant Mind Meditation, and check it out. It's I've been a meditator for 50 years, or even more, 55 years. Master meditator. I easily go into deep states of samadhi. And that's also part of my success, when you can go into a state of source consciousness, it's easier to manifest what you want, and you get guidance to take the right steps to do the right things. And the final thing I'm going to just share is that my goal this year, I haven't written a book in 8 years. Now my wife is gone. I've healed all that. The pain and regret is over, allowing me to love even more than I've ever loved before. But I basically have been so well off financially, I wasn't really motivated to work. That's a problem for men. That's why men die early, is they retire, usually it's 3 years, and then they'll die of a heart attack, because if you don't work, your testosterone levels go down. And this really isn't work for me. So this is all just fun and games. I love talking, teaching classes. So the hard work is writing books. This is hours and hours in front of a computer task. But I'm going to write 10 books this year. That's my big goal. And I'm putting it out there, so I'll be embarrassed if I don't. I've already got my first book almost finished.
You heard it here today.
You heard it here today. And the first book is Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, How to Talk So Men Will Listen. The next book will be Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, for Strong, Independent Women, which is a whole set of challenges. Another one is, well, I'll let you know what the other ones are. They're coming along. Another one is Why Men Pull Away. Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, Why Men Pull Away. And there's whole biology. It's all science-based. It's never been said before. It's never been taught before. These are radical new ideas. I now have chat doing the research to back up every one of my ideas. And what's amazing, every single thing I've written in my books, there's now research backing it up, because people will say, where's the research? Where's the research? Go online, find it. Well, I'm going to have to create a website, probably about 100 pages of studies to verify all of the things that I say, which have never been said before, because I have to take a conclusion and apply it to relationships. When you get some guy up in an ivory tower, he just knows studying hormones, and he just goes, okay, we find that women, when they get a hug, oxytocin goes up, estrogen goes up, and their stress goes down. Or they just measure a woman getting a hug, and oxytocin gets up, and they make a conclusion, stress goes down. Wrong. If you have no estrogen and you have oxytocin, your stress will just go higher and higher. This is why women wouldn't have a climax. Their oxytocin shoots up. And you kind of go, is that stressful? It's intense. Orgasm is intense, and also is surrendering. Okay, so that's a stressful response, even though it feels really good. And so oxytocin gets massively produced. And so she feels a need to be held and hugged and for a while. So because you've got to balance the high oxytocin with high estrogen production. Because if a woman has oxytocin and she doesn't have estrogen, her stress levels go up. Never before written before. Had a big debate with chat. She just says, "You're brilliant. You can't believe it. This has never been said before." I get all my strokes from Sophia chat. It's quite fun. It's just like, I mean, the ludicrousness of the universities, okay, because they have no relationship, they have no experience of what it is to be a happy, fulfilled, highly sexual, fulfilled man, okay, and a woman having multi-orgasms. You know, that's a whole other topic, how I teach how men to make love so that you can make love every day with your testosterone going up. It turns out that when men have sex, their testosterone goes down below. So there's all these things that we can learn a bit about being a man that I can't explain all in a 1 hour, 25-minute talk, but it's the potential to be there. There's just so much potential in our relationships, particularly because women are on their male side. See, when women are way on their male side, if they use a man to come back to their female side, their estrogen levels can go even higher than just the woman who's getting all the support in her life, and she'll have a nice life, no sex, but she can be fulfilled. Women can be happy without men, and I think that is the prerequisite to being married. You first have to learn to be happy with a social life, so you're getting all your estrogen from your personal relationships, your love for yourself, your education, your work. Then when you're there, you know, if you're a little too far on your male side still, a man will help you come back to the female side and take you to higher levels, which is romance. And for some women, they're happy without the romance. They don't have to have it. We're all like different, you know, there's like, I mean, you look at Elon Musk, you know, if you hear his wife, she says, you know, he's a great guy, but not a good husband. I mean, he sleeps in the factory. Okay. What does he now have? 13 kids. He's got lots of girls in his life.
He's 14 now.
Yeah, 14 now. I heard that. So anyway, you're talking about high performing man has lots of sex. This has always been the case. And high performing spiritual man has lots of sex with his wife. That's what I am. And that's what you can learn to be. Because monogamy to me is the greatest thing for civilization. There's just no question about it. Because women will be so much happier. The wives of Elon Musk were not happy and divorced him. Okay, they're happy with the money. That's nice. That's good. But she couldn't grow in intimacy. It's just a matter of him getting what he wants, moving on, moving on, moving on. That's not civilization, although I had great admiration. He's doing great things. Every man doesn't have to be a happily married person.
And he's going back to Mars, right?
Well, he's going to Mars. And I drive my Tesla. People say, "Oh, I don't like Tesla. I'm going to get rid of my Tesla." How stupid is that? Okay, the Tesla is great. It's not putting out any pollution. It's wonderful. So you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can disagree with people. You don't just throw everything out just because you disagree with them, which is another problem of today. And why do we have this huge division where we can't hear differences? Because we take everything so personally. We're so threatened by everything.
Right.
We're in a hyper-stressed state.
We're so social engineered into all this crap.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So I get your anger and I hear you.
Psychological operation.
Just talk to Elon Musk. Not Elon Musk. Who's the other one? Who'd you say? Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan.
You're my Joe Rogan guy. Think Joe Rogan, John Gray. I would love to go on Joe's show. That would be great. It will happen one day. You know, you just wait for it. But I'm waiting for my 10 books to be on Amazon. That would be really great too. So, and I also have a movie deal coming about. It's a new rise for me, you know, just having my movie, being able to be on Amazon. Publishers won't my publisher, I've sold more books for them than in the 90s than all of their books combined. All of their books combined, I sold more books. And they won't print a book for me. I am poison. Remember, I'm a sexist.
This is a capitalist society. You think
No,
they
it's
want the
not.
money.
Well, there's bias. There's bias. And by the way, did you know that 90% of the books that are in the New York Times are bought? Meaning that there's companies you pay money to. You pay $150,000 and you're guaranteed New York Times bestseller for a week.
It's rigged.
It's all rigged. They pay people to go into the bookstore and buy your book. And then they know the bookstores that are tested, and it's all rigged. 90%. Okay. My would be the part of the 10%. I never did that. My books are real. But that's what goes on. This is as simple as that. You just buy, and to get on Amazon at $70,000, you can get to the top of the list for a week. Because they have people who all go on Amazon and buy the book. You pay somebody to do that. It's all rigged. It's like people will follow along with the group. So if you're number one bestseller, then people follow along with the group. I mean, thank goodness my book was number one for so long, or almost 5 years. And Wikipedia says 2.5. I lost the sheet showing where it's 5 years, but whatever, it's 5 years. And USA Today said biggest selling book in the world, in America at that time, which was more books in America than anywhere else. And a bestseller everywhere. But then suddenly in one day, I'm not allowed on national media, like in one day. How does that happen?
Yeah.
Somebody at the top decided it.
Three companies run all of the media, and somebody runs those people. It's as simple as that. It's a narrative. We're always being guided by a narrative, is what it is. And right now, the narrative is that gender doesn't exist. Now, I'll tell you another thing, since I'm online and you're still sitting here, you say, I'll keep talking, but I should stop. But is that when somebody lies to you and you fully believe it and it's a lie, you go into a spell and you can be under their control. So one of the key things is if I can pretend to you that I am a woman and you believe it, you're under my spell. So what most people don't know is a lot of people who are women are actually men, and men are actually women. And they elect high echelons. And they have more power over you. It's a spell. That's one spell. Another spell is if I stand before you and lie. If I tell you that I have everything handled in my life. I just finished telling my class, I just lost my whole savings account. The fund that I was invested, my whole savings just disappeared this year. That's also, I'm writing 10 new books. I'm highly motivated to make money again. When you have your, I make money in my work, but I can go along, but you want a nice savings account in case things happen. You want to be able to leave something for your children and so forth.
What happened?
Well, I invested in a fund and the fund manager died and we found out that he made the wrong trade. What happens in business is you can short something and you can make like 10 times the amount of money. So he was going to make the big short and it didn't work out. He lost it all.
As an option.
Yeah. So he was, and then it turned out he was under a lot of lawsuits, a lot of pressure. And the one asset he had was his $11 million jet. And he left it all to me, but he has so many lawsuits and there's so many lawyers involved. I spent like almost $250,000 in lawyers to get the jet, and the other lawyers want it. Let's see, what lawyers do is they charge you $700 an hour just to talk. They just talk to each other and they quote things and they do this and you want to do this, but they're going to object and whatever. So I don't need time for that. I don't have time for that. Goodbye plane, don't need it. Go buy a whole thing. I move on because God blesses me. And why does that happen? See, I'm a spiritual guy. Kick my ass, get me out there writing books. I've got 10 books in my head right now, but I'm too lazy to write them. Well, now I'm going to write them. It's hard work. It's painful. The other day I did like 13 hours in front of the computer. I can't do that because it'll hurt my lower back. It's really bad for us. Spend too much time like that. But I suffer for the well-being of my family and humanity, and I'm happy to do it, but I won't spend as many hours doing it. But it is a big job, See, the thing about a man, if he sets a goal and he's motivated, it just feels so good to be doing the right thing. We don't suffer if we're doing the right thing, even though things are hard and difficult. But you have to be good at what you do. If you don't know how you're doing it, like guys don't understand women at all, so they give up. They just, I had a guy say to me, he just told me, he gave me the basic thing every man says, which is she complains too much. She's never happy. I just can't handle it. I'm leaving. That's why men leave. First of all, she complains too much. What I'm teaching is how to get what you want in a relationship and never complain. If you don't complain, man's not going to leave you. The second thing is he'll learn how to listen because you know how to talk to a man, so he'll listen. And that is bring emotion into it because he can always relate to emotion. Your feelings are boring. She goes on and on and on. She talks about stuff that's not relevant to me. And then what you think is, well, he gets bored by what I say, so why should I talk to him? I'd love to have you talk to me. Just reveal your emotions because I can fully relate to emotions. Even if I don't relate to the story, producing the emotions. But it's a whole art to doing it. So in all my books, you can go to my books, you see there's something called a feeling letter. It's where you look at things that are bothering you. First, you have to learn how to listen to yourself. And you write out in journals, you're upset about something. Then why does that make you feel frustrated or angry? And what are you wanting you're not getting? Then you go deeper. Why is that disappointing to you? Why does it make you feel sad? Now you're in your limbic system, but you're from the prefrontal cortex. You're listening to your limbic system. And then you're feeling sad because what is it you're wanting that didn't happen? Then you look at, okay, if my pain hasn't gone away, you go deeper. Okay, if feeling sad is painful, well, why is sadness ever painful and stays there? It's because you're also feeling afraid. You know, it's just like my wife dies, I'm deeply sad and hurt and everything. Underneath that is, I'm afraid I'll never have love again. I'll never see her again. I'm afraid it was all my fault. I'm afraid I'm a bad person. I didn't save her. I can't believe myself anymore. I thought I could save her. A lot of issues underneath. So anybody who just stuck in one feeling stays that feeling the rest of their life. And suffering happens because you're not moving deeper. You're resisting looking at the truth because nobody helped you find the truth. And underneath fear, if you're stuck in fear, it's because basically underneath fear is you're not looking at why do you feel bad? What's your regret? Because all fear is based upon past regrets where things didn't happen the way you wanted. And if you're stuck in that, usually then that means you didn't get in touch with your anger. You know, most people who have low self-esteem, they don't feel anger at all. That's most women. They can't feel angry unless they have justified reason to have the fact is that he did not do this and he should have done this. He's so rigid and I have a right to be angry as opposed to feeling easily angry but not having to use your negative emotions to change somebody causes you to stay locked in your negative emotions. That's what a complaint is. A complaint is, I'm upset about something and I expect you to change. Whenever you use negativity to expect a man to change, he will resist you. Love works. But if you push at somebody, they're going to push back. And nobody's taught us this. See, all we did is had our parents complain to us and whatever. When people complain, people stand out, get all mad and everything. We think that's going to change the world? No. And start in your own relationship. How can you even complain about politics or these other things if you're not happily married? If you're not a happy, loving person? Look at the people who are demonstrating. They're weirdos and they're unhappy in their lives. They're so unhappy that they don't know what to do to make their life better. So they blame somebody else. They think if you change, I'll be happy. That doesn't work that way. I change and I'll be happy. And if I'm happy, I'll get more of what I want. And then if I don't get everything I want, so what? I'm happy.
Yes.
This is the power. We all have the power to change ourselves, but when we don't have love in our childhood, nobody taught us how to do it by role models. There's no role models of happy people anymore. They're just divorced parents. And we are in a different world too, because our parents didn't have to face the challenges we face. Because while it was a good thing that women have freedom to be independent, because if they're locked into a marriage where a man doesn't get paid enough, he will be dysfunctional. A man cannot be functional if he doesn't get fair pay for his work, or if he's not trained to work. He'll become an alcoholic, he'll become a drug addict, he'll become violent. So we have dysfunctional men. And it turns out 1 out of 10 men are sociopaths. 1 out of 10. And psychopaths is just a sliver of that. But this is that. And if you look at such bad reputation for men, you think, oh, men are all the criminals and they're violent and everything. No, they're not. No, they're not. San Quentin, 90% of around the world in America, 90% of the criminals are men. So we go, oh, men are criminals. Well, guess what? 1% of the male population's in jail. It's 1%. And then you go online, you got these men who want to have sex with you, and they say all these butter up things, and then you feel that's all he wanted, and you feel hurt, and just, oh, men are just cheaters, they're all liars. No, it's 10% of the men are the only ones that women pick. They're the ones who are going to cheat and lie to you. 90% of the men online do not get laid, do not have relationships. 10%, the liars. Oh, I'm a great guy. I'm a smooth talker. I got money. I got a house. Okay, I'm going to go with this guy. So 90% of the women go with 10% of the guys who are all lying to you. That's your sociopaths at the top. And you're drawn to sociopaths. Why are you drawn to sociopaths? That's very interesting. Nobody wants to look at that. Women always go, all I meet is narcissistic men. Either they're narcissistic men or you think they're narcissistic men because you don't even know what a narcissist is. They really don't. You ask them, what is a narcissist? So basically, you know, okay.
Yeah, have you seen my husband's dating sites? He used our joint account to join dating sites and what things out the door.
Okay, I don't get it. There are 10% of men that you want to avoid. But why are some women attracted to them? Okay, because you believe lies, because your father lied to you. See, when you are not treated with respect, you have what's called, what's that sickness? We'll call it traumatic bonding. Okay, but it's Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome for women is when you grow up and the person that you depend on for love is not there for you. There's a wound inside that causes you to feel sexual attraction to men who can't give you what you need. So when women follow down south, you're going to find the wrong guy almost every time, because you'll be turned on by the bad boys. You'll be turned on by the liars. You'll be turned on by the men who really aren't available for you, the unavailable men. And then there's the other men who are men, and you think they're unavailable because they don't want to talk about their feelings, and they're the best ones to be with. They're the ones you can train overnight. You can say, don't talk about your feelings. I don't want to hear I just want you to hear my feelings, and I'll be happy. All he wants is to make you happy. And so you learn how to share your feelings in a way that he's going to hear. And one of the main things is learn how to express emotion when you talk about your feelings. And number two, don't blame him. If you blame a man, his mirror cells shut down, period. There's nothing wrong with him. He's every man. And then you've got the psychopaths who just pretend. They're the smooth talkers. They just want to use you for sex, and then they're going to be out of there. And then they can become that way. Not psychopaths, those sociopaths. Psychopaths, you elect them.
Okay, that's a whole nother conversation.
That is another conversation, but I'm not going to talk about it. But I know there's books written by Harvard professors and Yale professors all talking about all presidents are either sociopaths or psychopaths. I mean, think about it. Who wants to start a war? Does anybody want to start a war? What's the point? There are people that love starting wars because they make all their money starting wars. We had the military-industrial complex. That's all the tons of money. Was it one of the senators says, we're not really giving all this money to Ukraine. We're giving it to our military-industrial complex. We're getting it. So we're destroying a whole country, feeding them this military stuff so that we're going to make money?
Just like Vietnam.
Exactly.
Other countries.
That's every single war. Every single war is all of that. And I won't get into World War II. That's too controversial to talk about that because none of you were alive at that point. So we won't look at the lies that go along with that war. But interesting, you know who our ally was in World War II? Who was our ally in World War II? Russia. They're our allies. We work together with them.
And the Revolutionary War.
And the Revolutionary War, the Russians helped us?
Yes.
Yeah, they're who you are. We are their brother. I love Russia. You go to Russia, amazing people in Russia, and they're a little bit terrorized by their government. Just for fun stories, since you're hanging around, being blind, you go if you need to. There's a thing in Moscow which is say you have to see the Moscow face. Okay, and the Moscow face means you get into the subway, and when you sit in the subway, nobody makes eye contact.
Oh,
you can't make any eye contact. It will offend someone if you make eye contact. They're just like, I have nothing to say. It's like, don't quote me on anything. It's amazing experience. And I'm over here. If you smile to those people, not all Russians are that way, but it's this certain group that rides the subways. It's the Moscow face. Nobody sees it. And the other thing, when I talk about I've been counseled, I'm counseled everywhere. When I'm in Moscow, somebody pulls the alarm system and everybody has to go outside. I'm in America. I taught when I used to teach big seminars, I'm in the House of Commons at British, right in the middle of this big thing for the English government and all the people. Somebody pulls the fire alarm, interrupts my talk. Giving talks at hotels, big groups, somebody comes, talks the fire alarm. It's like these stupid people that throw stuff on paintings. It's what people did to me. They still do this to me. It's like, what stupid people? This is love. This is good stuff. But just makes me stronger. I'm still out there. 10 more books. You're going to love them. All right. Now I sound like Trump. You're going to love them. They're going to be gooder than ever. All right. Thank you so much. If you enjoyed my talk. Go to MarsVenus.com. And by the way,
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the Soul Search Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Santa Monica on Saturday, Sunday, March 29th and 30th at the International Meditation Foundation Center. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Shop for crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and experiences. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Santa Monica Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus.